Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, Curry wants to go at Doncic. That's the matchup they want.
The bump and the fadeaway touches. 41 points.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Awesome game last night at the AAC. You heard the audio from TNT, but first, we say welcome back to RJ Choppy.
Oh, man, there is nothing quite like waking up at 4:30 in the morning. There is nothing like it.
To 30-degree temperatures after 70 degrees early last night.
Had to remote start the car.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah, had to do that. You can't. I was like, I'm not going outside. I stay at Sarah's, and I'm in the parking lot, right? I'm not in my garage. And I'm like, it's going to be freezing out there.
But if you have the automatic remote starter, is it useless if you don't already have, like, the preset heat?
So
you're not getting into the car and it's a furnace?
No, it's no, for some reason, I don't know why. I assume they just think that you only do that when it's extreme temperatures, and somehow I got in there and my steering wheel was heated.
Well.
It's a Nissan, Sean, okay? Let's not lose our heads here.
Heated.
It's a Nissan.
Oh, it's a Nissan.
Steering wheel.
Yeah, it's got the heated steering wheel. I had to get it.
But how many people, you sit there, especially yesterday, and you turn off the car, you walk in from a long day, and you're like, oh, let me remember to set this heat to 85.
Yeah, I know. I didn't set it to 85, but it was
it shouldn't take
warm.
too long to go ahead and blast you once you have the car running. But from 70 to 35 real quick.
You
got the shorts on.
Well, yeah, I mean,
like me wearing the sweatshirt in the summer.
That's true. We're the polar opposites. So it makes us a good couple. But yeah, I figured I'm gonna go to the gym today. I don't want to have to hate changing. I hate changing in the car or at the gym. So it's a big pain in the butt.
Just shorts down and sweatpants up. That's it.
Well, I mean, yes. I mean, I could.
Very, very.
I could. Yeah, I know. I'm just, I like to streamline things.
Yeah.
Got to be streamlined. But we went to go grab something to eat, and we're, as soon as we get done and we get home, it's like 70 degrees, right? It's normal, right? It's like 6 o'clock, 6:30, and we get home, it's like 70 degrees, and all of a sudden, I start hearing some wind, and we open up the door, and it's like, wait a second. This wath of air just comes flying through.
Yeah, Peyton, you were outside at the AAC with Bobby trying to basically embarrass some Warriors fans, which we'll get to in the expressway. You were wearing shorts and a T-shirt, right?
Yeah. I mean, Bobby warned me because Bobby went in sweatshirt, sweatpants and stuff. He was like, it's going to get cold in like an hour. And I was like, is it really? But we got in and out and stuff, and it did not get cold. I think we left around 6:30, 6:45. But poor fans who walked in with the shorts and a T-shirt walked out of that arena really cold.
You're 20 in your mid-20s when you don't check the weather.
Oh yeah.
I feel the weather check is something that only people over 40 do. I don't even know if people in their 30s really do it all that much.
No. I check it in the morning. When I wake up, I check it, but I don't check it like throughout the day. I don't go, okay, it's 70 now. When is it going to get colder at night, or what's the deal?
So did you take another like mini vacay, a staycay, it was a untraditional 7-day break?
Very untraditional, right? It was it was more of a get S done around the house K.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was.
Got our car fixed after you blew it up?
I did. We got our car fixed. I got my car fixed after the battery died on me. I was able to, I did all the Christmas stuff, set everything up.
Oh.
Got all my Christmas shopping done for the most part. Had to work on the pool a little bit.
Wow.
Had to work on the weeds out front.
Okay.
Cleaned out the closet. Cleaned out some cabinets. It was just, and I got more to do.
Very productive.
Very productive.
Very productive. So we'll be at full force again once Bobby Belt rolls in at 6 o'clock after he and Peyton were out last night at the AAC for an awesome game. RJ was tweeting about it. 116-113 Mavericks. There were, I thought, a lot of periods of sloppiness in this one.
Yeah.
There was a period in the fourth quarter where it was nothing but traveling calls as it felt like the referees and the officials wanted to take over this game. But in the end, Luka and the Mavs stopped the 4-game losing streak against Golden State, who has been struggling this year themselves. They only have 2 total road wins on the season. I believe they're 2-10 now.
That's terrible for them. I mean, they're a team that they've had years they don't even lose 10 games, let alone lose 10 games on the road.
Yeah.
Before Christmas. But look, that Golden State was putting a brick central in the first quarter, and the Mavs let them back in the second quarter. That was like right there, like a really not depressing, but just like, man, you had them dead to rights early
up
on.
17.
Yeah, you had them dead to rights, and then you let them back in. You let your foot. I don't want to say let the foot off the gas, but Golden State started making some shots. The Mavs started missing some shots, and the NBA, everybody goes on those runs. It sucks. From that standpoint, that you're never going to be able to hold a lead like that throughout the entire game. That's just the way the sport is. But I just felt they let them back in the game, and they were able to win it finally, thank God. But, man, that second quarter wasn't very good.
Luka with 41, 12, and 12. Just monster numbers. He had 17 in the first half, but I think I had Kenny Smith stuck in my brain in the pregame when he was just talking about how much more difficult it is for Luka to get his, or how much more wear and tear it takes on him than Steph finishing plays versus Luka having to set the whole daggone thing up and then finish it. And I was like, yeah, he's got 17, but it feels like he really had to work for it. And then after being down in the fourth, the Mavs were minus 19 with Luka on the bench. He comes back in, he takes over. Klay Thompson misses the wide open 3 that they drew up in order to try to go ahead and tie the game. Mavs win to get back to 500 at 10-10. Truckwreck.com text line is open at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, and we are live on YouTube, Twitch, and the Fan Cam. We cannot bitch and complain about Christian Wood this morning. He played 26 minutes, but he was awful. I mean, he was really bad in this game. 2 of 12 with 4 points scored. Hardaway had a couple of 4-point play opportunities. He finished with 22 after he's been ice cold. Dinwiddie didn't have a great game. Like, you look at the box score and you're like, they won?
How'd they score 116?
Yeah.
Because Luka got 30% of it. That's how they did it.
Josh Green was big. I mean, but again, repeat the names of yourself that we're talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Hardaway had the second best game. Josh Green really helping out, but it took 41 from Luka, which of course is not too sustainable for this team, especially when the playoffs roll around. Dinwiddie tossed. I thought that was a soft bad ejection.
I did too.
It was a vicious shot, totally unintentional. To me, you have to have some intent with the elbow to the face. Tolo Tyler tweeted me. Looks like Jordan Poole's jaw has grown. It's holding up a little bit better. I was really mad. I didn't think of that myself. But man, Dinwiddie getting tossed for that. Are you serious? But the Mavs are able to come through and hang on. They got nothing from Finney Smith, nothing from Dwight Powell. Maxey had 6. Bertans had 6. Bullock is awful. Bullock is so freaking terrible. He was 0 for 3 in 14 minutes, and then my boy Christian Wood only had 4.
I barely remember even seeing Wood out there doing anything productive. So we talk about this with baseball, right? 30 games in, what is your
assessment
of the team? Basketball is half the game, so 20 games in. I think the assessment of the team is, I'll say this. A lot of people were excited about this team coming into this year, obviously after last season.
Kevin Hagelin.
Hagelin thought they were going to be better.
Bassick
thought they were going to be better.
No, win the title.
Win the title.
Don't let him off. Don't let him off the hook.
No. Don't let him off the hook.
Win
right?
the title.
Man, I don't think you could have drawn up more disappointing first 20 games. Because they weren't going to be 5-15. We knew that. They're good enough not to be. But coming off last year, the momentum you had going into the Western Conference Finals, it's kind of a dud for the first 2 months.
I'm trying to think of the Cuban spin. Cuban will say, "Look, we're in a shooting slump. We have to decide whether they're in a shooting slump or the talent's just not there." I personally think the talent is just not there. I've been saying it for 2 years now. They're second worst in the league in field goal shooting. Now, last year, they were 25th, so it wasn't that much better. But yes, it feels like Hardaway and Finney Smith and these other guys are stone cold from 3. they're counting on that to regress or not regress.
It's positive regression.
Positive regression.
Yeah, that's which is a totally oxymoron, right? I mean, how do you positively regress? But I guess there is such a thing.
Jumbo shrimp.
Very good.
Yeah,
absolutely. So that's what they're going to be banking on. I get it. I mean, it's bound to happen. Like, in baseball, if you're a 250 hitter and you're batting 190 for the first half, you're probably going to go on a tear the second half. That's the way it works.
College football rankings. We were going to get some craziness last night. Does RJ think they got it right? And USA advancing in the World Cup. Hump Day edition with the playmaker Michael Irvin. We got power rankings as well. We got Bobby and Peyton pranking Warrior fans outside the AAC. Glad you're waking up with us. We're finally back, almost back to full strength right here on the Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is a Wednesday show. We'll talk with
Exhale, America. They're on to the knockout rounds.
We will see you Saturday from Khalifa International Stadium for the United States against the Netherlands in the round of 16 of the World Cup.
The United States surviving yesterday on Fox. Good morning, Metroplex. RJ Choppy is back here on DFW Sports Station. They hang on to win 1-0 over Iran with all of the buildup that was surrounding this one with the controversy.
I'm sorry, it's 1-0.
Oh.
I mean,
sorry.
If we're gonna be fake soccer fans for the next 3 weeks, like we're gonna be, and like we have been for the last 2 weeks.
Yes, that's what I am.
Yep, that's exactly what I am too. But I am all in, man. I bought in. I'm watching. I mean, I can't tell you how much soccer I watched over the 7 days. You know, my neighbor's he's a big Argentina fan, so he's like, "Yeah, come over, watch the game." I'm watching it in Spanish. I don't know what they're saying. I'm just sitting there watching this. It's like this tournament's amazing. I absolutely love watching it. Bassett can, take his soccer takes and take him elsewhere.
Bobby, I think, pissed off Dawson yesterday on G-Bag as well. I asked Dawson to come on and preview the World Cup, and he's like, I really don't feel that comfortable. So I'm like, can you really get that mad? I think 60 seconds of soccer should maybe be wiped off of the G-Bag Nation if Dawson could not really preview the World Cup. But they asked Bobby if he knew, because he tweeted on Saturday while I was also watching Argentina-Mexico, soccer's not a sport. Yeah. I had to cross-examine him and grill him yesterday and admit he was just trolling. But they asked Bobby, do you know who the United States is playing Saturday? And he said, I don't know. The other ballerinas? And he said it got chilly after that. Dawson was one with the weather in the Metroplex.
Oh, man.
He turned from 70 degrees to 30 degrees real fast. I love it, though. I love Bobby.
He'll troll you.
Poking.
He'll poke. He'll troll.
Poking the Bears everywhere.
He absolutely will.
But
and poor Bobby, he goes, I love you all. And Dawson just said, all right, there he goes.
Whoa.
Didn't even say it back to him.
Hey, all right.
Wow. Okay. So that was yesterday. This was also yesterday as KMC was live during their show while Christian Pulisic hit the game winner.
Or pick up the phone. Call the Frankels at 214-333-3333 because much like certain soccer teams, they will fight for you. Let's go!
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. That's it. Pulisic with a
Pulisic.
Look, would you sacrifice your wiener for your country?
I think you have to.
And that's what he did.
Is that what the injury was? I thought they were calling it an abdomen injury.
It's a pelvic contusion. Okay, that just sounds like that just has.
Did you see the Pulisic gif afterwards? Man, there's a it's like a bald eagle with the flag like rising
like
up
a phoenix
in that area, and it blew up. I felt a little uncomfortable retweeting it, but he also blew up tweeting out the picture from the hospital bed saying, I'll be there on Saturday. Let's effing blank. But he got hurt. He got injured as the United States hangs on. Iran with 2 near misses. They were threatening. A little controversial no call at the end with a little arm on the shoulder, but the United States benefited and they advanced.
Yep, they did. And look, you could argue whether those were the right calls or not. From our side, it was the right call.
Yeah.
The funny thing is if you listen to the guys after, and I can't remember if it was Dempsey or if it was Twellman on ESPN talking about how if the referee called that a foul, he wouldn't go back to the review and find out. Once you call the foul, you don't go back to review. It's if you don't call it, you can go to the review. Which, by the way, that VAR thing is amazing.
That offsides that they got right,
With
barely.
His ear was offsides.
Would have been 2-0.
Yep.
Would have been night right there. You know, we can't figure out if the ball crosses the goal line in football.
Yeah, but they could tell if his leg hair went outside and it was offsides. It's just remarkable, and the fans just accept it. You don't even know. I don't even know how real this thing is. They just accept it.
Same thing in tennis.
Yeah,
tennis has the best replay. I've never heard anyone argue or challenge it big time.
It's just okay, there it is. All right, fine, whatever.
Technology.
I'll take it. Yeah, it works for me, man.
Technology. So the United States advances. DFW has been top 3 in the country in terms of watching.
Yeah. Well,
ratings.
Weston. One of the players I think is Weston McKinney's from Little Elm. There's some players. This is a good area for soccer, which you don't think soccer in the South. You think Maryland or New York or California or Pennsylvania. Pulisic's from Hershey. But we got really good soccer here.
College football playoff rankings last night. I'm just going to run down the exact order as yesterday Bobby took over the college football kegger for Choppy. Georgia 1, Michigan 2, TCU 3, USC 4, Ohio State 5, Bama 6, RJ's Vols 7, Penn State number 8.
So It's weird. It's like I don't really have a problem with any way the top 4 is ordered. It's curious, like Michigan got blown out at home. And they dropped only 3 spots. That's curious to me. Alabama.
Michigan got blown out at home and dropped only 3
Ohio State.
Okay.
Ohio State got blown. Did I say Michigan?
Yes.
Ohio State got blown out at home and only dropped 3 spots.
I was arguing with Bobby about this all day yesterday. We were arguing. What was his point? We were arguing the worst loss.
Yeah, I brought up that I wouldn't be surprised if Ohio State only dropped to 4 because technically their one loss is better than USC's loss to Utah.
Yeah, Bobby was arguing how much worse the Ohio State loss was, and I'm like, no, it's not. They lost to a top 3 team in the country. Yes, it was at home. Yes, they got run in the second half, but that's a pretty damn good loss to have on your resume.
It is, but home losses, like, historically have really penalized teams throughout college football. They're not always. But, when you were, like, I have to go back and see, like, how much they were favored by in this game. I thought they were favored by...
I think it was 7.5, maybe by kickoff.
Yeah, and they wound up losing. I mean, like, that was that second half, like, they were kind of getting worked a little bit. It's like, that to me is a bad loss. Now, granted, USC's loss was on the road, tough place to play, night game, altitude against a bad style fit for them. Styles make fights. I get it. I see what you're saying, though. Like, Tennessee losing to Georgia is good. It's okay, right? Georgia's great. Ohio State losing to Michigan's fine, right? Michigan's, top 3 team. But losing at home the way they did, I'm surprised they only dropped 3 spots.
Committee said it was a tough decision to put Ohio State ahead of Alabama. Well, the Alabama deserve to even be this high up.
Their 2 losses are on the road.
It feels like they have more than 2 losses.
I know. They have 2 losses on the road, both at the end of the game, like last-second losses, in arguably the 2 toughest places to play in the conference at night. And then that's it. Like, that's what you're looking at. And is that bad?
Barely survived Texas.
On the road early on in the season.
A&M too
against Texas's backup quarterback.
Yep.
A&M.
Yeah. Oh no, they've got look.
Squeaking by.
Yeah, I have a bigger problem. I mean, should Alabama be one spot ahead of Tennessee? They have the same record, and Tennessee beat them. Should they not be 6? But yeah, I don't have a problem with USC being ahead of Ohio State. Just because, that home loss sticks with me in my head for some reason a little bit.
Where's your outrage with TCU over USC?
None.
Okay.
None.
I thought you said we were being fake TCU fans like we're being fake soccer fans for a couple of weeks.
I'm sick of pretending that they're a good football team, but, they absolutely deserve to be there. I do wish.
How do you match it up more in your mind? If TCU played USC tomorrow on a neutral field, I think we would all pick USC. So how do you match up? Do you totally disagree with that? How do you match up a team playing someone head up and ranking who higher versus the resume? Because TCU has the hell of a resume. You know what I mean?
Have a hell of a resume, and I struggle with that.
What does the committee do? They take the resume?
I don't know what the hell that committee does half the time. I mean, they're not even going on their own criteria. Like they've, I don't know. Like I'll just use Tennessee and Alabama. Like they have the same record? How is Tennessee, who beat Alabama, right behind them? Probably because we lost our quarterback, but the committee has said they're not supposed to do that.
Like, could we pick TCU over Ohio State or Bama tomorrow? Probably not.
No, I think not.
But I do think it has to go off of the schedule and the resume. Not, okay, I'm not going to punish you for not having that team on your schedule and thinking, you're not as good as them. Right. You would lose to them. You're not as good. That's a woulda, shoulda, coulda, if hypothetical.
Yeah.
I got to go off of what ranked teams you beat.
I agree. I think you got to go off the resume, and TCU's resume is arguably better than anybody.
Yes.
Now, they haven't played the great team. They've just played a lot of good, solid teams that could pick you off, and they haven't been picked off.
Yep.
They haven't played Alabama. They haven't played Ohio State. They played Michigan. They played Georgia. They haven't played Tennessee. They haven't played any of those teams. But they played a lot of, 10 to 25 teams, and those 10 to 25 teams can get you.
Cowboys Colts Sunday night. We're giving away more tickets to that tomorrow during the Expressway here on Sean and RJ. Choppy says Jeff Saturday should not be apologizing. And Von Miller just came out and said, whoa. Odell to the Cowboys, not so fast. He's coming to Buffalo first, and we're going to get it done. 6 a.m. headlines on a hump day.
Hump day!
On Sean and RJ next. After 7 days, we are officially back at full strength here on DFW Sports Station. Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Here on 105.3 The Fan. You can participate in Hump Day as well.
No, not after yesterday.
Yeah. When we're recording the tease for Wednesday, RJ always yells Hump Day in the back. He doesn't turn on his microphone because, when you turn on your microphone, you kind of talk
over the air,
live on the air.
You don't if Peyton takes it out, which I thought he did.
I don't have to take. I shouldn't have to take you out. You should know these rules.
That's true. That is true.
Do we want to hear the mistake?
Yeah.
No, we don't.
Let's hear it.
Save a lot more on your brand new Ford truck or SUV at Platinum Ford.
Man, right in the middle of my Platinum Ford. Come on now.
Taking money out of RJ's pocket at the same time. So we had KMC interrupt the Frankels, and let's hear this one more time.
Save a lot more on your brand new Ford truck or SUV at Platinum Ford.
Save that. That's the Hump Day drop moving forward.
That's why we never heard about it. Somebody just probably thought, oh, it's a joke. It's a Hump Day reference in the middle of Choppy's spot.
Yeah. And by the way, what happened to my commercial there? Why did it sound like it was in a tin can?
Yeah.
I think they just grabbed one of your live reads. It seemed like it had the beat in the background too. I don't know.
I thought you recorded it at home.
I recorded it right here.
You probably hit the wrong mic. You're probably off the other microphone.
That happened with Wolchuk a couple weeks ago. He was doing a tease, and it sounded like he was like reading it in the other room.
Yes.
Yep, that would not surprise me.
All right.
I am a moron.
So what do you want to start with? You want to start with little Colts cleanup since we're facing them Sunday, and it's the only time we're going to talk about them all year long, or Von Miller telling us to pump the brakes on Odell?
Oh, well, we can start with the Von Miller. I mean, that's more pertinent, right?
Okay. So yesterday, Jerry, just like he originally did with you two, was willing to answer. I mean, Bobby before the interview was like, all right, let's ask the best one, because if Steven is any indicator, Jerry's shutting this down. And I was like, okay. And then he answered, and then he answered, and then he kept answering. 5 straight questions on Odell Beckham. If you missed it, basically, to recap, he said the plane incident is not changing their mind, which we knew it was not going to change their mind whatsoever.
That plane incident still strikes me as very, very odd. Like, what the hell happened there? Was he simply sleeping?
Did he take a Xanax?
I mean, he walked out of that when you see the footage of him walking out. He didn't look like he was disoriented.
Right.
All right. Yep. I mean, I could say, oh, what the hell's wrong with why are you wearing those pants? Like, you're supposed to wear you're an athlete, man. You're supposed to wear form-fitting jogger pants. That's the style today, not the baggy 04 look. But he didn't look disoriented to me.
No. And if you would have been disoriented, I would think you would have seen it if it was that soon after getting walked off the plane.
Was he just being a diva? Like,
maybe.
Don't tell me to fasten my seatbelt. Jerry, I thought the biggest news was Jerry telling us that he has recently flown commercial. I was shocked. Stunned. Couldn't believe it.
Is he counting the team plane that uses an American Airlines jet as commercial?
He said 3 months ago. He said I'll fly commercial. And so he said 3 months ago he flew commercial.
Can you believe that?
No, I don't. It's an autograph session. It's got to be an autograph session in there for him.
Certainly he loves that.
Yeah, I bet he does. Yeah, he does. But I mean, okay, all right, maybe.
But you were going to have this change your mind about pursuing him, right? Not cited, no charges.
No. I mean, look, are we surprised that Odell gets, is a little bit of a diva if this was a diva thing?
Right.
Is anybody shocked at that? No, nobody's shocked at that. So, no, I wasn't going to have this change my mind. I'm surprised that, that he said with some guys this would change us, but not with Odell.
Right.
Okay. All right.
So then we were like, okay, what do you like about him? You did have a conversation. He said very genuine, very competitive, feels confident, feels good about himself, breeds confidence. So I can imagine Odell on that phone being like, I'm the missing piece. Did you watch the Super Bowl last year? Did you watch the Rams run? It sounded like he was pumping confidence over that phone with Jerry. In all seriousness, my favorite answer was, I brought up Mike Irvin telling us this is more about next year than this year. And Jerry said, no, we have to have this year. And I said, ooh, wee.
But then
I love it.
Do you have this year, though?
What sort of weird Chris Arnold ooey was that?
Hey,
it's a good one.
I'll leave the Chris Arnold impressions to you then. Tell us about a zebra.
Do you, that's the question. Like, do you have him for this year, though?
Bobby?
Yes, you will. You'll have him for the meat of the schedule.
Yes, the meat of the schedule.
Which the meat of the schedule the rest of the way is Philly in the playoffs.
Right, but what will you have? You'll have 70% of him?
No, health-wise, you'll have 100%, I think. Now again, it's like Michael Gallup. Like, what's your health level and what's where you at with your mentals and where you at with feeling like you're going to be able to get hit? I would think he's better prepared for it because he had it last year, and he's had to deal with it before, and he's had to deal with that mental hurdle before. So there's a better expectation, I would think, than Michael Gallup had.
I mean, because we've only seen now, unless I'm wrong, and I probably am. But like the only one I could think of that got over an ACL and was as good the first year as they have been the rest of their career was Adrian Peterson.
I love Bobby's confidence in the health, but I feel like you might be the most confident I've heard on the health.
Oh, maybe I know something, John.
I don't.
Or
think
maybe
you
I'm
do.
just
You
a
would have told
moron.
us.
Well, I mean, who did the surgery? Because I hope it wasn't the same guy that did Dez's.
Or Jalen's.
Or Jay.
We drafted Jalen because we did that surgery.
Yeah. Those were such worse surgery. Those were such worse injuries, though. Like I mean, Jalen Smith's was like, does he have feeling? That man was playing with a brace holding his foot up.
But Dr.
forever.
Cooper is the man. Like, if he signs off, you totally just go with it.
If their doctors say he's good, he's good. And so that's the thing is that it's a moot point. If the doctors sign off on it, then we have no concerns. If they don't, then they're not going to sign him.
And then yesterday, it felt like Jerry took a couple shots at the New York Giants. As of yesterday, the order of visits was supposed to be Giants tomorrow and Friday, then us Monday, then Buffalo. Well, Von Miller hopped on his Voncast yesterday and said, not so fast.
OBJ's taking a visit this Friday. Yeah. He's going to be here. Everybody said, everybody was like, he's the Cowboys. Hey, man, it ain't over till it's over. You know, he's going to see the Giants, us, and the Cowboys. And I think when he comes here, I don't think he's going to leave.
Bobby, what happened to the schedule? What happened to the itinerary?
Nothing if you listen to Josina Anderson. I mean, Josina Anderson said that was the order, and then we just got follow-up reports that said, oh, no, Buffalo's third. But Josina had said the whole time, and we've talked about this, Josina's going to be the one that's plugged in with Odell Beckham. So if she had said it was Giants, Buffalo, Dallas, that was probably a good bet. But yeah, we had a couple other reports that came in and said, no, Dallas is second, but if Vaughn and Josina are to be believed, who are, I think, two of the tighter people for Odell, then that's more likely what's happening.
Plus, he's probably now on a no-fly list, so he has to just drive to Buffalo from Jersey, and it's only like a 5-hour drive. It's easier.
Yeah, we asked.
Could you imagine him on a bus? Imagine him hopping on a Greyhound to go to Buffalo.
We asked Jerry if he was worried about like the order, like the Giants aren't going to let him get out of the facility. They're going to keep him in there. They're going to convince him. And he was like, it was kind of like, no, I'm not worried about who's before us on this list. And I was like, dang.
Yeah, like he thought it was funny. Like he thought it was funny almost that we asked. At first offensive and then funny.
Yeah, I know the Tishes. The Maras. Ain't going to do anything.
Yeah.
I swear Odell must have told him he doesn't want to play in the cold or something. Because it seemed way too confident about like, nope,
Why is
not worried about
why
it
is
at
he
all.
going to visit?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Why is he going to visit two other places?
Right. I don't know.
Leverage, drive up the price.
Very well could be. Leverage is why Steven's probably saying we're not going to talk about it anymore. He doesn't want to pay what it's ultimately going to take.
All right, so this just feels inevitable. Man, what a kick in the Pulisic this would be if this doesn't happen.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff Saturday says Matt Ryan will remain our starting quarterback moving forward. I imagine while you were off on the 7-day vacay, you did not make it a point to watch Colts Steelers on Monday Night Football.
I accidentally watched Colts Steelers on Monday.
Were you at a bar?
No, I was sitting at the house. I just accidentally turned it on.
The Colts are unwatchable.
Awful.
The Pittsburgh ain't much better.
No, but at least, with Pittsburgh, I'm like, okay, does Kenny Two Gloves have it? I want to see. I like watching quarterbacks develop. So at least with that, I have that. But no, I did make it a point to watch a little bit of this game.
And any Colts takeaways?
Yeah. Like, can we stop with the all these folks going at Saturday. Now, look, he may not be the guy. He probably isn't. But, using clock management as your referendum on why is a really hypocritical take, considering every coach sucks at clock management. Did you see Todd Bowles fail to use a timeout with Tom Brady over the week? All right. We got a guy that joins us on Fridays who has had some issues with clock management.
Not this year.
All right. Okay, no, not this year, but they had 13 penalties against the Giants, and they're sitting there without, they had, giving them the ball back before the half. Or last year at the end of the game situation, like, every coach has clock management issues. They're all bad at managing the clock.
Yeah.
This is not the one. This is not the hill to die on. If you want to die on a Jeff Saturday hill, there's plenty of them. But experience, Andy Reid is like, how many playoff games has he lost because of the clock?
Yeah, it's true.
Let's not go with Jeff. Go with Jeff for other reasons.
Jeff Saturday yesterday saying, "I regret not using the timeout. We were scrambling a little bit too much. We should have reset." So I do like that he stood up there and said, "I should have done this," which head coaches around here never do.
Yeah, and look, if you can say 31 other coaches have clock management issues, because they all do. Like Jerry says that every time this topic comes up. He'll say, "Well, I think everybody around the league struggles with that." That's true. I don't know that there are 31 other head coaches that don't use a timeout there, though. That was a very unique clock flub that I don't know anybody else in the league makes.
Yeah, here's Jeff's problem. He's used to having Peyton Manning do everything like that. Like, Peyton would have called the timeouts.
Now, here's Jeff's problem. He's got 30 other things to worry about. I was trying to go down the list with Bobby. Write down your list of your Jeff Saturday of things to do when you're thrown into this job. Figuring out the last 2 minutes of clock management, I guarantee, is beyond number 10 on your list. How about, learn the players' names? Make the players not bitter and look at me sideways that I got elevated versus someone that was already there. Does Jeff Saturday know all of the plays that are being called on the headset?
That's a good question.
Probably not. So, him figuring out the last minute, I don't know if they have a game manager. I give him a pass on that. I'm just happy Matt Ryan continues to start.
Yeah, I just feel like timeouts are such a basic thing. Like, that's not something you have to prep for, I would feel like. I would feel like that would just be innate in you to know, call the timeout, because they're,
I don't think all use of timeouts and clock management is basic. I think in that situation, yeah, but 20 seconds and Romo always counts it down live. Like, you don't think it's a little complex?
Not what he was facing specifically there. That was everybody in the booth and in the stadium and everywhere else is going like, why are they not calling timeout?
Did the Eagles lose a big piece yesterday with Gardner Johnson? Kidney laceration?
Oh gosh, that's bad. That sounds painful. But look, was
that what Witten had?
Spleen.
Yeah, he was spleen.
Some internal organ.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, it's going to be tough because people see the interceptions and they've already been like, oh, look how great he is. It's like, he's not actually been good in coverage. He's not. He's been, fortunate to be in the right spot for a couple picks. But, man, if you want to talk about, his actual coverage ability and things like that, he is one of their weak links. If there's a weak link in that secondary, which has been pretty good this year, it is him. And so I don't know exactly how big a blow that is or if Cowboys fans think, this is a great boost for us. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's out.
And then how about Aaron Rodgers saying, I intend to start. My x-rays came back, and I intend to play at Chicago against the Bears when I was trying to start the Jordan Love train yesterday.
I mean, if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I want all the starts against the Bears I can get. He kills them.
He owns them, remember? Yeah. I own you.
That's right. I blanket own you. I own you.
Where do you stand on wanting to play Jordan Love if you're the Packers, and maybe even dealing? Florio wrote a piece yesterday saying the last 2 years it's been Green Bay praying Rodgers didn't leave them, and now maybe they're praying that he doesn't come back to play at least this year to find out what you have with Love. He's going into the final year option.
Yeah.
And his trade value is low right now. Bob?
Michael Jordan Love, by the way, is who they want to see.
Skip Bayless called him Michael Jordan Love.
Look, if I was them, I would want to see what Jordan Love has. Mm-hmm. And I could either trade Jordan Love or I can keep Jordan Love and move on from Aaron Rodgers.
Aaron was like, we can roll off 5 straight. We're not out of it yet.
They can roll off 5 straight, but what's 5 straight going to get? 9-8.
Yeah, they're still. I still don't think they make it that. Also, on Aaron Rodgers, what do you think about 9/11, Chop? You got a Jerry moment there, Sean.
Oxygen.
Need some Jack.
All right, I don't really know this reference here. Okay, I don't really know what you're talking about here.
Yesterday during the show, we saw a podcast to Sean Kaiser. Remember him? He was talking about his QB room meetings with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron closes the door. They're getting ready to break down X's and O's, and Aaron goes, "You believe 9/11?"
And Kaiser was the most Aaron Rodgers take ever.
And Kaiser was like, "What?" And they went into, what were the other things that they went into? It
sounded moon landing and some other
reptile people.
Yeah.
Reptile people,
like the reptilian
dinosaurs?
government. No, like the reptilian government.
It sounded like he was converting Kaiser towards the end.
Yeah, because he's like, "Look it up, guys."
Yeah.
You know, I do. I love drug addicts, and that's what Aaron Rodgers is.
Oh Lord.
I love guys just trip all. He tripping balls. He's tripping balls everywhere, man.
All right.
I love that.
There you go. Full squad back together again here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station. What Shaq, Kenny, and Barkley think of Luka and the Mavs after last night's awesome win against the Warriors, and should the NFL steal from the World Cup after the United States advanced yesterday? That's next on The Fan. But first, what's next for you tonight?
There's Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
He'll drive and feed. Josh Green with the three. Wow, what a shot.
Josh Green was like, I had to remember how to play point guard after Dinwiddie got ejected. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby was out at the AAC for the Mavs win over the Warriors last night, 116-113. Man, I know Luka dropped 40. He was incredible with the triple-double. His passing, I thought, was even better than his scoring. We cannot complain or cry, Bobby, this morning about Christian Wood. He was pretty awful last night.
Yeah.
But the Warriors are not playing great. It feels like Clay is only good for spurts. He's a shell of his former self, and they've been struggling this year. They have 2 road wins on the season, and both teams are now 500. The Mavs improved to 500, and the Warriors fall back to 500 on the season. That was a fun one last night.
It was fun. These are, I mean, I think everybody would be disappointed in where these two teams are at this point in the season. Being at 500, considering they were one's the champs and then the other one was in the West Finals.
Ours was
It may have, yes, it was. Yes, it was. It was a bit of a
little
fluky run.
There's nothing fluky. Whenever you got a guy like Luka, like I understand, like them winning the finals and anything else, but whenever you've got like a legit superstar like that who can dominate for large stretches, you've always got a chance to carry
you always have a
series
chance.
like that.
You always have, you're the best player on the floor. In a sport where it's a ball-dominant sport, you are going to have.
Did you have them
a chance?
Did you have them getting back to the Western Conference Finals this year,
No.
or winning the whole thing like Bassick?
No, neither one. I didn't know. Bassick and Dawson both said they'd win the finals, and so no, I did not.
Okay.
Yeah, if they were to run back last year, they'd probably make the conference finals. If they ran it back 10 times, they might make the conference finals 3.5 or 4 times.
Yeah.
Or half, maybe half. But they wouldn't make it all 10. So that I don't necessarily know that that's fluky. It's also not the norm.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily to be expected, but I don't know that you'd say it's fluky.
Yeah, it was a surprise
Fluky
run.
would have been beating the Warriors. That would have probably been
fair. Yeah.
Do you think the 2011 title was fluky?
No. I think the 2011 title, and I mean, I'm not the only one who's ever said this, like the 2011 title is like the perfect example in sports of chemistry and like role players surrounding a star perfectly.
All right, the crew on TNT last night was debating what are the chances we see a rematch of these two in the Western Conference Finals.
Golden State's got a chance. The Mavs do not have a chance. Ernie, because I think you got to think about what happened last year. You got to think about what happened last year. Now go back and look at those games.
Okay.
They should have lost to Utah without Luka. They should have lost to Utah. Utah just imploded. And then my son should have beat them. So I think that them getting to the Western Conference Finals, Ernie, without
should have or didn't.
Let me ask you, no, but I'm saying, you think they should have the Jazz should have beat them without Luka, correct?
No.
Oh, come on, man, stop it.
They exploded.
What about
That's why they not the
What
Jazz
about
this
my
year.
sons?
No. No, I think that it's the Golden State Warriors have a 70% chance to get back. I would say.
Okay.
And I would say 50-50.
Nobody would agree with Charles. They were better than Utah. They just were. No one saw the explosion of Jalen Brunson.
Right. Without that, they don't beat Utah.
Right.
And nobody saw that coming. And now this
Luka
year,
was out.
And Luka was out. He missed 3 games? And look, and now, the same situation happens now. They're just not as good. They don't have Jalen Brunson. Now, who's going to be this year's Jalen Brunson? Dinwiddie?
Dinwiddie's been good.
He has, but he's probably your best chance of being that guy, right?
Unless the refs continue to have a vendetta against that. Boy, refs don't like him.
You think he should have gotten ejected last night?
No.
That was ridiculous.
No, and I mean...
that's a flagrant one all day long.
We saw, it was, the story came out yesterday that Tony Brothers had quietly gotten suspended for that whole incident where Dinwiddie had claimed he got called an MF-er.
Man, was that quiet.
Yeah. Did
you see that? Do you remember that, RJ?
Oh, yeah.
Tony Brothers forced to miss 1 game. Who's the Tola who just tweeted us to talk about this? I want to give props for turning it on, leaving it on. Here it is from Lewis. Lewis is like, you guys going to talk about the Tony Brothers thing? He was forced to miss 1 game after he referred to Spencer as a BS mofo. It's believed no discipline was formally announced because it was not a suspension without pay.
Right.
What a Weasley slimy move to keep that quiet by the NBA.
You may have been out. Were you out when this story happened? I think it was me and you in that day. And this was like, I don't know how unprofessional you could be.
Well, a lot of people yesterday defended. They were like, oh, so these players can berate and mother F these guys up and down. Like, there were some people taking up for, like, officials being the worst.
I don't have a problem with an official jawing with a player, but I do have a problem with an official talking about a player to other players. You cannot have an opinion on a player.
Well, Dinwiddie said that he said it to him. He referred to him, right?
No. He said he heard from his teammates that Tony Brothers was telling his teammates that Spencer Dinwiddie is this. Which Dinwiddie, I understand, like, some people think he's kind of difficult with the refs and everything else, but the refs, like, I thought that was a ticky-tack ejection last night. You've seen at times where I just think NBA officials don't like Spencer Dinwiddie.
He doesn't seem like that type of guy. He's not Rasheed Wallace. He's not Luka. But maybe he cuts deep with his words.
I'll name profile him. He's got a I'm smarter than you name.
He does.
It's true.
Right?
Spencer.
And I will name profile people. Like, you think you're better than me. And maybe you are.
Well, the parents.
No, I blame the kid. I blame the kid for this name.
He reads all those books on the plane that LeBron pretends to read. Like
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that.
Okay, let's continue with the TNT crew talking about the Mavericks. Shaq starting off on Luka. They always blame Luka for needing to be more unselfish.
When you're the number one scorer and you have another guy that wants to be the scorer, sometimes you have to sit back and let him be the guy. Luka is very ball dominant. Chuck's been saying, I've been saying that sometimes he has to get off the ball. And if you just give him the ball and watch him go to work, it'll work a few games, but in the playoff situation, it's not going to work. So I don't know who the other guy is, but if they have another guy, maybe it's a Christian Woods. Luka sometimes they'll say, I got my 6 in this quarter, Christian goes. So now you got 2 scorers. Like if you just got Luka averaging 29, nobody else, they're going to be 9 and 10. So the answer to your question is yes, they don't have a Jalen Brunson type guy who could be that other scorer.
Well, it has nothing to do with Jalen Brunson. It has all to do with Luka. He's going to learn to play without the ball. Like me and Shaq I've been saying, they can't win. Like he's a great player, but he's going to learn to play without the ball. Give it up more. He's got to empower those other guys instead of waiting on him to do everything. It's like those guys let's see what Luka's going to do. I'm like, no, man, y'all in the NBA too. Y'all can play, but they're never going to win a championship the way they play right now because it's all Luka all the time.
Look, I love this show. I love the entertainment, the personalities. They expose themselves sometimes in terms of like actually following all the teams and watching.
They're just a couple of old guys out there that are trying to like throw their era back in our face.
They should be blasting the front office like,
yes.
Luka's got to make everyone else. Shut up. Who are you going to make better? Your second best player is playing 24 minutes a night. Okay? You empowering Spencer Dinwiddie. There's no one to empower, so stop. All this Luka selfishness. He has to be. They only won last night because he scored 40. Tim Hardaway was your second best player only because he had 2 4-point opportunities with 3s and 1s. Stop it. I don't want to hear anything about Luka except for criticizing him over complaining to the refs too much.
Well, you know, the magic number for the Mavericks is 32 with Luka. So when he scores fewer than 32 points this year, they're 0-7.
Oh!
Wow.
If he scores 32, they're 10-3. So he's got to do it all.
And he's 4th in the league in assists. He's not 14th. He's 4th.
Yeah, I mean he made Dorian Finney-Smith like a legit like
3D.
Corner 3 threat. He's
Yes.
Spencer Dinwiddie got to Dallas, immediately started playing much better than he was playing in Washington. So yeah, I don't buy that he doesn't make guys better. I think it's just he's what's the old Emmett Smith line?
Screwed?
I'm a diamond surrounded by
diamond around trash.
Yeah,
surrounded by trash.
You want to know why he isn't empowering other people? This clip made me sick. The Locked on Mavs podcast had Nico on, and they asked him, are you guys going to get another ball handler? I know Kemba Walker did an in-game interview yesterday.
Oh,
you guys going to help Luke out whatsoever? Listen to these options.
You know, people forget about Frank. Frank played big minutes.
Instantly,
No,
did you know?
we
did
do.
you instantly know who Frank was?
Yes.
It took me 1 second. Took me a second and a half.
We know about Frank, and no, we didn't forget about Frank. We never once forgot about Frank.
That's the first name to come out your mouth. Frank Ntilikina. Play the whole
Top
time.
10 pick.
You know, people forget about Frank.
Mm-hmm.
Frank played big minutes in the playoffs, and he's a ball handler. You know, Jaden, who's young, like how quick can he progress to get on the floor and help us? You know, we have Tyler Dorsey, who most people didn't know about until this summer.
Ever.
So, you know, I'm optimistic of the team we have, and then, you know, we have open roster spots.
Tyler Dorsey.
Play that for TNT.
Tyler Dorsey's parents didn't forget about him. The rest of us did.
That's the first time I ever heard his name.
This is what happens when you hire Al Bundy to be your GM.
Oh, Lord.
That's what happens.
Did Nico even play like that? I think. Oh, the shoe salesman.
The shoe salesman.
I got it.
It's a shoe salesman. That's what happens.
I mean, this is when you say right out of the first thing off the bat is, you know, people forget about Frank. It's like, yes, because like there's a reason. There's a reason nobody's bringing up Frank.
Didn't you send an article yesterday like this is an all-time wasted season, or maybe season's obviously a long way to go.
Yeah, Bleacher Report had their MVP rankings come out, which they do every now and then. They just do like an MVP ranking update throughout the season, and they still have Luka at number 1, and their whole point is like the Mavericks have completely wasted what is turning into an all-time great performance from Luka.
Yeah, I know, but like, let's just say the season ended today. He ain't win the MVP at a 500 record at the 11th spot.
You know, they're the only team with a point differential in the NBA out of 13 of them that's got a point differential of 1 or better that is 500.
Peyton just sent me the note that Nico will be on the KNC today.
All right.
At 11:40. Let's see how hard Bassett goes.
Ooh.
At Nike, he calls him Nike Harrison. Nike Harrison.
There we go.
So Luka they needed everything. 41, 12, and 12. Plus 22 with him on the floor. Minus 19 with him off the floor as they beat the Warriors last night. We'll troll the Warriors fans. Peyton and Bobby out at the AAC at 7:40 this morning. What the world of football needs to steal from the United States win over Iran yesterday. We'll get to the uniting of the country because of what happened on the pitch, according to RJ Choppy. Next on Sean and RJ. But first,
It's Captain America to the rescue for the United States.
And they did pay a price because he ended up in the hospital, and he says he's going to be playing on Saturday, but the United States hangs on for the 1-0 win to advance.
Lee Greenwood.
Yes.
Did you host your watch party?
Oh, yeah.
24 hours ago, RJ, I had to call Bobby to the table for saying soccer was not a sport. And he did eventually admit it was a troll attempt on his part. But I do respect that you just came out and said, not as harshly as Bassick, that this isn't your thing.
Yeah, that's just all it is. I don't, like I said yesterday, and you tried to soften it a little bit, but I think I can fairly say I'm just too dumb for it. I don't see the beauty in the sport. I think, you know what I think the biggest thing is for me is just there's no, at least it doesn't feel like to me, there's no rhythm It's just impossible to see a rhythm and a flow to the game. And I know soccer fans push back against that, say, no, there absolutely is. And this is it's like, okay, I don't get it then. And I'm willing to say that I'm just too dumb for it.
I'll say this. I can't watch it for, 47 months. But in that 1 month, every 4 years, I'm all in. Right? Every 47 months, every 48 months, I'll watch. But when there's stakes, I don't think there's anything better. I
compare it to the Olympics. It might be better.
It blows out. To me, it blows out of the water.
Blows it out of the water. Olympics are your favorite.
And I love the Olympics. But I like individual sports in the Olympics. I don't like team sports in the Olympics. I don't like hockey. I don't like basketball. I like the individual sports in the Olympics. But World Cup soccer, like when the stakes are high, like that game yesterday was the final, X amount of minutes were super intense.
Did you make an appointment to watch it?
No, I forgot. In fact, yesterday, G-Bag telling me they won is how I found out they won.
What happened between you and Dawson?
No, they asked me if I enjoy. He heard the morning show and he said, "I heard you're a big soccer fan." I was like, "Yeah, the biggest soccer insider, Bobby Belt." And they asked me if I knew who they were playing, and I just said, I don't know, the other ballerinas, like whoever they are, and I don't know. I don't think Dawson liked it. But see, it's funny, like I don't think Dawson liked that, but like nobody said anything they're playing the Netherlands. Nobody said anything to Cheech when the question came up, and I said the other ballerinas, and Cheech said no, they're playing the nether regions. And like nobody said anything to him for his
Maybe
bit.
they thought his joke was better.
Yeah, because he wasn't making fun of
they
the
didn't
sports
laugh at it
either. He
yeah,
was
I think
making
that's
fun
the thing.
The country.
That's
Who do you think you think Dawson dislikes you the most here in the building?
I don't think anybody dislikes me. Reggie has always said that if there is one person you could just slap at the station, he says he thinks the majority of people at the station would pick me, which is probably fair.
Okay.
I think that's fair because I'm clearly the one who most frequently is poking at people.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, look, it may not be your thing. Like I get it. It's not, not everybody loves baseball, not everybody loves basketball, not everybody loves soccer.
Yeah, he
whatever.
loves baseball.
It's not everybody else's thing either. It's nobody's thing.
It's the world's thing.
No, except during this month. Except during this month, and then everybody's like got to like turn around
fair.
like I'm the rube.
No.
So you think it's fake? It's Troy Aikman saying we're a bandwagon city.
I think they just get swept up in the emotion of like.
Yeah, it's USA. You have to. I mean, like we're not called to root on our country outside of a couple of wars and a couple of every once in a while and some sports.
Yeah,
but
we hate each other every other day of the world. Can't we unite for a couple weeks?
Because listen, 50 times the amount of people watched this yesterday than the Mavs last night, and that game was on at 1 o'clock.
I think that's generous. 50 times.
Yeah, it might be generous.
I think it's more than that.
Yeah. So like it's.
My DirecTV cut out like twice last night trying to watch the Mavs.
Look,
Mine froze. Yeah, it froze.
I went out, I had to like switch to the TNT alternate. I went and saw Bally had it. Of course, they did not. So then I go back. Anyway.
My entire Twitter feed was everybody from all walks of life and all sorts of perspectives talking about it.
Look, there's an eye roll perspective to it. I know I'm being fake and I'm being a drive-by as well. But it's like, it's just FOMO. Just wanting to be included.
Absolutely.
It's cool to go out for these watch parties and be involved in that mix. It makes it watchable. I would not sit in my living room and watch any other. I was not going to watch Argentina, Mexico for whatever amount of time. That's like the best thing about the sport. It's going to go by in a timely manner.
2 hours, man.
But going out and watching it at a watch party, that's electric.
It's fun.
That's fun.
It's a lot of fun, especially when you get crowds that are of people that are rooting. And I don't even think. Like, look at basketball. Like, I could seriously see.
Are they playing Saturday when we're out at Boomer Jacks?
They're playing in the morning, I think.
It's like 9 o'clock.
11 o'clock.
Yeah, so they I think they should be about finished by the time we start.
Yeah. But I could see a Mavs fan rooting for Slovenia in the Olympics over Team USA. I could see it.
Yeah.
I could see a Mavs fan in the past rooting for Germany over Team USA because of Dirk. I could see a Spurs fan rooting for like Argentina because of Manu years ago, right? I could see that. I don't see how, like, how anybody would root for a team other than USA unless you have like family from another country. Or you know what I mean? Like,
or if you hate soccer and you want to see it kept down around here.
See, and that okay, so that's the other thing.
You know what I mean?
That's the other thing
like
I want to be.
In my school growing up, it was always the soccer kids. I played goalie.
With those hands? Isn't that ironic? Like the one position on the field that can use their hands, they put Sean there.
I played goalie,
Jeez.
but it was soccer versus like the football kids. You know, it's like you nerds, you can't play football, so it's always that they want to keep us down.
Look,
you want to keep it down.
I recognize that right now is the time of the year is the time that I should just shut the F up. Like, this is not my time to talk, because I recognize if you're a soccer fan, it's a beating that the only time your sport generally comes up in the national conversation is people taking shots at it. And so then the one time of the year where everybody gets excited about it, the last person you want to hear from is the same person who the other 47 months in a row sits there and like takes shots at soccer's boring. So I should just shut up because this is
because you're speaking for. If I asked Choppy to survey the truckwreck.com text line,
everybody's telling me to shut up. I bet.
No, because you
they were yesterday.
No, there's a lot of
yesterday. People don't. This country doesn't like soccer a ton.
No,
they don't. But they like Team USA,
and so
like they don't like soccer. But nobody watches. I mean, people watch, but like soccer. Now look at the ratings. Soccer on a Sunday morning. The EPL will get, a 0.7 to a 1, 1.1 every now and then. Every now and then it'll creep above a 1. Sometimes it'll be lower than that, but they have they're like hockey fans, right? They've got their set.
Yeah, our
number.
audience. We have a ton of Hispanic listeners.
Yeah.
Look, I hated that during the Aaron
That's
Judge.
why I married a Contreras.
During the Aaron Judge
For
home
the
run.
ratings.
During the Aaron Judge home run race, I hated that there were a lot of people complaining about why are we going double box during the college football. It's like, no, because this is significant.
Yes.
Like we should be tracking this. And so I'm being a little hypocritical because I'm being that person right now that was complaining in the middle of a big moment for that sport that like people are interested in it.
I don't watch soccer, like I said, for 47 months, and then I kind of buy all in, and I love it. I think it's great now, and I think at when it's played at its peak. I think when baseball's played at its best, it's amazing. When it's July, it's like, okay, come on now. Same for soccer. When soccer's played at its best, man, it's fun to watch. There's a lot of intensity.
So the United States wins to advance to Saturday. Yesterday with the 1-0 shutout. What do you think the NFL should steal from it? This VAR?
Dude, this VAR thing is incredible. And first of all, nobody complains. Like, they just accept it. And I don't know if that's like European culture where they just accept what's told to them.
And they reviewed that quick yesterday.
They did, and that's why we're better than them, because we don't accept things. But they did review. They reviewed it very quick. And it's like, okay, there it is. We take it. Same for tennis. Tennis is like, oh, okay, it was out. Whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, I believe you. They don't show you the process. They don't show you what's going on behind the scenes. It could be totally fraudulent. But how do they know that this dude's ear was offsides, yet we can't figure out, and we're still doing chain linked on a first down. We still got guys out there rubbing sticks together, trying to figure out whether it's a first down or not. All right, yet soccer they got a referee out there for God knows what, because they can just go to the VAR all the time.
Well, they got to call the flops.
But like, they have the line guy, right, with the flag, the offsides dude, whatever he's called.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right, they can just go to the VAR.
He's out there for that, just to hold
The
up
yellow
and red
card. Yeah, no.
cards.
But like, that thing is so awesome. And how the NFL and Major League Baseball and all of these sports, how they have not figured this out. How at the NBA, when you're trying to figure out the guy got the shot off, you're having to look to see if a millimeter of his finger was off the ball in conjunction with the red light. Yet you can just go to the computer and do it.
Yeah. It's because we're 5 years removed, 4 years removed from like an NFL official having to use a note card to show if the Cowboys got a first down or not. And so I get it. Like I have been, especially in baseball, I have always been one who's been a proponent of the human element thing. And I know like that probably drives you nuts, Chop. And it drives most people nuts because they want to get it right. But and I want to get it right too. But I think that's just naturally tradition, how the game's been played for so long, that I don't know. I don't want to see things become so rigid and technical like that. Like an ear being offsides is like, that feels so technical that it almost kills just the spirit of what the rule is actually supposed to be.
I get that because I hate the technicality of what a catch is and what a catch isn't. I totally agree. But a catch, I guess it's judgment. An ear being offside, I mean, he was offside. Like, you know what I mean? It's I don't know. It's weird. It's like ball strike. I don't necessarily want robot umpires calling balls and strikes. I think the idea is better than the actual execution. Very good. Thank you. Because I've seen what happened in the Atlantic League where you've got curveballs bouncing in the dirt and they call it a strike because it hit the fourth dimensional quadrant of the front corner of the plate.
The upper quartile of the upper quartile. Yeah.
Who said that? What was
Jim
that?
Irsay.
Jim Irsay, that's right.
Von Miller says, hey, Cowboys, pump the brakes. Pump the brakes a little bit, Dallas. Von Miller says Odell is coming here first. Did they get the college football rankings correct last night with where TCU ended up? And Tiger Woods is trying to take out the shark. Headlines on a hump day.
Hump day.
I'm not. I've lost my hump day privileges
because of yesterday and what you did
on your brand new Ford truck or SUV.
Headlines on a hump day next.
Hump day. Let's get you over to Zero Res though.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
It is now time for headlines with the entire crew back together again. Glad you're waking up with us. Just a little heads up before you leave the house. It went from 70 to 30. So
yeah, it did.
The weather changed very quickly. So dress accordingly. Time for headlines here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Jeff Saturday, who the Cowboys are going to face Sunday night, says, I did make a mistake with my timeouts. I regret not using one. Matt Ryan will continue to be our quarterback. And yesterday, Jerry Jones answered all the Odell Beckham questions on our show, as he does every Tuesday. He said Odell would have to be about this year as well. This isn't a next year thing. It has to be about this year. He's not worried about Beckham going to visit other teams. Said he could speak to Odell again before the official meeting on Monday. We thought the only team that Beckham was meeting with was the New York Giants, but yesterday, Von Miller in Buffalo, who could end up missing just one game with his injury, he gave a little OBJ update.
OBJ's taking a visit this Friday. Yeah. He's going to be here. Everybody said, everybody was like, he's the Cowboys. Hey, man, it ain't over till it's over. You know, he's going to see the Giants, us, and the Cowboys. And I think when he comes here, I don't think he's going to leave.
Okay. We'll see. I mean, honestly, look.
Give me the percentage, the Bobby Belt pie for the other teams.
I think it's, for me, I feel about 90% Dallas.
Wow.
5% Buffalo, 5% New York.
I'll say this. I think a mystery team has a better chance than Buffalo or the Giants.
Very well could be. Kansas City or somebody.
You know, it was Kansas City was my thought. You know, him being in Miami was like, that did raise an eyebrow to me.
Yeah.
Not that they need him.
But he strikes me as a guy who just
goes.
I'm not playing, and so I'm going to go hang out in Miami for a weekend.
And that right there is like Miami's as a whole, not just the Dolphins, have done a terrible job of capitalizing on their market outside of the Heat.
Oh yeah,
at a 5-year stretch, they've done a terrible job of capitalizing on Miami.
Did you agree with Michael Irvin when he came on? Playmaker will be on this morning at 8:40. Did you agree with him when he said this is more about next year than this year for Odell?
Yeah, I do believe it is for him because I think he knows, like, I know, Bobby, you're really high on him for this year, but it's like, I think he knows that, guys generally aren't, like, elite that first year back. And this is closer than a first year. This happened in February. And now there was talk yesterday. Was it maybe Darlington saying it was late December before he returns?
Yeah, some people have thrown out dates like that. But I mean, like, look, again, the only thing you need to worry about here is Philly in the playoffs. You get him for Philly and that's late December. Philly's December 24th.
But how many games is it going to take him to be back to normal, right? Like
effective.
Right?
I want to look at this now. I don't think ACLs are as frequently a big deal the year after. I think the immediate typically Achilles are more like that, where you lose the explosion for a year and it takes some time to come back. But generally, these ACLs have not. I don't think. I'll look it up. I'm gonna have to look at some big examples of it. But the biggest thing is going to be the mental. He's going to be healthy.
It's not a oh my God, how is he ever going to come back from this kind of injury? No. It's a when. I mean, this thing, we're not even at a year. Right? We're not even at a year. Now,
yeah, right.
We're at 9 months.
No, we're at 10.
But did he have it like the day after? Like, they gotta let the swelling go down? I mean, I got to find out exactly when he had it. But we're at 9.5 to 10 months now. It'll be 11 months by the time he has it. Like, that's still quick.
What do you think of the spread, Choppy? Do you know what it is?
I did not. Is it 10.5?
11. 11.
Keeps going up.
The quarterback over there is a pillar of salt at this point in his career. he literally, it's like
so skinny too.
Dude, he's so skinny. I don't know what happened to him. He's just gotten so thin. I think the most embarrassing thing there is that Pittsburgh let him run for 14 yards at the end of the game.
11,
how does that happen?
11-point spread, and the over-under is 43.5 right now. As Jeff Saturday said, yep, Matt Ryan is going to continue to start. He's 37. His passer rating is 86.3. Only season he had a worse rating was his second year in the league in 2009. He has 11 touchdowns and 10 interceptions.
That sounds like a quarterback that PFF would grade as the best in the NFL then. My word.
All right. Now, this is our first day back together. I don't want to fight. Let's not fight.
I waited a full hour and 6 minutes before really trolling.
Headlines here on Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Let's keep it football related with the college football playoff ranking. Choppy said no problems, Bobby, with Georgia 1, Michigan 2, TCU 3, USC 4, Ohio State 5, Bama 6, Tennessee Volunteers 7, Penn State 8. What do you think?
I think that sounded like USC was 4. Like I told you and Peyton yesterday, they would be above Ohio State. That's what it is.
I don't know if I was arguing where they would be. I was arguing the loss, which I guess is maybe the same argument. Do you think Ohio State should have been over USC?
No. I think they're better than USC. But I don't think they deserve to be over USC.
Okay.
It's
Props
hard,
to you.
It's hard to keep out. Like, I don't think you can, a team that's on a run like USC is, which they've beaten like top 15 team 2 weeks in a row, one of them on the road, beat Notre Dame convincingly, you've got the Heisman Trophy winner. Like, I mean, that's all compelling stuff. Look, this will all be moot if Utah beats them again on Friday night in Vegas. If Utah beats them, we're done talking about this. But I don't think Utah wins that game back in October. I don't think Utah wins that game on a neutral field or if they're playing at SC.
I agree. Although styles make fights, and that style that Utah plays, Sandler called it when they were playing that week that Utah was going to beat them because of the style they play. The running attack, the style they play.
So no major issues, right?
Not with the top 4. I mean,
I have a follow-up to that.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can we finally get a fun Final Four with this group, or do you think there's dominance still in here, like all the blowouts of the past years? Can we finally get a fun Final Four?
The TCU Michigan game has a chance to be fun.
Yes.
I think Georgia's going to win by 17. I think.
I think Georgia's going to win comfortably and win the national title. But I do think that Caleb Williams is a tough guy for them to defend, and that could be that could make for a challenging, exciting game. The problem is USC doesn't play defense.
And having Lincoln Riley back in the playoffs again, I think that factors into that the matchmaking going up against Georgia.
What, you want to see Lincoln Riley score 3 points again in the playoffs or whatever?
Why Lincoln Riley versus Georgia?
Well, I think just because, he shut up a lot of the haters of leaving Oklahoma and stuff. I think that kind of factors into it as well.
I mean, we knew he was going to be good there. It's a great job. We knew he was going to be good. But he's been in the Final Four before and put up some duds.
Oh yeah, no, he's kind of got a reputation of
Notre Dame.
I mean, he's not a January coach. Like, that's kind of become a Lincoln Riley thing. But I mean, look, his track record now. If Caleb Williams wins the Heisman, which he should, I think the only way he doesn't, I really don't know. Max Duggan or something goes absolutely nuts at the end, or Drake May has some huge performance against Clemson. But Caleb Williams has a dud and they lose in the Pac-12 title.
Is Max Duggan even going to get invited?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think there's a good argument anywhere. The one guy that could have changed it, if Blake Corum would have played last week against Ohio State and carried them to that victory, Corum could have been in the discussion. But man, it's pretty much Caleb Williams. But now that you talk about Lincoln Riley has going to give you Caleb Williams, Kyler Murray, Baker Mayfield as Heisman winners, and he sent Jalen Hurts to New York.
Must-see game last night at the AAC, and the Mavs finally stopped the losing.
Thompson with a chance to tie. It goes astray. The game is over. Zeros on the clock, and the Mavericks have won.
Man, did they get a great look. What a perfect play design for Klay Thompson, missing the three that would have tied it, as the Mavs win on TNT over the Golden State Warriors, 116-113. Luka went off, didn't get a lot of help. Dinwiddie got ejected for a soft flagrant 2, but it was basically Steph versus Luka. That's what this game was all about.
Yeah, and the 2 possessions prior to that, to that Clay shot, I mean, those were 2 awful possessions, both teams. They neither one of them looked like they had ever handled a basketball before.
I know. Well, we don't have a point guard. We don't have any other point guards. And Finney Smith had a brain fart. Stan Van Gundy was all over this. He had an easy layup to put them up 4. Instead, he dribbles it back out, gets fouled. That puts the onus on you making the 2 free throws. He missed one. That gave them a chance to tie. Fortunately, Clay missed.
Yeah, and that was good. Fortunately, they did. The second quarter, when you've got a big lead on Golden State, and Golden State has not played well, obviously, on the road this year. We just said they're now 2-10. I mean, you could put them away, and they did. They let I don't say they left the foot off the gas, but
runs
happen. But man, Golden State could not. I mean, they were building a house,
and we beat the Warriors in the third quarter, which of course they were invincible last year.
That's right,
with their third quarters, and I think pretty good this year as well. Our boy Christian Wood didn't. We can't kill Jason Kidd this morning. But they got the W.
No, yeah, because I mean he didn't play well. But I mean, you're gonna have your off nights. You're gonna have your nights where you're not shooting so well. He's played well enough in other stretches that I think we can still complain consistently, and say we need more Wood. That's what I think. And so, I mean, look, it was, what was it last night? 10 traveling calls.
Yeah, was it 10?
It was 10. And I don't know.
Steph got called for a big one late.
Yeah, which he said he didn't think he traveled. He said it was a dumb play by me not to take the layup. I got a little confused on what the time the score was. I went hero shot. I didn't think it was a travel. But I mean, that was some weird emphasis last night. I don't know. It's almost like there's a memo to refs like, you guys got to start calling this.
Yeah, it was weird. It's like the Cowboys playing on a Thanksgiving Day game. Headlines here with Sean, RJ, and Bobby on DFW Sports Station. The United States uniting the entire country yesterday versus Iran. They get the 1-0 victory. Here is Greg Berhalter afterwards, after a very stressful game.
I mean, with this new injury time, counting every second, it's stressful. I think I have less hair on my head now. But we'll take it and we'll move on and go battle hard.
There is a great hang on for dear life element in soccer.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty fun. Kind of like hockey. Right? When there's just shots on goal and you're defending and it's a power play and everything is just a big exhale when they don't score on you. And that's what the second half felt like at the end for the United States, who will advance to Saturday against the Netherlands.
Yeah, and it was a lot of...
Maybe we can get a Netherlands journalist to lecture us on something.
Oh, no. Like the Iranian one did.
Are we pronouncing Netherlands wrong?
No, it was just a reference to that. Glad RJ got it. You didn't.
I know I got it. I'm saying, what else could we do? We could take their emblem off their flag. Do they have one?
Dude,
I don't know. Do they?
The best meme yesterday was it's pronounced eliminated.
It's pronounced.
That was good.
Yeah,
right.
It's like, okay, all right, we can pronounce your country wrong. That's fine. It happens. We're sorry.
We're sorry.
We're sorry.
I was asking Bobby, this would be right down your alley since you were a trivia crack master, the king of useless information. What other country do we mispronounce as much with like as few letters?
I think Iraq. Because we pronounce it Iraq.
And Peyton had the host country for this.
Oh, yeah.
I still don't know what it is.
Qatar?
I think it's Qatar. I said Qatar for years because that's what somebody once told me. And then when I got my airline miles stolen and they booked a flight on Qatar Airlines, that's when I figured out the real pronunciation of it. Now I care. But yeah, there's a handful of countries that we don't. Is it Saudi Arabia or Saudi Arabia?
Mm-hmm.
Ask Broadus.
Headlines on a hump day here on Sean and RJ. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. Tomorrow during the Expressway, we're going to send you to the Sunday night game, Cowboys, Colts, ticket giveaway. That's tomorrow morning during the morning show right here on the Fan. All right, Micah Parsons on the best under 25 list. RJ has some problems with this. And what does Vegas think about the Cowboys and everybody else now? Power rankings at 8, Michael Irvin at 840, and whether you can still win some money betting on America's team from the real experts after this.
But let's get you over to QC Kinetics. Let's get you healthy, boys and girls. Let's keep you healthy. I went to QC Kinetics, let's see, I guess it was last year, early this year.
visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
Power rankings coming up at 8 o'clock. The playmaker, Michael Irvin, at 8:40. And for everyone who thinks that Bobby Belt is just this cold, soulless troll of a human being, every morning at this time, I think he's going downstairs to our sister station for his news update at 1080 KRLD. But no, every time, every single moment at this time in the morning, he goes outside, Choppy, and he calls his girls to wish them well at school. Isn't that so sweet?
Yeah, it is. I mean,
they're still young. They're 6 and 9.
Oh, okay. It's a good age.
So it is. It's a nice age.
Yes.
And yesterday, it turns out you actually had to get them to school.
I know. I didn't get them to school, but I ended up waking them up because wife had overslept, which is very unlike her. But it's funny because we're going to have to figure something out because this alarm going off early in the morning is waking her up, and then she's not getting back to sleep. And
like your alarm.
Yeah, my alarm to get up for the morning show. And so she finally had fallen back asleep after I'd gotten the alarm, and then she ended up oversleeping.
Have any discussions over you sleeping separately?
No, I offered to do it last night because it was getting late and she was still up, and so I was like, I can go sleep up front tonight if you want. And she's like, no, stay here. And so I did.
She's not a deep sleeper?
No, man, it's I could quietly open a drawer to get a shirt or something, close it, and she wakes up.
That's how my wife is.
How do you guys keep her from waking up when you get up in the morning?
I don't.
So she wakes up?
I try to be quiet. Sometimes she sleeps through. I was making a Hispanic joke, she hears something and it's like, what are you doing? What's going on over there?
My wife.
I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't culturally that's a thing.
Are you kidding me?
My wife's also Hispanic, so
See,
it
Choppy?
tracks.
Oh, man.
Trust my stereotypes.
It tracks.
It tracks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what are you doing? Why is the light on your phone?
What about Sarah? Does she wake up?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
A lot of times I wake her up, though, with,
Maybe she should 23andMe, see if she may be Hispanic or something.
I don't know.
You know what you got into, right? You know what you married.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess she didn't know about you. You had this quick rise to fame.
My dad woke up at 4 a.m. for a radio gig, the entire time. The entire time, I was growing up. So,
your wife should have known that you were going to do it one day?
But I'm saying she knows that. So when we first got together, I was getting up at 6 every day for a radio gig. And so, it's an hour earlier.
Yeah.
Since I'm able to get up at 5.
Right.
You guys aren't.
No, we're not.
No, you're not. No. You are not. I just want to say, by the way, how rested and rejuvenated I feel today compared to Monday and Tuesday.
I could see that. That extra half hour, yeah.
Had to be in on time. But no, y'all, every single morning at this time, he goes out in the hallway and he FaceTimes his girls. Have a good day at school. So he's not a total complete monster. All right, let's see what Vegas thinks of the Cowboys and everyone else right now. Throw out your guesses. Okay. And let's see who can be the Vegas insider from Bet Online. The favorite to win the Super Bowl as of today is
Kansas City
Chiefs.
It is the Chiefs. Well done. Number 2.
Philadelphia.
Yeah, I'll say Philadelphia.
Incorrect.
Let's go Buffalo then.
It is Buffalo at 2, Philly at 3.
That's surprising because generally I feel like whenever I've seen Vegas odds, it's usually you wouldn't have two teams from the same conference at the top of the odds.
And I'm very interested to see where y'all put Buffalo in the power rankings at 8 o'clock this morning. I'm having a difficult time with my Bills right now. Even though they did win on Thanksgiving, they have not looked impressive. So Kansas City, Buffalo, and then Philadelphia. Who's after that?
San Francisco.
Yeah, San Francisco.
It is the 49ers.
Boom.
Who's after that?
Dallas.
It is Dallas. The Cowboys are 9-1 to win it all.
9-1.
9-1. They were 50-1 mid-September.
Yeah, after Cooper Rush took over.
Yep. So it's the Cowboys, followed by the Dolphins at 14-1.
I like that value on Miami.
From Miami?
Yeah.
Bobby's
as long as Tua plays.
Yeah, as long as Tua plays.
Bobby's Ravens at 16-1. They're tied with Minnesota at 16-1. Then Cincinnati, Tampa Bay.
There you go. Cincinnati.
Cincinnati's another value bet. But, man, I would not have Minnesota and Baltimore with the same odds. Baltimore's a better football team.
I don't think Minnesota has a chance in hell. They especially if Kirk has to play a night game. If they get that noon ESPN game, he might be okay.
They're just going to hope that the Super Bowl kicks off at 11 this year.
Yeah, that's all they're hoping for. Although, did he beat the Patriots on a night game? Yeah, it was on Thanksgiving, right?
Yeah, but I mean, that's not the Patriots of old.
No, I know, but it's still a game.
Cincinnati is 20-1 to win it all. If you just think the Cowboys are going to get to the Super Bowl, you don't want to bet on them beating the Chiefs or the Bills or anyone else, 4-1. So it's Philly, San Fran, Dallas in order, just winning the NFC. Are there any divisions that you're particularly interested in? Let's see how heavy of a favorite Philly is in the NFC East. 1-4. Dallas is 11-4. And then tell me, Giants or Washington, who's in front?
Let's go. Let me go Washington.
I will say Washington.
They're tied.
Because Giants haven't won a game in the division yet.
They haven't? Mm-mm. Wow. Did we call that? Man, did we call the Giants being a total fake and fraud. So that's Philly at 1-4, and then Cowboys 11-4. Translate that to how much of a favorite they are.
Well, I mean, 11-4, it's 3-1. And what'd you say Philly was?
1-4.
1-4. Oh, that's huge. They're a huge favorite. But it's, and that shouldn't be stunning. No. They've got a 2-game lead with what, 6 to play. That shouldn't be a stunning development.
Any other divisions that you're interested in hearing?
South. I want to know the NFC South.
Oh my God! How about the odds that anybody finishes over 500?
By the way, are you still committed to? You think the Buccaneers are better than the Vikings?
Yes.
Whew, that's strong, man.
Wow. Okay.
Can I preface this by saying I'm assuming they're going to get all their offensive line back?
Well, I wouldn't assume that. Some are out for the year. Wirfs is coming back.
Yeah, but Wirfs is coming back at the very. I mean, it's the meat of the schedule, if you ask Jerry. But yeah, I mean, they're in a tough spot with that offensive line right now.
Tampa's a 4-15 favorite to win the South. 4-15. Atlanta's second at 6-1. So they're a heavy favorite still. In the AFC North, Baltimore barely over Cincinnati. And then in the AFC South that we're looking at coming up in our next 3 games, Tennessee is the humongous favorite. And then Jacksonville, Indianapolis, the Texans, of course, are somehow still on the board. Regular season MVP.
Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I can't imagine there's another one.
It is Mahomes. Who's second?
Tua.
Jalen Hurts.
Oh, yeah, it hurts.
Hurts, then Tua.
Yep.
Then
I gotta say,
I'd have Tua above Hurts.
Tua has to be above Hurts. They have not won a game without him and not lost a game with him that he finished. That he started and finished.
It's also why I wouldn't have Mike McDaniel up at top of Coach of the Year like some people. Because it's as Tua goes. Like how impressive is it that when they go out, or when Tua goes out, they're like 0-3, 0-4 or whatever. But like you're not going to then give Mike McCarthy the credit for going 4-1 without his starting quarterback.
Yeah.
Give me some numbers on Tua versus Hurts before y'all crown Tua.
I mean, Tua's got like a passer rate of like 119. His touchdown percentage is like 9%. It's the highest in the NFL. He's been.
And what are the running numbers that you conveniently love to leave out?
Yeah, I mean, because he doesn't play running back, so I don't care.
You have to count.
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter.
Not when he's throwing the ball like he is.
If you're going to have an MVP discussion, you have to count Hurts's running numbers.
If you're going to have a quarterback discussion, you have to count his numbers. It's a part of the position now.
I know, but you're talking about just this last like week or two that he's really started.
What are the running numbers? Give me all the numbers.
Tua hasn't run. He's like 18 carries for like 40 yards.
Okay, so if the passing numbers are comparable to Jalen's, then Jalen is.
They are not.
Okay,
they're not. Tua's been much more prolific.
All right, so you want to go some advanced numbers? Tua's number 1 in QBR with an 83. An 83 QBR over the course of your career will put you not in the Hall of Fame. Will put you without a discussion in the room into the Hall of Fame.
Hurts's QBR is 68.
Which is good.
It's good, but it's 15 points. It's 15 points behind.
And QBR factors in the running.
Yes, that's fourth. That's fourth in the NFL, 68.
Okay.
Tua is number 1 in DVOA, which is per play efficiency. He is 49% better than league average per play. 49%.
It's just funny to me, Bobby, how, and I hate that you're making me argue for the Eagles. It's funny to me how you're ready to dismiss Hurts's big breakout year, but you don't apply the same argument to Tua. Why is that?
I'm not quick to dismiss Hurts' breakout year. In fact, before the season, I had said, like, we had a discussion about quarterbacks, and I said I thought Hurts was a legitimate starting quarterback.
Okay.
Like, I don't dislike
legitimate
Jalen Hurts.
starter is, no, it's not the highest praise. Okay?
In this league where you can't find 32 starters, I think it is. Like that, he's a quarterback you can win games
Are
with.
you more sold on Tua as a quarterback than Hurts? Next 3 years, Choppy, who would you take? Hurts or Tua?
Tua.
Okay, so you bought in.
I mean, look, the guy was elite in college, and he has manifested that in the pros. I don't know what I wouldn't buy into. Plus, I mean, you know, he has used his weapons exceptionally well.
I'm still holding. I'm a hold on Tua. I'm gonna wait and see.
But you're not holding on Jalen Hurts.
I would have Jalen Hurts. I would take Jalen Hurts for the next 3 years over Tua.
The only thing I'm holding on with Tua is his health. That's it.
Okay.
If they're healthy, he's a much better player than Jalen Hurts.
All right, so MVP order, just to reset from BetOnline in Vegas. Mahomes, Hurts, Tua, Allen, Burrow, Lamar, Geno, Cousins. We finally get a non-quarterback at Justin Jefferson, 80-1. Then Tyreek, Brady. How's Brady up here?
I don't know.
Micah should be up here over Brady. Then McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, Saquon.
Alabama's 6th. So I mean, this is the same. It's the same thinking.
Right. You're absolutely right.
I mean,
Defensive Player of the Year,
Micah.
Micah's 1 to 10.
Oh,
next
who's second? Is it Nick Bosa?
I would think Nick Bosa.
Nick Bosa second.
Sauce Gardner's 3rd.
He's not 3rd. He's 6th. You'll never get 3rd.
I won't. Tariq Woolen.
No. Judon.
Oh, Judon's been very good this year.
Matthew Judon, then Crosby, then Chris Jones.
Judon leads outside linebackers in Pro Bowl voting for the AFC.
Coach of the Year, favorite.
Sirianni.
Sirianni.
It is the raccoon.
McDaniel 2.
McDaniel is 2.
Which is silly.
What's silly about it?
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's not like when he's been asked to really coach that team, he's not doing it. It's Tua plays well.
Ridiculous.
Listen, I agree. I agree with the sentiment, but here's the thing. People pick and choose very hypocritically on who they give credit to and what for. Most coaches, a lot of times, will get credit for developing a quarterback. But you can't give it to some and not to others.
Okay.
You're forgetting.
I hate giving coaches credit.
You're totally forgetting. You're giving him no credit for the Tua narrative, but for the year. This is a guy who everyone's getting ready to kick out of Miami. Draft his replacement. Mike McDaniel. Forget about when Tua's out for a couple games.
Fine.
He gets the credit for making Tua an MVP. He gets credit. But credit.
Fine. When you've got all the weapons that they have and they've crumbled without their quarterback, even if you can say Mike McDaniel has done a good job coaching and he should be a candidate, he's second above Robert Saleh and the Jets being 7-4. He's second over Brian Daboll having the Giants at 7-4, which is ridiculous. He's second over Mike McCarthy, who's 8-3. Like, you want to talk about anybody in the NFC East, I think has done a better coaching job than Mike McDaniel.
I agree. I'm not impressed when a coach does well with a quarterback that was, that's a great quarterback.
Don't take this too far. I mean, if someone comes in and makes Zach Wilson the guy in New York, I'm impressed with that. If someone comes in as Saleh's not in trouble, he's
right? No, but the difference is that
someone gets Rosen got Rosen going.
Right.
Gets. I guess this is Rosen too.
Yeah,
I was thinking Josh Rosen.
Sure,
Wilson.
I think the difference is that Wilson was seen as a project. Tua wasn't.
No, Tua. People were talking about tanking for Tua that year. Like that was the thing. Look, I mean, honestly, another name, not just because of what he's done with his team this year, but because you've seen what his old quarterback did with his team. Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll should be up there.
Yeah. All right. Comeback Player of the Year. Favorite, if you want to guess it. Otherwise, I'll just give it.
I don't even. Nobody stands out.
Wait a second. Didn't somebody come back from being? Geno Smith.
Geno is the favorite. Yeah, well done.
He came back from being Geno Smith.
Coming back, he was. This is my problem with comeback. I feel like you have to be good, and then something happens, and then you come back from that. Not like you just. That's breakout to me. Geno is breakout.
He's
player.
Breakout, but I also find it odd how the comeback player of the year is always the good player who came back from the worst injury.
Yeah.
Like Alex Smith getting on the field was going to win him comeback player of the year, even though it probably shouldn't have, but it was going to just because he was walking and playing football.
Why didn't Dak win?
Who won it?
Because the second half of the season.
But you talk about Burrow again, a guy who didn't really come back. He didn't even finish his rookie season.
But Dak was second in that, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Like Derrick Henry is third on this. So it's Geno, Saquon, Derrick Henry. Offensive Rookie of the Year. Show off the knowledge, NFL Insider.
Offensive Rookie of the Year. Who did we have this as?
He's a running back.
Oh, yeah, it's Kenneth Walker.
Kenneth Walker the third. Well done. Then Chris Olave, then Damian Pierce, who we will see pretty soon. We'll see pretty soon with the armpit, and then Rookie Defensive Player of the Year.
Sauce.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, a corner. Who's the last corner rookie? Surtain. But I'm thinking of the bust in Detroit so far.
Oh, Okudah?
Okuda's kind of turned things around.
Has he?
Yeah, a little bit.
But Sauce, my lord.
He's really good.
He's become a star. Sauce, Tariq Woolen, and then Aiden Hutchinson. Top of this draft, we might have to go back and look at this draft to judge it.
Tariq Woolen was like a third rounder.
Where's he from?
UTSA.
Oh.
Roadrunners. Yeah, he's a road runner.
So there it is. Around the NFL via Vegas and Bet Online.
Here's the top of your draft here. Walker was 1, Jacksonville.
How's he playing, Bobby? I still don't know his first name. Trayvon or Trayvon?
Trayvon Walker. I haven't heard much about him. So, I mean.
Hutch plays in Jacksonville.
2.5 sacks.
2.5 sacks?
For Trayvon Walker, yeah.
Okay, next.
Derek Stingley was third to the Texans, the corner. They took him over Sauce, who went fourth.
Walker's PFF grade, for what it's worth, a 58.
My BFF grade is 52. So.
The Giants took Kayvon Thibodeau.
Who's
destroyed
been okay.
us.
Yeah, he's been okay. He was great on Thanksgiving, but he's been okay otherwise.
Carolina took Ekwonu, the tackle.
Yeah, Hickey Ekwonu.
Then Evan Neal to the Giants. Atlanta took Drake London, the USC wideout.
Who's been good.
Charles Cross to Seattle, the tackle.
That's 2 players in a row right there that the Cowboys were really hoping were going to slip to them.
Jets took Garrett Wilson, the wideout.
Stud.
Saints took Chris Olave, the wideout. Lions took Jameson Williams, the wideout.
Who has not played yet.
They're excited about him, but he hadn't touched the field. Jordan Davis to the Eagles. The big nasty.
Yeah, he got hurt.
Kyle Hamilton, safety, Notre Dame to Baltimore.
Oh, yeah, that was one we were crying about here, that he fell all the way down to Baltimore.
I still think he's going to be really good.
Kenyon Green, A&M guard to Houston.
How's Linderbaum been?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, he's played well.
That's
right
enough.
after us, yeah.
All right, so there it is, around the NFL. We'll get to this Micah list a little bit later on, but Peyton and Bobby went out. Choppy, you were not in for this yesterday in the planning. We wanted to expose the Warrior fans. Let's see if RJ can rip off the names of these trivia questions after we play you a clip of TNT comparing Luka to Steph last night with the Mavs getting this win.
His 29, Ernie, is not the same 31 that Steph gets. Meaning, Steph Curry a lot of times does not have the basketball and he's finishing the play instead of making the play and finishing. Where Luka is making the play, finishing the play, rebounding, he's not always doing everything. And that's what I think.
You got to empower the other players. Like they stand around and watch him. And Jason Kidd got to take some blame too. Because I thought at this stage, because Jason Kidd is one of the best I've seen playing without the ball. He said, yo, man, you got to get the ball up. And when you watch them play, Luka's great now, don't get me wrong, but they can't win consistently the way they play with him making every single play.
Has the most unassisted field goals in the NBA this year with 182. He's averaging 33 points, 9 rebounds, and 8 assists.
And it's either the ball hog narrative or they got scrubs, which, of course, you know by now, I believe, and I know they have scrubs. So stop blaming Luka. So the mission with Bobby and Peyton was to go and try to catch the bandwagon Warrior fans.
Which I think you'll find, like if you were to do this in San Francisco, those are the real Warrior fans, right? You go to
Stephen A. said, he can't stand the Cowboy fans outside of the Metroplex.
Yeah, I'm sure like the Yankee fans, like right in Iowa, they probably don't know a lot of the history, right? Unless their family grew up there. Or
so I don't know whether I first wanted to quiz RJ with the questions that we came up with?
Mm-hmm.
Or see if the Tolos kind of, do we play the people that you quizzed and see if the Tolos play along? Or have RJ guess them first? I was trying to figure that out.
Let's see if RJ can get them.
Okay, Peyton, let's go down the list.
Okay, so I'll give you a couple of phrases here, a few phrases. And
One is going to scare you. Okay,
Word association.
Word association. I'm just preparing you. Don't be petrified.
Okay.
If they ask the one that I think is gonna scare you.
And you just list the Warriors player that first comes to your mind. Killer crossover.
Tim Hardaway.
Okay. Wow, that was easy.
Yeah.
Underhand free throws.
Rick Barry.
Okay, he's a diehard Warriors fan.
No, it's just common NBA knowledge.
Okay.
I think.
By the way, I tried to do Tim Hardaway killer crossover in high school. Didn't work.
Lefty jumper.
Chris Mullin.
Good job, Choppy.
All right, here's the one I think Sean was scared about. Homophobic.
Tim Hardaway.
We would have also accepted Mark Jackson.
All right, so with that list, y'all took it out to the AAC before the Mavs beat the Warriors, Peyton, and you just tried to run across people wearing Golden State gear?
Yeah, I think we were outside the AC, right, Victory Plaza. So we had the people walking up, from their Ubers or from the garages and stuff. And me and Bobby, I think we were both talking about it. We were disappointed in the lack of Warriors fans out there. We thought it was going to be more of because they travel really well. We didn't know, Bobby, and you might be able to touch on this, but
I don't know that they travel well. I think their jerseys ship well to
Yeah,
the cities
that's
where
fair.
bandwagon
That's
fans
fair.
buy them.
I think they saw the tags on some of them.
Yeah, they were very fresh. These were first worn jerseys. But I mean, I would bet we saw fewer than 10% Warriors fans in the crowd.
Wow.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Very surprising.
So we were trying to find fans, because some were like, me and Bobby were talking about, should we go with the younger kids? Should we try and get the younger kids? But we didn't think they were going to, really know the answers to it. So this first Warriors fan, he comes in really cocky. He's like, oh, I'm a diehard Warriors fan. And as I'm hitting record, he's already talking crap and stuff. And this is how it goes. And he's turns out to be a complete idiot.
I'm a fucking diehard Warriors.
Should I record you guys?
No.
Victory Plaza in downtown Dallas. We're with Warriors fan. What's your name, sir?
Bradley.
Bradley. And how long have you been a Warriors fan?
Since 1984 when I was born.
Wow. Okay. Just some basic Warriors questions real quick. Who is the starting center for the Warriors right now?
Oh my God, no. He started for us last year. Hold on. It's not Wiseman. It's the goofy looking motherfucker. I can't ever think of his name. It's not Draymond. This is so bad right now.
Oh my God.
Tough question. Tough question.
It's not a tough question. It's an easy question. I'm an idiot. It's not. It's Kevon Looney. Kevon Looney.
Easy. I know you you had it. Tip of your tongue. You had it. Right?
He looked it up
So
too.
embarrassing.
All good. All good. Okay. We'll
right,
go
stop
easier
right
one here.
there.
We'll go easier.
Wait, he had his phone out looking it up?
He was looking as he was like, I'm a complete idiot. He was looking at the box scores from previous games.
So he doesn't get credit for that.
No, he doesn't get credit. Maybe if the Warriors were coming off one of their previous seasons where they weren't good, they just won the title and you can't name the starting center. Fraud.
And he said Wiseman. I think Wiseman's played like 9 games this year.
I think he's in the G League right now. He really is in the G League. All right, let's continue with this this Warriors fraud fan.
Who was the head coach of the Warriors before Steve Kerr?
Mark Jackson.
Okay, got it. How many championships do the Warriors have right now as a franchise?
Fuck. 4.
4. Okay. We're close. We got 7. Thank you very much, man.
So he's clearly been a Warriors fan the past 7 years
So,
with the 4
Chavi,
titles.
one of the questions I did this for you. I wanted to have them ask about the fraudulent ones, the KD ones. Because it's hard to keep track. He's the best player in NBA history that I can't instantly name the number of titles for.
2.
Sure, I guess. I don't know.
It's 2.
But I can name every other one quickly, but I just dismiss his because of the whole bandwagon nature and everything. It just goes out of my mind. So he was 3 off in terms of naming the titles. All right, we have one fraud.
Yeah, so this next one we had to give him props, and he saw me interviewing some people, and he was like, you know what? Ask me the questions. He was really confident, and I give him props. This guy actually knew his stuff. It got a little carried away whenever he agreed that KD's titles with the Warriors were actually legit.
Your name, sir?
Chris.
Chris, how long have you been a Warriors fan?
All my life. From the Bay Area.
Okay, I'll just list off a few questions here. Basic Warriors, just phrases, and you just give me the Warriors player that comes to your mind first, okay? All right, killer crossover.
Tim Hardaway.
Okay. Underhand free throws.
Rick Barry.
Perfect 2 for 2. Lefty jumper.
Chris Mullin.
Ooh. Wow. Okay. He's high. He's 3 for 3. All right, this one here, homophobic.
What Warrior? Homophobic.
So we have Tim Hardaway, his recent comments, homophobic comments.
Yeah.
That
Do you have thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't like his comments. No. He doesn't need to be making comments like that at all.
All right, fake titles.
Fake titles? Man, what's fake titles on the Warriors? They won the titles?
All legit titles.
Yeah, all legit.
All right, we have Kevin Durant.
No.
Or, you disagree?
Oh, the fake titles with Durant?
He joined us 73 and 19.
Right. And they lost, and then the Durant won with them. I mean, he did good. He helped them. I want him to come back, though, that's for sure.
You don't want KD back?
No.
Why not?
Just let the Warriors run what they got.
They're good without him?
Yeah. I mean, let them. They know what they're doing. KD's too much of a distraction.
Thank you so much, man.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Ed.
He just proved that he knew that it was a bandwagon title because he doesn't want Kevin coming back.
Right. Yeah, no, look. The Warrior titles were legitimate. It's just that we don't think KD's are legitimate.
Yeah. He took the easy way out.
He took the easy way out.
He took the easy way out the same way LeBron did in Miami, though.
It's not
yes.
the same.
It is the same.
It is the same. He went to win.
No, but you have to factor in what they left. LeBron left much bigger trash in Cleveland than Durant left. We were in the bar in Michigan. I'll never forget it. They had the Warriors on the ropes. They were right there. Now, maybe he just hated Westbrook too much, but they were, what was the lead that they blew?
3-1.
Yeah. So that team in OKC was much better than what LeBron had. I agree with you, teaming up the same, but LeBron played with garbage.
Yeah, now if he knew that everybody there wanted to leave, whatever, but LeBron did leave a trash team or a much more trash team, but he did go team up with they are.
Yes.
There is no doubt.
They started it.
They are the quintessential. If you think
unless you
super
want to say
team,
old Boston.
Yeah. But if you think super team, that's the first thing that comes to my mind, at least, is the Miami Heat.
Yep.
So if we're not going to count KD's, which, can we really count LeBron's? Because, he went to a team that won the title 3 years earlier.
Yeah, but he did go back. Are we dismissing the Cleveland title? He went back and won?
No, you don't.
No, the Cleveland title's great.
Yeah.
But I think you
got.
got.
They did have Kyrie and Kevin Love.
If you call Kevin Durant a legacy shortcut, LeBron made a legacy shortcut too.
Okay.
So another idiot here. This is our last Warriors fan.
That guy, he was legit.
Yeah, he was valid.
Or
He
one
was
for
valid.
two.
So this next guy, idiot. So he got the first question right. Easy question, first question. But then he was really skeptical of what I was doing at first. And so I
because
thought,
of your mustache?
Right, yes.
Yeah.
So I thought, okay, if he starts getting these wrong, because he puts up a fat goose egg, he gets the next 4 questions wrong. I tell him he's right. I just say, yeah, keep going. You're right. Keep going. You're hot.
Gassing him up.
And this is his reaction.
All right, Peyton Russell back here. Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Who are you with?
Tate Clark.
And where are you from, Tate?
I'm from Fort Worth.
All right, so Warriors questions right here. We'll just go down the list. What is the name of the current Warriors arena?
Chase.
All right, 1 for 1. What city do the Warriors play in?
Oakland.
Oakland, okay, 2 for 2. Who is the Warriors starting center right now?
Incorrect.
James Wiseman.
Okay, he got it. Wow, 3 for 3. Who did the Warriors beat in the NBA Finals last year?
Fuck.
Oh, come on.
I'm dumb as shit. Oh, the Celtics.
Got it, Celtics. Okay, last one. How many championships do the Warriors franchise have right now?
5.
Got it.
Go Dubs.
Go Dubs.
Go Dubs. Go Dubs. Well done. Peyton and Bobby hitting the streets outside of the AAC to try to expose.
Question.
Hey, you tick off a California fan, though, you might get cut.
You might get cut.
They cut.
Especially
Dude,
Yes.
there was a nut out there in Victory Plaza yesterday wearing a Klay Thompson jersey that I don't know what happened if he got turned away.
There's
or
a
something.
fake Clay?
No,
Was it fake Clay?
No, this was some guy walking and just getting in the face of Mavericks fans and calling them all the P word and just cussing them out, leaving Victory Plaza. It's what the hell? That dude was angry about something.
I will give this to that Warrior fan. The 5 on the titles, that's what they've won in California.
No,
the
don't
previous
do this.
2 were in Philadelphia.
No, the guy said James Wiseman. Do
no,
not.
I know.
He's fake.
But I will give that. right? I wouldn't count the Philadelphia Warrior titles either. Like, would you count the Minneapolis Laker titles for the Lakers? I wouldn't.
I mean, they do. The Lakers do.
I know, but I wouldn't. Like, if I was, it's like that's a different franchise.
On
right?
the Warriors Twitter handle, or on their Twitter account, they have 7 championships.
Okay.
Really?
So that's what I took it as.
Well done, Peyton and Bobby hitting the streets. It's Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Playmaker Michael Irvin. 1 hour from now. Let's see where you have the Cowboys in the power rankings. 1 through 5, 5 through 1. List them on the truckwreck.com text line, 877-881-1053. Power rankings on a hump day.
Hump day.
Next.
Let's get you over to the all-new.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport. The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
It is now time for our... Stop.
What?
Stop. Now, you screwed up the hump day thing yesterday. You arrived 30 minutes late. Now you
4 minutes early.
Now you don't think that you should participate in the power rankings intro?
No.
Do you want me to O with him?
Yeah,
I thought that was just. Do you want?
Yeah.
Well, you're not Oing. You're talking.
We got to O face.
I say it like in a crescendo.
Oh, so you want me to share in your O face?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
We should
all
All right.
multiple.
Sorry. Okay, go. Start it over again.
Yeah.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport. The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization.
I got this.
What a ride it's been.
Here we go.
Oh
yeah.
Hey-ho.
I forgot that's the Bobby O. All right. Well done. We'll just
Let's go. Let's go.
We'll loop that over and over for power rankings. Bobby's on from here on out. Okay, 1 through 5, 5 through 1, however you want to list it. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. The boss wants us to go 5 through 1. We are not going to do that and disagree because the drama is where the Cowboys are. Everyone's going to have the same one. We've basically had 1, 2, 3 throughout the season. The drama, I think, is where Dallas ends up on the list. If you have them up there, I'm struggling a little bit here today. Now, Bobby went and checked out where all the outlets had Dallas around the NFL in terms of the power rankings this week, and Blogging the Boys does it as well, so I'll give them some props. Blogging the Boys kept them at 3. Had them at 3 last week, 3 this week. NFL.com bumped them a spot from 3 to 4. ESPN from 5 to 4, moved them up 1. USA Today from 4 to 3. Yahoo kept them at 3. So far, 3s and 4s. CBS had the Cowboys at 6, moved them up to 5.
That sounds very Pete Prisco-y.
That is the latest. That's the latest ranking, or the lowest ranking out of anyone. Athletic kept them at 4. Sports Illustrated had them at 2 and bumped them down to 3 after beating the Giants.
Man, SI is like, they're always different because we've always had them, like, let's say at times we've had them like 3 or 4. SI has got like 7. And now it's like, okay, a lot of these guys have at 4 or 5, and SI's like, no, they're 2.
Is that Fish doing it for them over there?
It's the Maven, Sean, okay? I have 171,000 subscribers at 10 cents a day. It's 10 cents a day, Sean. You should be able to subscribe.
All right. Let's start off 1 through 5. Do we all have the Kansas City Chiefs at number?
Well, hang on. Do you want to do what we had the previous?
No.
Okay. It was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
so
2 weeks
maybe
ago.
a little bit.
Number 1.
Kansas City.
Kansas City.
By the way, expected points added, the gap between them and second place Buffalo is larger than the gap between Buffalo and the 13th best offense in the NFL. That's how good this offense is. They're averaging over 10 yards per pass on third down. No other teams above 8. It's remarkable what they're doing.
Bobby,
without Tyreek Hill.
No other argument to be made?
Nope. Kansas City's top team in the league right now after Buffalo's kind of stumbled recently.
Who is your number 2, Bobby?
It's Buffalo. Yeah, I mean, I still believe in the Bills. I mean, I know they hit a bad stretch there, but you're talking about Josh Allen dealing with the elbow issue. They are, a couple of these games they've lost this year, they've been missing some key guys on defense. When Jordan Poyer, their safety plays, they're undefeated. They're 7-0.
Before he comes to the Cowboys with his wife.
Yeah, if his wife gets her wish, then they'll come here. She was on Instagram the other day saying she'd love to come to Dallas, and they're free agents this offseason. And so she'd love to make it happen. But
you seen his wife?
No.
Okay.
I follow her on Instagram.
You do?
I've been for about 2 years now.
That's why I was wondering why Choppy hadn't responded. That's why he hasn't seen.
She's good looking. But no, I think that Buffalo still, I mean, look, you're talking about second ranked offense in points per game. Their defense is 5th. Like, they're still very well rounded, very good. I'm not going to hold a hiccup against them.
Who's your 2?
Same Tua had last time.
Oh,
Miami.
Wow.
Number 2 in offense, number 17 in defense. That's a good recipe for a great year. Mid-pack defense.
What are you shaking your head over? He's your MVP. You're wearing a Miami hat. Those colors.
What are
you shaking your head over?
This is a Stranger Things hat. But it's because, I mean, they've been
great.
No, they're not. I mean, you want to talk about, again, reliable predictors a lot of times are the point differential. Miami's plus 26 at it with an 8-3 record.
Yeah, that's true. But how much? I'd have to go back and look. How many of those? How much down were they when Tua was out? Because I do believe that to be an outlier for this year.
Yeah.
Let me tell you this about Tua.
McDaniel's not coach of the year because of it.
Tua leads. Tua leads.
I'm gonna give you some troll. You haven't met a troll up in this building like me. I'm gonna give you some of your own medicine.
I mean, it's been weeks so far, so good luck.
All right, so here we go. Tua leads the league in QBR. QBR versus man,
concussions,
QBR versus zone, QBR versus pressure, QBR in the pocket, QBR in the red zone, QBR in the fourth quarter, QBR on third down. He needs to win the MVP. It shouldn't even be close.
Whoa, over your
I'm sorry.
over your crush?
I'm sorry. After Mahomes. If Mahomes isn't it, it needs to be Tua. If they're not going to give it to Mahomes, because we all know these things are done by surprise, right? They're all done by surprise. He should be second ahead of Hurts. I have Miami number 2.
Oh. If he reacted like that off a team he supports, I'm almost afraid to give mine. The Philadelphia Eagles.
Are number 2 for you? Wow.
Why? Wow. It's not Buffalo.
You don't think Buffalo would beat Philadelphia?
Right now, today, I would pick Philadelphia. Just because of the way Buffalo's been playing.
I'd pick Buffalo in Philly, in Buffalo on a neutral field.
Are we doing this the way the committee does it? Is it resume or who would win the game?
Who would win the game for me?
Okay.
Today.
Because like if you do it on a resume, like Philadelphia has to be there ahead of Buffalo. They got a better resume than Buffalo.
Thank you.
But I agree. I think Buffalo would win. But I would not have Buffalo ahead of them in my power rankings.
Okay. I have Philadelphia at number 2. I love the Bills, but the Bills, they lost 2 in a row, Jets, Vikings, and they beat the Browns and the Lions by a combined 11 points. That's not impressive enough. It took a come-from-behind win against Detroit as well. They're no longer the second best team in the league right now. Bobby, who is your number 3?
Philly.
Oh, wow.
Which
what a crime. What a crime.
Here's the deal. No, because I wasn't saying, I'm just surprised you would have them at 2. That's all. Philly to me.
I think Buffalo will be a bigger Super Bowl threat down the road. They're just not playing well right now. So I'll keep Philly too.
Yeah, I think Buffalo would beat Philly regardless. But and look, I think that the 2 teams I have behind Philly right now, which we'll get into here in a sec, I think would beat Philly right now. It's just, I think that when you're talking about, you can't neglect 10-1. That's basically what it is. You can't neglect 10-1. They've started to stumble. You want to talk about struggles? They have started to stumble.
But you think there's better teams behind them?
I think
so. You're going to be like Peyton and be a slave to the record.
No, no. Again, like I think I'm being. I think that giving the fact that they have the best record in the NFL and I have them 3rd means that I'm finding a compromise on. They've been good. They still have some warts. They've started struggling recently, but you can't just neglect 10-1.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll say it, I have Philly 3. They're 3rd in offense and 6th in defense. That's really hard to overlook. It's really hard to overlook for me. This is not a fluke 10-1. Now they haven't played a great schedule.
It's a formula 10-1.
Yeah, maybe the Packers have played 2 teams this year, I think, that are currently not in the playoffs, and I think Philly's played 3 teams that currently are in the playoffs, and one of them was us with Cooper Rush. So they haven't played. This isn't the SEC West here from a couple years ago.
I have Buffalo at 3, but I tried to bump them out. I struggled here at 3. That's where I came up with the biggest conundrum. But I'm going to go Buffalo 3, even though I thought about it. I thought about bumping them out. Who's number 4?
San Francisco 49ers.
Ooh.
That defense is just, it's too damn good right now.
Haven't allowed a point in the second half for 4 straight weeks.
They're incredible. They are.
Is this the week you have them in your mind leapfrogging Dallas, or did you already have them ahead?
I had them a little bit ahead ever since Green Bay.
Okay.
And so for me, and that's not a total slight against Dallas or anything. I think Dallas is a good football team, but for me, San Francisco, the way their defense is playing right now, and look, it's a miracle what Kyle Shanahan is able to do with Jimmy Garoppolo consistently. They are net yards per attempt. They're third in the NFL in their passing game because they're incredibly efficient. Kyle Shanahan knows how to get good looks, and they're incredibly efficient on both parts of their defense. They're 7th in net yards per attempt in the passing game. They're first in run defense yards per attempt.
You hear that Kyle Shanahan love?
I heard it.
What's wrong with Kyle Shanahan? He's not Sean McVay.
I agree. I think he's better than McVay.
Was that a McVay insult?
McVay's just kind of a douche.
I mean, McVay's, they always talk about McVay, like Jared Goff never winning a game without Sean McVay. Sean McVay's also never won a game without the number one pick at quarterback. Or, I mean, he may have had like one win with John Wolford one time, but
cost Dan Quinn a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
All right, who's your 4?
I don't have San Francisco on my top 5.
Ooh.
They're a good team.
Okay, sorry.
They're a good team, but they played Arizona without Kyler. They played the Saints with Andy Dalton. I'm not impressed with that defense over the last 2 weeks.
They'll beat your number 2 team this week.
Woo!
Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hot take. I like it.
Might have to have I might maybe.
Where's
it at?
Yeah, we gotta have some show. We gotta have some show bet because I'm confident San Francisco beats them.
Wow. You better hope Spittle's not listening to this. Someone's gonna be throwing up on Tuesday or electrocuted in this building.
I have Buffalo here.
Okay.
They're one of 2 teams in the top 10 of offense, defense, and special teams efficiency, along with Baltimore. But the Bills are higher ranked, and you can't let Jacksonville go 75 yards up 7 and get in my top 5 in a week. You can't do that. Give me the Bills here at 4. Are we confident Josh Allen's elbow is 100%?
Romo said give him another week or 2 and he'll be totally fine. That's what he said on Thanksgiving.
He got that mini bye now, right? It's like the mini bye or whatever. So, yeah, maybe. So I got Buffalo here at 4.
I have the Miami Dolphins here at 4.
Right.
The Tua, Mike D'Antoni offense. That's what this is. It's the offense that anyone could succeed in with these weapons like this. But I can't deny them. 5 straight wins, dropping 30 on everybody's head. And I can't wait for Dolphins 49ers. I cannot wait to see what happens in that game. Do we know who is favored? All right, I'll look it up and give me the point spread.
I got it right here.
All right, guess the point spread and who's favored first.
It's
in San Francisco.
It's in San Francisco, so I'll say it's San Francisco -3.
I was going to say 2.5.
Okay, I'll say 3 or 3.5. And the over-under? Are they going to give more props to the Miami offense here or the San Francisco D? What will weigh more heavily in Vegas?
The Miami offense.
Okay, what do you think the over-under is?
Will it? Because, Vegas is loving San Francisco in terms of, future odds more than Miami.
I also think part of that's the conference, though. Miami doesn't have to go. Miami has to go through Kansas City and Buffalo. And San Francisco does it. There's nobody in the NFC that is as good as Kansas City or Buffalo. Or Miami, in my opinion.
Guess the over-under.
47.
I was going to say 44.5.
Peyton, sorry. I keep doing that.
So I have it. You want me to give the answer? Okay.
Yeah.
So the over-under, 46.5. Chop was close. And now the spread, you were all wrong. I think, Sean, you were closest. It was 49ers by 4.
4?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
4 points.
So I have Miami at number 4.
Man, I'll tell you, like San Francisco, their schedule is terrible.
How many times are you going to flip-flop? How many times are you going to jump on and off of this 49er trade? You're
Jimmy's
off, and now you're on, and now you're back off.
I think they have a legitimate chance to make it to the Super Bowl, but I think that's only because of the conference they're in. The NFC's not very good. But they lost to Denver. They lost by 14 to Atlanta. They haven't played a great schedule. They got worked by Kansas City.
Is anybody going to have the Cowboys in the top 5 of the power rankings? Bobby, start us off.
Yeah, I've gone Kansas City, Buffalo, Philly, San Francisco, and number 5, I got Dallas. Okay. Dallas Cowboys. It's funny, actually. I think after we read off the Super Bowl odds, I've got them ranked the way Vegas has the Super Bowl odds. So
you
Dallas.
Think you're as smart as
no,
Vegas
no.
now?
I'm just saying that's
pat yourself on the back. You want us all to pat you on the back?
I'd love that. Yeah, come give me the Mike Maddox shoulder rub.
Choppy.
I have the Cowboys. I was not a huge fan of their win over the Giants. It was not nothing impressive, but I do believe they are one of the 5 best teams in the league. They've got a good formula, offensively and defensively. The offensive scares me a little bit though. The other teams in the top 6 of like the efficiency numbers are all in the top 7 of offense. The Cowboys are 15th.
What about the last 5 weeks when Dak came back?
Well, I honestly, actually, weighted DVOA has them 2nd.
So
yeah,
I don't know that you can take the entire season into consideration there.
Which I'm not. I'm not. But I'm just saying. So the offense scares me a little bit. But I do believe they're one of the 5 best teams.
I have the Cowboys barely over San Francisco, barely over San Fran, but scary. So for me, Kansas City, Philly, Buffalo, Miami, and the Cowboys, with San Fran coming in at number 6.
I've got Kansas City, Miami, Philly, Buffalo, Cowboys.
The playmaker Michael Irvin coming up at 8:40. We got college football head coaching movement all over the place, and celebrate the United States.
Let's go!
KMC masterpiece. We'll play the audio next.
Well, let's get you over to number 1 air.
accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
The playmaker, Michael Irvin, is coming up at 8:40 this morning as an Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. And we're going to ask Michael about the Arkansas photo. That I know how much FOMO you had not discussing and covering that topic.
Oh, you know me. I love talking about touchy subjects
while you were out.
Absolutely.
Oh, I just want to see if you're going to add anything. So we'll talk to the playmaker. But no, the Tolos handled it brilliantly, as you texted me and said they always do when we discussed it. Okay, so we got some Cowboys news coming in. Hey, we added a Cowboys insider as a new co-host full-time here on the morning show. Bobby Belt, what is going on?
Yeah, Ian Rappaport saying help is on the way. The Cowboys are expected to open the 21-day practice window for wide receiver James Washington. Source said he's been on injured reserve after breaking his foot in training camp. Happened right in front of us, actually. I think while we were standing on the sideline. But yeah, he's been ready to go. He's been healthy. He's been ready to go. I think they've just been kind of delaying things, knowing they had the short 3-day window where they were going to have those two games pretty close together. And also, I think they were just trying to delay a decision until they had a better understanding of what was going to happen with Odell Beckham.
All right, remind us of his skill set. Like, what type of player? What's he supposed to add or bring?
So that's the thing, is that when he was coming out of school, when he was coming out of Oklahoma State a few years back, in the first season or two he was in Pittsburgh, his whole dynamic was being able to stretch the field and being able to
deep threat.
Yeah, and it's not like he's a big burner. He was like a 4-5 guy coming out, but he just was really good running routes 7 through 9 on the route tree. So he could run post, corners, go routes, and was really tough on defenses there, and showed that when he first came to Pittsburgh. Last couple of years there with Ben Roethlisberger and everything playing so far underneath, kind of killed what he does best, and he had a lot of struggles, and so I think that the thought here was he'd be able to get back to more of his game coming into Dallas, and so it was frustrating for him when he broke his foot. But now that he comes back, this is another guy that, if they're able to work him in, can do some things to stretch the field for him.
Will he see the field before Odell Beckham?
Yes, probably.
Okay.
Probably.
Yeah, it could be like it literally could be the Philadelphia game. It's Odell's first game.
I think
if he actually signs it.
I think if Odell signs, Odell's first game is, my guess is Jacksonville.
So that's the one after.
That's the one right before Philly.
Yeah.
Von Miller yesterday trying to throw a wrench into our Odell Cowboy plans, especially after Jerry Jones came on and just threw more fuel onto the Odell fire. This was Von saying, wait, we got things happening in Buffalo.
OBJ's taking a visit this Friday. Yeah. He's going to be here. Everybody said, everybody was like, oh, he's the Cowboys. Hey, man, it ain't over till it's over. He's going to see the Giants, us, and the Cowboys. And I think when he comes here, I don't think he's going to leave.
So that is messing up our schedule plans. I thought it was supposed to be Giants tomorrow and Friday, Cowboys Monday, as Jerry confirmed with us on 105 through the Fan yesterday, and then the Buffalo Bills. And now here's Vaughn saying, no. Friday, Odell's coming here. Josina Anderson, 19 minutes ago. Is that what you're looking at, or something even more recent?
2 seconds ago.
Okay.
She says the one thing the Cowboys are waiting on for OBJ's visit is to learn more specifically what his contract desires are. In advance of his arrival on December 5th, the league source tells me it's feasible for Dallas to offer OBJ a multi-year deal if the numbers are reasonable.
Read that one more time, please.
The one thing the Cowboys are waiting for with OBJ's visit is to learn his contract desires more specifically. In advance of his arrival December 5th, the league source told me it's feasible for Dallas to offer OBJ a multi-year deal if the numbers are reasonable.
Why would we wait this long?
To talk money?
Yeah.
Well, it says learn his contract desires more specifically. So I'm guessing they know he wants a multi-year deal. They know generally what he wants, and so they're waiting to see. Let's see him get in here and see how we can massage this.
I'm gonna blame you. My order of blame when this does not happen, if it does not happen, will be Steven, Jerry, you.
Then me.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you have sold this to us as just inevitable. You got my hopes are so high. My feelings are just already thinking it's a done deal. And Catboy gonna come in and pop the balloon.
Yeah, like what specifically do they want to know? Like, is it 20 million? Like we know it's gonna be. He wants 20 million.
I'm sure they know I'm sure they know generally what the figure is, and so the issue is, here's how we can make it look like this. Is that acceptable to you? And they probably don't know that yet.
And Josina 20 minutes ago said nothing has deviated from Odell's pre-scheduled tour order in my tweet below. She had it Giants, Bills, Cowboys. So that lines up with what Von Miller said. His visit in Buffalo over the weekend will provide good time not only to learn more about the Bills, but also to catch up with his buddy Von Miller, who's targeting December 11th as a return versus the Jets. So we're third. We are third in the order of things.
I hate being third. That's scary. It's scary because some of these teams are going to try to get him not to leave, and they may put a bag in his on the table and say, look, this bag is available now. It's not available in 24 hours.
The old Phoenix Suns Steve Nash thing where they told him, well, no, if you go back there with that offer, you don't get it here. And so then he was like, all right, I'll take it. But you know what? If you want a little silver lining, Mike McCarthy visited two teams before he came and visited Dallas third. And then
right, but one of them was the Jets, right? What was the Jets?
Browns? And one of them's the Giants. So,
Yeah. I just look, I mean, if let's just say Buffalo, and I don't know what their cap situation. Let's say Buffalo says
we should get Josina on, by the way. So let's make a note. Let's get her on. She's been all over this. We need to get her on the show.
Now Buffalo won't, but let's just say they say, look, we'll give you 25 a year.
Why won't they?
Well, because that's he's not 25 a year guy.
He's a luxury for Buffalo anyway, I think.
Yeah. He's like that's Devontae Adams, that's Tyreek Hill's 25, right? I don't think of Odell as 25 anymore.
That's gonna be CeeDee Lamb here in a year.
Yes, it is. But like if they say, hey, here's 25, like is he even getting on an airplane? Because he knows the Cowboys are going 25. It's just, does he want to be here?
What's important to him?
Yep. Because Buffalo offers him a terrible lifestyle after October 1st. But also it probably offers him, I would think, even though the NFC's not very good, it offers him a better chance to win a Super Bowl.
The Bills have $189,578 in cap space, which is currently 32nd in the league.
That's not a lot.
Nope.
Where are we?
Dallas is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th in the NFL with $6.3 million.
That's not a lot either, but you can offer them the prorated $20 million.
Yeah, I mean, you'd get the prorated, and then also, especially if it's a multi-year deal, that figure is going to be lower in the first year.
All right, yesterday during the KMC Masterpiece, they got to watch and cover the United States World Cup match live, and here's what happened right here on The Fan.
Or pick up the phone, call the Frankels at 214-333-3333 because much like certain soccer teams, they will fight for you. Let's go!
There it is. I want to see the rating for this at 1 o'clock yesterday with everybody uniting and wearing blue.
I am fascinated to see this. It was on the Big Boy Fox. They've been very good. Did you post this? It was 571,000 homes.
Yeah, Dallas, Austin, been top 10 in ratings.
Yeah, I think we were second or third in the country behind. New York had like 1.4 million.
Yeah.
But 570,000 viewers. That's. I have to go back and look. I don't think a Mavs playoff game got that last year. That's
really,
dude. That's like 30% of the households.
Not against the Warriors or the Game 7 Phoenix?
Game 7 would have. Game 7. I'm talking like just like, Game 1, Game 1, Game 2. That's a lot. It's
also more accessible because those games were on TNT and stuff. And
Did we catch a break with the officiating with that controversial call where Iran did not get the call from the ref? Iran, sorry.
Iran, sir.
It's eliminated.
No, I mean, if they called it.
Answer it more like Kevin Hagelin.
No, so I don't know. Yes and no. Like it was like if they had called it, he did touch him. Did
he grab his shoulder? Did he pull his shoulder down?
He did, But was it enough to call a penalty? That's the question. Like if he called it, I don't think you could sit there and argue with it because he did.
Yeah.
But was it ticky-tack? Yeah, it probably, as Bill Raftery would have said, it probably would have been a nickel dimer. Like, it probably would have been a cheapo.
Yeah.
But I don't think you could have complained if they called it because he did touch it.
I agree.
No one's asking you. We know that you
want to weigh in. I have the microphone too.
You did not watch.
I did. Watched
do not
all of it.
Care. You said you forgot.
Nope, saw the whole thing.
There you go. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. We should quiz the Cowboy players in the locker room over the World Cup. I wonder how interested they are.
Good question.
What do you think?
I don't know. I mean, they play a real sport, so that's tough.
Boy, Bobby.
Gavin Dawson not going to have you on today on G-Bag. I guarantee you Playmaker's watching. He loves all sports. He's like the Jared Sandler of former players. Michael Irvin on Odell, the Jerry photo, and everything else. The human cup of coffee. Michael Irvin joins Sean and RJ next.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
On the line now is Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin. Insider calls are brought to you by Driveway.com. Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Good morning, Mike. How are you?
Man, I'm doing well, man. I'm doing absolutely well, outside of just a little back hurting from all the traveling, but everything's going great now. The Cowboys doing good. I even got guys to admit that they had the Cowboys ahead of the Eagles the other day on the show. I mean, it's just, just keep it going would be great.
Who has them ahead of Philly?
Well, I was messing around with Stephen A. and Ryan Clark, and Ryan finally opened up and admit some truth. I was just talking to my boy the other day, and I said I may take Dallas over Philly. I said, well, why you got me over here arguing with you all day? You know what I'm about to say. If you don't come and give me that and try to sneak it in and then see what y'all trying to do, what they're trying to do is have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to be able to say that I had Dallas ahead of Philly. Remember when I told you if Dallas wins? If Philly wins, man, I told you Dallas weren't going. I said, y'all got to stop this right now. Make a side, take a side, and stick with it.
And the Michael Irvin comment that we played over and over on our show is you saying if they get Odell, set it up for a dynasty?
If you get Odell this year, I don't know what that deal will look like, and you hold on to Odell. You got a young Michael Parsons. You got a good young defense, a lot of young talent. You got Dak with at least, another 5, 6, 7 years left. You have a good stacked team. You got a good young offensive line. We ain't even talking about Tyron Smith coming back. You know what I'm saying? Because that line has done a pretty good job. Yeah, you can start working towards a dynasty, something that can combat and battle that thing I said is brewing and growing in Philadelphia earlier this summer. You can combat that if you get Odell.
Does it scare you that the Cowboys are reportedly third in line to get a meeting with him? These teams love to not let you out of the building. Like if somebody, throws a bag of money at him, does it worry you that he may not even get here?
No. Because if any team's willing to throw a bag of money at him and say don't leave the building, those teams don't usually say, well, if you do leave the building, we're going to take that whole bag off the table. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. It doesn't work that way. And secondly, Odell has always had a desire to play in Dallas. He got family here in Dallas. I talked to him about this a couple of times. At times when it was impossible to get him here to Dallas, we talked about it. So no, I don't think that anybody can make him miss that meeting with Jerry.
Did you freak out and have to get to the bottom of the airplane incident?
What do you mean?
When he got in trouble or got asked?
No, because it sounds like there's so many things. Like I don't fly privately. Like I'm afraid to fly privately. And even as much as I fly, when we hit turbulence, that poor fella next to me,
he's getting the arm grab.
Right. Oh, hey, it's so funny because when I sit down, you can see him sneaking his camera out, texting everybody, snapping shots, sitting next to me, all of that. He's so excited. We hit them turbulence, and I grab his arm with my strong ass hand, like, oh my God. He's like, wait a minute. Maybe I'm in the wrong seat. I don't want to sit next to Michael Irvin no more because, So I don't know. Like when I had to see my son play at Clemson, and they played that ACC championship game against Clemson, and I had to be on air the next morning, Sunday morning. I took a private plane. Jerry gave me his plane. I took his plane. Wow. I had to take something. To try to go to sleep. Wake me up when we get to L.A. Do not touch me. So I don't know if Odell's like that or whatever, but obviously they say they were concerned about his health. But that's what I would do sometimes when I fly. I take some, just try to go to sleep.
Right.
So I'm not concerned about anything. I don't think that was a problem. He didn't get arrested. It's just a dust up.
Mm-hmm.
Talking with Michael Irvin here on Sean and RJ on 105 through the fan. Michael, we've seen so much of the communication or chemistry issues or whatever you want to say since Dak Prescott returned from his injury. Would that be a factor to consider here with Odell coming in, is that may make the communication issues even more challenging right out of the gate since they haven't played together?
Well, no. The only thing you worry about and concerned about are let's not abort the game plan to fit Odell in. Let's make a plan to integrate him properly. No doubt we use the talent, no doubt we use the gifts, but we got to have the right kind of integration. And Odell's going to want the right kind of integration. Look at now. Now you're seeing Michael Gallup take a hold of his position. You know what I mean? After starting the season, he was in doubt. He has a lot of doubt in his mind. Now the last couple games, I've seen Michael Gallup go in there and handle those slant routes and catch those slant routes, not worried about anybody around his ankle, so he's integrated back into the offense. So we can do it with Odell also.
Michael, Jeff Saturday was a controversial move. What was your take on it? And those other NFL insiders that you work with, what was the Jeff Saturday reaction?
Well, listen, man, let's be real with what this is. It's exactly what Coach Flores was talking about that's going on in Miami. You're giving guys jobs that have no qualifications for those jobs over other qualified African Americans. This way, which I realized and recognized and spoke about on TV, it's a little loophole in the old Rooney Rule here, because you're supposed to interview minority candidates. But if it's an interim job, you don't have to necessarily you can just hire and hire somebody for the interim job. Now, no matter what kind of job Jeff Saturday does, if he doesn't do a well, it's a great job. He said, well, we weren't doing well anyway. We want to give him a good, clean shot. And if you take his job, give him the job moving forward, nobody can say anything because, he did get 8 games with the team. So yeah, that's a little strange. That's a little strange in itself right there. And I think it's talk about Jeff Saturday not having any NFL experience. We all knew that. It shocked us all, But hey, I know Jeff Saturday knows the game of football, and I believe he's a good leader of men. But I think it takes more to be a head coach in the NFL.
Would you rather, as a player, have a leader, rah-rah coach, or like an X's and O's coach that doesn't really have a relationship with the players?
Wait. Say that again.
As a player, would you rather have like a leader of men kind of guy, maybe more like a rah-rah, or a coach that doesn't really have a great relationship, personal relationship with the players because that's not their personality, but they're a great X's and O's guy?
Great leadership requires knowledge thereof. You can't lead that you do not know. You don't know what makes that you do not know go. You got to find out what makes it go. You can't be a great leader without knowing man, and knowing the man you lead. I want a commingling of them both. I don't need you to be the offensive coordinator. I don't need you to be the defense coordinator. I need you to know offense and defense. I need you to know when to go to that damn coordinator to get Michael the ball now. I need you to know those things, as a head coach, or I need you to blitz. I need you to know those things. But being a X and O genius, no, I can leave that to the offensive coordinator. I thought Jimmy was great with Norv Turner. Norv Turner was a great offensive coordinator. Gary Stevens was my offensive coordinator in Miami. Jimmy was great with those guys, and he didn't know the offense quite like those guys. He knew offense. He certainly knew defense. He's a defensive coach, but he didn't know it like that, and he allowed those guys to do what they needed to do. But if he needed to, he will say, let's get this guy the ball. Let's do this. Let's do that and stuff. And that's what I need because he knows the players well enough to know who's going to rise up in those moments.
Michael Irvin on the Diamond Factory Hotline every Wednesday here on Sean and RJ 105 through the fan. I wanted to get your thoughts and perspective on the Jerry Jones Arkansas photo and that story.
Yeah, I get people calling me, man. I haven't even returned that call. I feel sorry because I know Peter King was calling, but I was on set and I guess he wanted to do something. I didn't return his call on him because I was busy working. But let me listen, man. Let me tell you something. All I can do is tell you what I know about Jerry. And I hear people say a lot of things, but I go by what I know. I know the man to be a righteous man, a very good man. You know, and I see. Am I going to take some picture that was 65 years old? I don't know, 14, 15 years old. I'm looking at the picture. I see the picture. Somebody sent it to me right away, and I said, okay. All right, what is this? And I'm looking at the picture. Jerry sitting in the back, and it was in Arkansas back in, I don't know, 65, 56, 57, whenever that was. Everybody in the South was a certain way back in those days. That's just what it was. Everybody in the South was a certain way. I don't see Jerry at the front of that line like I see that dude with a cigarette in his mouth.
God.
Right? I'm like, if anybody knows you now, oh my God, if you got any kind of thing going, they're going to kill you. But Jerry looked like a curious 14, 15-year-old kid that was looking, and his face didn't look like he was there for battle. Not like the cigarette dude. He didn't look like that. So that's just kind of how I took it, man. We can go on a picture. You can make a picture do whatever you want it to do. You can make it say whatever you want it to say. Or you can ask all the African Americans that have been around Jerry Jones what's their thought, what's their opinion, guys like me, and none of them will tell you who he is right with what you see over there or what people trying to make that picture. That's all I can say about it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I can say about it. I can add this. I can tell you back in 1966 when I was born in that ghetto of Fort Lauderdale, out there in the South, the ghetto of Fort Lauderdale, and all I heard was white people, white people, white people, white people. That's who hold you back. That's who hold you back. I have said some things about white people that I hope nobody don't ever hear. You see what I'm saying? Because that's all I heard was white people were keeping you back. It's the white man that's holding you back. White man won't let you get anything. So you buy into all that you've heard in your neighborhood because that's all you had were the people around you. I know we get on social media nowadays, and I know we say social media is ruining things, but there's a whole hell of a lot of things social media has helped. You can't do that to kids anymore. You can't do what happened to me. You can't tell me white people, all bad. Thank God I got a chance to go to St. Thomas as a junior in high school and eradicate that old ignorant thought out of my head when I ran into people that were really trying to help me and not just listening to the brothers around me who keeps trying to tell me what people are. So I thank God that he put me in that environment so that without those people, I wouldn't be here where I am today. We got social media, so now you can see other things going on in the world, and you're not just so pent in to the mess that's spewed by all the other people that's around you now. You get to see thoughts in ways that are being things that are being done in certain ways all around the world, and social media gives you a chance to say, no mom, no dad, no aunt, no sister, no brother. That thought is wrong. I saw this on social media. That's the best part of social media for me. That's all I'm saying.
Well said, man. Thank you, brother. We appreciate it.
All right, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Always.
If we call you, don't leave us on. Is it red or black? Peter King, what he did to Peter. Red.
You get left on red.
Don't leave us on red.
Left on red.
Thank you. You're getting antsed up here real quick. Thank you, Mike. Well said.
Hey, but I'm real with what I said, man. There's a whole lot of people back there, man. We all said a whole lot of things. Let's measure the footprints in the sand now, not when somebody was 14, 15 years old, following people. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you for the honesty, Mike. We appreciate it. That was Odyssey NFL insider Michael Irvin. Insider Calls brought to you by Driveway.com. Head to Driveway.com today to shop more than 25,000 new and used cars in Driveway's nationwide inventory. How do Shaq, Charles, and Kenny feel about the Mavs after the big win last night over the Warriors? Final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Next on Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead and get you some legal representation if you need it. Look, you already
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
And Curry wants to go at Doncic. That's the matchup they want. The bump and the fadeaway. Doncic, 41 points.
Luka ends up being the best player on the floor last night, even though like Steph Curry is putting up one of his best all-time seasons, and that's saying a lot. Mavs get the W at the AAC, 116-113. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Peyton and Ryan running things in the back, and this was a fun game. Sloppy at times on both sides. The Mavs were down 17 points early on, but Luka with a monster triple-double. Klay Thompson misses the three to tie it at the end. Spencer Dinwiddie, I think, with a BS ejection that should have been a flagrant one. At least we know the jaw of Jordan Poole was toughened up by Draymond, and the Mavs and the Warriors are both sitting here at 500.
Yeah, and I don't think a lot of people would have suspected that they'd both be sitting at 500 at this late in the season.
Well, definitely
not Golden State.
Less likely for the Warriors.
I mean, like this, for them to be 2-10 on the road,
that's
like
crazy.
It really is. I mean, I'd have to go back and look at all their games. Like, how many games are the guys sitting on the road? Of those 12.
Well, that's been by the way, Nico Harrison, Mavs GM. Ooh, I want to know Basic's questions. Is he going to be firing the shots at Nico? He's joining KMC at noon. And G-Bag has Brian Estridge, TCU play-by-play at 4 o'clock. So another big day right here on the station.
Guy.
But that's your guy?
Yeah. I've worked with him for 10 years.
Oh, I'm glad he's been on this show this year. Talk about this great run. We got Sonny Dykes on, but Brian Estridge will be on with G-Bag. This whole future plan, the next wave that Golden State has planned for, they're not holding up their end of the bargain. They're supposed to have Kuminga and Wiseman and Jordan Poole be the next. Wiseman's in the G League. Kuminga only gets talked about because Charles Barkley is obsessed with him. And Jordan Poole, some people think, who was the Mavs Bally analyst, former executive upstairs?
God.
He's pretty good on TV. He did a podcast with Tim McMahon the other day. Look up McMahon's podcast for me, Peyton, so we can get his name. He thinks that they have not recovered, that this slow start from the Warriors is a result of the punch, that fractured and broke the locker room. Like yesterday, Jordan Poole had a great assist to Draymond where Draymond scored on the baseline, and I was just like studying the body language like we used to, the high fives between Porzingis and Luka. And his theory was they haven't recovered from it. They're going to have to move Draymond in order to respond. But their next generation, that if they hit, we were screwed probably for another 5 years. They haven't lived up to their end of the bargain with the Warriors' slow start.
Man, that's interesting. I mean, that has to play a role, right? I would think so.
Has to. I told you when it happened, Jordan Poole is going to be hearing this from Twitter, other people in the stands. Draymond has ultimate hand over him for life. He's got better or worse, you can agree or disagree. They both know in the back of their minds, Draymond, if he ever has to play that card ever again, knows I knocked your ass out. And Jordan Poole has to live with that. And man, I don't think I could ever get that chip off my shoulder.
No, that'd be tough to get over. And I mean, we talked about that at the time, right? Like it felt like one of those things where it's like, regardless of what Steve Kerr wants to say and what that organization will say, like you can't get over that.
Yeah, now look, I mean, Bassick has talked about this. Like, there's fights that happen all the time in clubhouses or locker rooms, all the time.
Yeah, but a lot of people said, a lot of NBA insiders followed up and they were like, not like this. This doesn't happen all the time, what Draymond did to him.
That was like building tension, too, of other issues inside that locker room. That wasn't just, heat of the moment, we're pissed off, and I threw a punch. It was like, that was the culmination of some tension.
Like he walked across the court to get them.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't like they were just like John, and they were John on the low block.
Brian Damaris.
Yeah.
Former Mavs director of basketball development said he thought that has broken them.
Yeah, and it's not like they just turned around and cold cocked him. No. Like he walked across the floor, got into his face. Yeah, that's bad. That was a bad look. Now look, I'm sure this happens a lot But you said this, and you were right. You were spot on right on this, Sean. It was never public before. Fights at the clubhouse, fights in the locker room. You don't see, they stay.
Yep.
This was like, okay, this was public, man.
Because we all have the torch to relight it. If it was private, it could go away at some point in time.
There's no video.
But even if they start to get over it, right, we can be like, hey, Jordan, your jaw held up. How'd that feel?
Yeah.
You know, we're going to relight it whenever someone wants to taunt or heckle them.
Well, it's also like the visual of it. Because, like, I mean, even now,
the visual.
Kerr jokes, like, they all joke about Michael Jordan punching Steve Kerr. And they're all just like, that was crazy, wasn't it? We got so intense at practice. And it's different because remember, that became a whole thing, too. Like, trust inside the Warriors building of who even got this video out there.
Yes.
Like, that became an issue. And so, man, it felt like already, you would hear stuff. There were analysts who talked about the fact that Draymond's kind of feeling the team like they're OGs, like that's kind of slipping away from them, and it is going to the next generation. And it feels like he doesn't want to let that go. And I don't know if it's related to the punch, but I mean, Jordan Poole has not been as good this year. Jordan Poole's not been as good as he was last year. Klay Thompson still is not back.
He probably can't see out of one eye.
I mean, his eye's not on his jaw, you know? He's
By the way, Kevin Harlan, who had the call last night with Stan Van Gundy, he's going to be on G-Bag.
Oh, my God.
As well today. So we got Kevin Harlan, we got Nico, and we have Brian Estridge coming up on the station after the Playmaker just joined us. So last night they were debating on TNT. What are the chances with Barkley and Shaq and Kenny of getting a rematch of these two teams last night in the Western Conference Finals?
Golden State's got a chance. The Mavs do not have a chance. Ernie, because I think you got to think about what happened last year. You got to think about what happened last year. Now go back and look at those games.
Okay.
They should have lost to Utah without Luka. They should have lost to Utah. Utah just imploded. And then my son should have beat them. So I think that them getting to the Western Conference Finals, Ernie, without
should have or didn't.
Let me ask you, but I'm saying, you think they should have the Jazz should have beat them without Luka, correct?
No.
Oh, come on, man, stop it. What about
that's why they not the
What
Jazz
about
this
my
year?
sons?
No, I think that it's the Golden State Warriors have a 70% chance to get back. I would say.
Okay.
And I would say 50-50.
So Charles could not get anyone to agree with him.
I think they all picked the Jazz at the beginning of that series. So Shaq going, no. Like, I think Shaq picked the Jazz for that
I think
series.
a lot of people did when they realized Luka was going to be out for 2
right,
or 3
so
games.
like for him to say, no, absolutely, they shouldn't have beat
I
them.
think you can change your mind. Like, after you saw the way it played out,
yes,
the Mavs were the better team. I thought the Jazz were going to win at the beginning, but after watching, you're like, Conley's old.
It's hard to say,
Their
though.
culture's broken.
Donovan's scared. Gobert can't play offense, so the Mavs are a better team.
It's hard to say. You know, and a lot of times it's hard to overlook talent. And it's hard with a straight face to say a team with Jalen Brunson and Spencer Dinwiddie is better than a team with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert.
Yes.
It's just hard. And they had other guys. I mean, they had some other role players, too.
Was it Bogdanovich?
Bogdanovich.
Yeah.
So it's hard to say with a straight face they're better. But it was clear that the Utah Jazz were, at any given point, 5 guys on the floor that hated each other.
Yep.
Or hated somebody within the organization and didn't want any part of it. So it's like, so that played into it. And nobody expected that from Jalen Brunson. Nobody did. Not even Jalen Brunson.
Shaq and the crew talking about Luka and his supporting cast.
When you're the number one scorer and you have another guy that wants to be the scorer, sometimes you have to sit back and let him be the guy. Luka is very ball dominant. Chuck's been saying, I've been saying that sometimes he has to get off the ball. And if you just give him the ball and watch him go to work, it'll work a few games, but in the playoff situation, it's not going to work. So I don't know who the other guy is, but if they have another guy, maybe it's a Christian Woods. Luka sometimes they'll say, I got my 6 in this quarter, Christian goes. So now you got 2 scorers. Like if you just got Luka averaging 29, nobody else, they're going to be 9 and 10. So the answer to your question is yes, they don't have a Jalen Brunson type guy who could be that other scorer.
Well, it has nothing to do with Jalen Brunson. It has all to do with Luka. He's going to learn to play without the ball. Like me and Shaq I've been saying, they can't win. Like he's a great player, but he's going to learn to play without the ball. Give it up more. He's got to empower those other guys instead of waiting on him to do everything. It's like those guys let's see what Luka's going to do. I'm like, no, man, y'all in the NBA too. Y'all can play.
No.
But they're never going to win a championship the way they play right now because it's all Luka all the time.
Yeah, because it has to be. It has to be all Luka all the time. They need to start redirecting some of the criticism towards the Mavs front office. I know Charles loves Cuban, and that's why Nico today, don't throw out Dorsey, Ntilikina, and whoever else as your backup options. Now, I was happy to see Kemba Walker in the house yesterday. He did a little interview, which we're going to play for you in game. This isn't about Luka being selfish and not passing. He's surrounded by bums.
Yeah. And he's made those bums, in some cases, legitimate role players.
And your second best bum can't get 30 minutes from the head coach. So Christian Wood can't be Robin with the way Jason Kidd has him in the doghouse.
Well, they certainly don't use him as one. They use him as...
Now, he was terrible last night. Oh, God. I thought I smelled... Did you smell like seafood or some type of expired shrimp? Derek Holland walking in here with his damn Michigan gear.
Look at that.
His jersey and his helmet.
Look at that.
Oh, my Lord. I'm surprised he didn't come with the full shoulder pads.
He's doing the old discount double check.
He had to come up.
You know what I love, too, about that clip there, though, from Shaq and Chuck is, again, revisionist history from Shaq, where Shaq's taking this, holier than thou, going look, when you have two primary scorers, you got to play together. And it's didn't you break up a dynasty because you couldn't?
After a few titles?
Two dynasties.
After a few titles, but that's my point. The whole you got to learn to play together. You never learned to play together. You won 3 titles and then you blew it up.
What was the other dynasty broke up?
Y'all forgetting Penny. That could have been a dynasty.
It could have been, yeah. But he just chased the money, right?
But he fought with Penny. They did a 30 for 30, reunite. So, and then this whole thing of you got to make others better. Okay, you were passing to Derek Fisher, Robert Ory, Glenn Rice, Rick Fox, Horace Grant.
Yeah, it was a different
Nick
game.
Anderson, Dennis Scott. No, but the point is those players on those rosters are superior to anything Luka Doncic is passing to.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't passing to Dorian Finney-Smith and Dwight Powell.
No, and it's, again, we're talking about the fact that Luka needs to elevate these guys. That's the thing I don't think they're understanding. He has elevated them
to the West Finals.
This is they would not be as good now as they are. That's the thing. You are seeing elevated.
Minus 19 with him off the floor yesterday. And then Kemba's in-game interview. He was just saying, I'm looking forward to coming back. Then they start ripping on his knee. Stan Van and Candace Parker were like, yeah, he's feeling good sitting over there, not running around or practicing. The immediate Bobby Belt reaction when they signed him the other day. How's he going to feel running around? But look, it can't hurt. I don't think it can hurt. Well, it can hurt him.
It can hurt his knee, yeah. Yeah, he's got Brandon Roy knee. So that's scary, man.
What was Derek Fisher's career high points per game with the Lakers? Average. Not an in-game one.
11?
It's 11.4.
Yeah. Derek Fisher was no great player, but I'm just saying Shaq had much better cast.
He had 6 Derek Fishers.
Yeah.
Right, and there are better players than Derek Fisher on this Mavs roster, but the depth just isn't there.
Not much better.
Yeah, I know, right?
Name the players better than Derek Fisher.
Spencer Dinwiddie, Christian Wood.
Mm-hmm.
Probably it.
I do smell seafood though. It was fake. What's the breakfast being cooked up over there?
I don't smell seafood.
I'm smelling something.
I don't smell anything. So
my smeller's not very good right now.
Oh, you stuffed up?
No, I just haven't been able. It's just I don't know. I'm not peeking. I gotta trim my nose hairs or something.
You should try coming in at 6. You may feel better. Yeah,
that may be it.
Let's get caught up with what's happening at the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com on Odell Watch next on the Fan. But first. returned this morning to Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Deion Sanders did confirm the offer came in from Colorado. He says, and there's more. Hugh Freeze ends up at Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
And Trent Dilfer, a recent friend of the show, has been trending all morning long because he is supposed to be the next head coach at UAB. Also, while you were out, Matt Rule takes over Nebraska.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin stays at Ole Miss.
Yep. Lane Kiffin's going to have trump card over the reporter in Mississippi that had that initial report that he was going to go to Auburn. I love the Auburn hire of Hugh Freeze. They have shown that they do not care about anything.
Because that has been lukewarm with the reaction.
I know, because people are just, they're sanctimonious, but Hugh Freeze does one thing. He wins. He wins games. And he's a good recruiter. And Auburn has shown.
So Hugh Freeze got in trouble for escorts,
and then he DM'd. He had some DM issues.
Recruiting stuff?
No. This was at Liberty, one of the higher ups in the dean's office or his athletic department. There was some allegations against him, and he went on Twitter DM'd like the accuser or something, and was trying to go back and forth, and that was just a bad look. But Auburn has shown it's about winning. They hired Bruce Pearl when he was persona non grata, and now they hired Hugh Freeze, and they are like, look, we don't care. We will take the short-term lump and the PR hit for the long-term game, and that's a philosophy I happen to agree with. I mean, I think it's a great philosophy to take. If they want the guy, get your guy.
Let's bring in Nick Eatman, college football die hard from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Your reaction to the college football hirings, rumors, and the latest rankings last night. Georgia 1, Michigan 2, TCU 3, USC 4, with Ohio State at 5, Nick.
Am I on the right show? I mean, I thought you were going to ask me about OBJ or something like that.
I'm tired of this. I'm tired of talking.
I'm tired too.
I'm tired of it. I'll ask you about James Washington in a second.
No, I mean, I guess, and this is what I don't understand, is TCU in? I mean, they're in, right? Like, they could lose a close game and they're in still, right? Is that what we're...
I wouldn't be too confident of that. I think the committee is dying for a reason to get Columbus eyeballs on this Final Four, or Alabama eyeballs. I mean, TCU's living alumni is like 70,000. That doesn't even fill up a stadium.
Yeah. I think, I mean, honestly, like, I think Alabama is one of the top 4 teams, but I don't think you could put them in. I mean, they haven't done what they need to do to get in. But just looking at, it reminds me of LSU way back, like 2007. They lost 2 overtime games. They thought they were done. And then they still snuck in and won the whole thing. And so, Alabama's had their losses are good, but they just don't have the wins. And so, I mean, but ask Georgia at the 1 seed who they'd like to play at the 4. I guarantee you they don't want to play Alabama. Now they might say, oh yeah, well, we're big bad Georgia, and they are. But I bet they don't want to play Alabama. I mean, why would you want to play them again? Or they didn't play them this year, but they played them so many times.
Right. No, and I bet they don't want to play Ohio State. Like, I don't want to face a really good quarterback. Yeah. If I can avoid a really good quarterback, I will. I don't want to play Caleb Williams either.
And if TCU loses, like, Ohio State's in. And if USC loses the Pac-12 championship and TCU loses, that still doesn't save TCU. That just means Alabama gets in, I think. Like, I think TCU with any loss is out.
Yeah. Well, I just want to see the photo from AT&T Stadium on Saturday. I mean, there's never been so much purple that's going to be flooded into one place before. So I think it'll be interesting just to see what it looks like. It's going to be a good game. Kansas State gave them a good one the first time. So,
Nick, what do you think about Odell to the Cowboys?
Yeah, I mean, let's do it. I'm with you guys. I mean, I talked to Bobby. I forgot when, but we talked about this, and we were like, let's go. Like, was it in an elevator? I feel like
it was the elevator. It was the elevator on Thanksgiving. We're both just like, I'm tired.
You were so defeated about it. We're just like, I'm tired of chasing this thing. And honestly, like, I forget where I've said this, if I said this to y'all Monday maybe, but, like, I feel like he's not really healthy yet. Or something. I mean, this is like dragging on and he's doing it. So I just kind of feel like it's all up to him right now, and he's trying to, okay, you can look at the knee on this date, and then we'll negotiate, and then, before you know it, it's going to be like Christmas Day, and he's going to sign, and and I don't know. I just think that it's a nice to have, and I feel like, I'm sure you guys play poker. I feel like you're pot committed at this point. You've put in enough chips that you're like, all right, I got to see the whole thing. I got to see how this goes out, but. You don't really love the situation. I don't think they necessarily need him, but it would be nice to have. And then, but it does complicate things. I keep saying it. It complicates things because they don't really want to just go pay CD the money right now. They don't feel like they need to. But I do think it's going to complicate things if you sign him because now you're going to have to figure out what you're going to do with CD.
Nick, if they don't get him after all this public recruitment and all this, discussion around him and these players who I think are really optimistic about the chances of getting him, is that a little bit of have you set yourself up potentially for a morale hit if they've all become invested in this and then they don't get him?
I think it depends on who does. If it's just the Giants, you don't play the Giants again, but if it's an NFC team. Then, I think it's a little bit more like, okay, now we maybe have to defend him. If he goes to the AFC, which I don't know, all I hear is the Giants, but I do feel like there's some other teams involved. But if he goes to the Giants or the 49ers,
he's visiting Buffalo first, apparently as well.
Okay, I don't think that would be the end of the world. Jerry's going to try. He's making his pitch, and if at the end of the day, if it doesn't work out. Whatever Odell is, this is it for him. This is his last time to really get a big deal. And so everything has to work out for him. And from what it sounds like, there's a lot of factors. Wants a chance to win the ring, wants a chance to play a lot, a good quarterback. Weather maybe is an issue. Grass is an issue. Spotlight, money, endorsements, all that stuff. And the Cowboys can offer a lot of those things, not the grass part, but,
well, none of the teams he's visiting offer the grass part.
Is he not visiting the 49ers? I just feel like
not on the visit, not visiting.
Yeah. Okay.
That we know
I feel like the 49ers would be a good fit for him. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of factors here, but it comes down to the knee. What does the knee look like? Do they want to invest in him for multiple years? Is what it sounds like it's going to be.
Who's the last diva that you covered there?
I'll give you a name. Benson Mayowa.
What?
Benson Mayowa.
Well, he thought it was Charles Haley.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Benson Mayowa thought he was a superstar.
Who was the last legit, justified diva?
Honestly, I'm just thinking back to T.O., but of course there's been others since then.
I don't know if there has been.
No, and I'll tell you, T.O. has diva moments.
Was Romo a diva?
I'll answer for Nick, yes.
Yeah.
Skandrick.
Oh,
he wasn't a diva. He was just a grump.
Yeah, there's other words there. Yeah,
I had to be T.O.
Yeah. Well, he was Oscar the Grouch. Orlando. You never knew what you were going to get there with him. I don't know. Diva and Romo, I have different. That's just have a different definition of a diva. I don't know if that's it for Romo, but he wasn't the easiest person. I always got along with him. It was fine, but it's more about the other players, what he did as far as a leader, being in the locker room, that kind of stuff.
What were you going to say, RJ?
What about Dez? What is Dez?
Yeah, I'll tell you, I thought T.O. got maybe towards the end. I think when he first got it, I never had a problem running with T.O. I was back in there.
You ran with T.O.?
No. I was in the locker room.
Where'd you guys hang?
No, I never thought T.O. was I thought he was a little bit misunderstood for a little bit, but I think towards the end when he started to complain about the background meetings and everything, I thought that got a bit much.
Well, I don't know though, because week 2 of his first year with the team, I'm standing outside of his house or condo or whatever in Dallas, and it looks like he maybe had killed himself. And so I'm just like, wow, this thing is for real. Like this whole, it's going to be a popcorn, it's going to be a show and all that. Like week 2, and then 4 days later, we're in Tennessee and he plays. And I'm just like, I don't, and his agent, 25,000 a million reasons to live, and all. It was crazy. But I mean, outstanding player though. That was crazy about it though. If you just look at the production of 3 years, I mean, he really, really was a great player. I mean, we did a top 50, top 60 list. The Cowboys, he played 3 years. He's on it. And whether or not the organization wants to put him on it because they have their own, it needs to be here 4 years, 5 years, whatever. But like he was a damn good player for 3 years.
Nick Eatman here on The Fan. Real quick, what are you expecting with the return of James Washington?
I mean, I think that it'll be interesting to see just what he does in practice like this week, and if it happens, because you got to remember, he didn't practice a lot in the off season with Dak, and then he only had like a practice or two with pads and maybe first practice where he got hurt in training camp. So I don't think he was a regular at the Dak yard, in the summer. So I think that he's going to have to get his way into the offense. It'll be interesting to see what happens, like with how many receivers are they going to have that are active that aren't on special teams, and so. But I just think that he'll be a guy that probably gives you more than Jalen Tolbert, and he's a different type of receiver than they've had. He's a shorter, stockier, bigger framed guy. So I think maybe a little bit more possession guy, but that's something that could be of use as well.
Thank you, Nick. We'll try to throw you some more curveballs on Friday.
All right. I'll probably swing and miss.
Probably. Thank you, Nick. Nick Eatman, brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you.
Truckwreck.com text line coming in with some names. Greg Hardy. Jalen Smith.
That's a good one.
There's a lot of people coming in with Pac-Man. And then there's,
I think we have different definitions of diva.
Yeah.
Pac-Man's not a diva, I don't think.
And these are the Dak asses. Saying Dak for wanting all the money. The greedy Dak guys. You guys are terrible.
Bobby, is he a diva in the locker room at all?
No. Honestly, he's honestly one of the better guys in the locker room.
He's one of the best Americans ever.
Speaking of Americans, let's celebrate USA with KMC.
Let's go.
Next to The Fan. But first, let's celebrate your new ride, or maybe it's not a new ride. Maybe you're just extending that lease like I did.
3-3-3! Because much like certain soccer teams, they will fight for you. Let's go!
Why don't you start off crosstalk, Kevin Hagelin?
Hey guys, the United States was victorious. And the most proud I am of that is I didn't say the U.S. men's national team because I was like, ooh, that could get us into trouble since this is an ad. Much like you're supposed to say, the big game.
Wait, so you would have gotten in trouble if you said the men's national team?
You could, because have you ever heard...
How about doing live?
With an ad copy, yeah, that'll get you in trouble.
Yeah, because have you ever heard some of these ridiculous commercials and there's like,
Yeah.
if you're excited for the Dallas football team,
Yeah.
and I'm like, come on, we all know what it is.
Yeah.
So I was proud that I didn't get in trouble for that. But that was super exciting, and like Corey was pumped and I was pumped, and good for the Frankles.
Bassick pumped.
I was taking a whiz.
Jeez.
Like,
Derek?
I was going to the bathroom. I don't know.
How much have you been getting into it?
Not as much. I mean, I care, but I don't care at the same time. It's fun to watch.
Explain.
I don't have like a it's fun to watch. Like right now, I'm paying attention a little bit to it, but at the same time, I just don't know enough about soccer, so it's hard to kind of follow, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like, I follow some teams, PSG and Manchester United, but I don't know enough about it. That's the only thing.
Corey, what's
The
coming
most
up?
famous team you follow.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm a front runner.
What's coming up on the show?
We have Mavs GM Nico Harrison joining us today, where all the Tolos have essentially said, if we don't go for blood, then we're fired forever.
Yeah, Mike,
So-
spotlight's on you.
Oh, no.
I'll ask him, what is he most
With popcorn in your
disappointed in so far? I'll also ask him, has the loss of Jalen Brunson hurt more than you thought?
Good question.
I think we'll ask, do you think at any point Christian Wood could become one of the 5 best players on the Dallas Mavericks to end the game?
He sucked yesterday.
I'll ask about the rebounding situation for the Mavs. That are they the worst or second worst in the NBA? I think they might be the
yeah.
It's either they're the worst or second worst.
And
So
they started off pretty solidly.
Right, they started off good. So I mean, it's really been bad. So kind of ask, how do you see this team becoming a better rebounding team? Jason Kidd even said in the pregame before yesterday's game, we're actually not bad defensively, but then we don't rebound when we get stopped. So then it makes us look not as good defensively.
Peyton, you were almost throwing a perfect game today. Almost.
What happened?
What did you
Just
do?
that we were supposed to, just wait to set up Derek for his Wolverine fight song.
Yeah, I heard it.
Instead, we were
I was
playing
like,
it underneath the U.S. soccer recap.
I was gonna say we're talking FIFA.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
all of a sudden I got Michigan in the background. What
Yeah,
are we
so
doing there?
no hitter for you, Peyton.
I'll take it.
Do you know the words?
Not by heart, no.
Whoa!
Sorry.
Guys,
Is
I
it go
just got
hail
new information.
to the victors,
Nico is now at
gallant
11:40.
hail to the-
11:40 for Nico Harrison
All
today.
right.
Let the world know.
11:40.
11:40.
He heard what Mike was just asking.
He's like, I need
I
more
gotta get on the
time.
show sooner.
I think he should just say, settle a debate for me, and then you guys should play him the audio of the broadest fight.
Now we shouldn't.
Oh, no.
Now we shouldn't be playing the Michigan music for this either. So now it's a one hitter.
I was gonna say, man, he's really struggling.
How scary would it be if at any
you're doing
point
great.
Spencer Dinwiddie had to miss 2 to 3 weeks after watching 30 seconds of basketball without a point guard on the court?
Well, they have Frank.
Listen to this.
Frank Ntilikina is not a point guard.
Listen to this. This is from the Locked On Mavs podcast when they asked him about the ball handling situation with this team. Listen to this answer from Nico.
People forget about Frank. Frank played big minutes in the playoffs, and he's a ball handler. Jaden, who's young, like how quick can he progress to get on the floor and help us? We have Tyler Dorsey, who most people didn't know about until this summer. So I'm optimistic of the team we have, and then we have open roster spots.
What that was before the season started?
Some tollers are saying that was before the season started. I just saw it yesterday. But either way, it's still inexcusable.
It had to be before the season because when you're 20 games in and Tyler Dorsey's in the G League, you usually don't bring him up. Or Frank Ntilikina is a bench warmer. And nothing against Frank, like he's finding his way in the NBA, but the Knicks drafted him to be a point guard. And after 4 years in New York, they're like, dude, you can't play point guard to save your life.
All right, Derek, Peyton.
We're not gonna sing it. We're not gonna sing it because I want to actually
I'm not asking. Let's go.
I want to talk to him about TCU because he made the comment saying that TCU's only easiest challenge is going to be against Michigan. I don't like that. That's fine.
It's true. That's their best matchup out of the CFP teams right now. TCU's best matchup would be Michigan.
No, it's going to be USC because you have Lincoln Riley there, who was a former Big 12 coach, and in Big 12 football, they do not play defense, and just like USC, they do not play defense either. So therefore, there is no way that Michigan and TCU is going to be a good matchup like that.
I just think that when you look at the way that USC can score, that'd be too much of a challenge for what TCU does. And Georgia's obviously Georgia. I'm not saying Michigan would be like easy necessarily, but like that's their best possible. Don't you agree? Their best matchup out of those three would be Michigan, or do you think it's USC?
I think the best matchup for TCU is the one that has the worst quarterback they'd be going against, which is probably Michigan.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say it's the worst. But I think look at what he just did against Ohio State, who was supposed to be a better defensive team.
Yeah. But did they not sell? They sold out to stop the run, right? And then that's why they gave up a bunch of bombs, right? And I don't think
then
TCU,
what happened? Then we got to start running.
Well, yeah, I mean, you guys are a good running team. Like,
correct.
There's no doubt about that. But, I mean, you give me a chance to not face Caleb Williams.
I don't want to do that.
And I don't want to see any part of Caleb. But
Heisman Trophy.
Now look, last year at this time, I remember we had to bring you back to reality. Jared Sandler charity auction. You walked in and you're like, what do you guys think? For real, are we contenders? And we're like, Derek, no, we love you. How do you feel this year, knowing how wrong you were last year? You feel that much better?
I feel way better. I also feel more confident in J.J. McCarthy now than I did with Cade McNamara last year. I will say that.
Did I hear Bobby Belt? I know you're talking about Caleb Williams.
He's right here.
I know.
Hi.
Well, also Choppy joined in too.
Did I hear you?
You know what? Corey can join in here too.
I'm here, buddy.
OU football
stinks this year.
Stinks balls.
Yeah.
In the playoffs. And that
that
same coach went to USC. To Derek's point, OU in playoff football usually gives up 45 to 55 points, and that's going to be USC in the playoffs, right?
That's my point. That's what I said. Big 12 football does not play defense. Lincoln Riley took Caleb Williams to USC, who was with him at Oklahoma. They're not. There's nothing to be scared of with USC. They don't know how to play defense. They're not going to stop the run. They're not going to stop the pass. That's why I feel like it's the better test for TCU.
Yeah, but you don't want to. TCU doesn't want to get into a track meet with USC, like that. Even if they're not going to play defense, you don't want to have to play keep up.
But it's not going to be a track meet with Michigan.
Exactly, that's what I mean. Like that's a game that will stay close, and they've shown an ability to play close ball games.
What's going to be the national championship, Derek?
I think it's going to be. I would like to see it this way because
not like. What will it be?
Oh, Georgia, Michigan again.
I agree.
Okay.
I've watched like 3 football games this year in college. I know.
I want to talk about you going.
Glasses on.
You went to the game.
Correct.
When did you know you were going? Like how did all that work?
As soon as we go every year. It's like tradition. Me and my brother go every year.
So what's it like there, atmosphere?
Well, this was my first win at Ohio State that I've been to as a Michigan fan.
Significant.
So that was huge for me.
Yeah.
And then obviously in the stands, it was
smack?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I always
Did you see Greg Oden?
No, he was not there.
Mike, shut up.
We didn't see Maurice Claret either.
That makes sense.
The
Scooney Penn.
Terrell Pryor.
But the atmosphere, we were sitting literally right in front of game day. So I got to watch Lee Corso put on Brutus, everything, and do his little wave. I was screaming at him. Not going to say what I was saying, but screaming at him. And then I was actually...
Yeah, he's about to die.
Oh my God, dude!
He is. Yes, you can.
It was his birthday on Saturday. You can't say that.
You could tell when he put on that helmet.
Holy
Kirk
moly.
Herbstreit helps him put on that thing and holds it for him because he's close to death. He is old. That's what happens to old people.
He's
they
closer
die.
to death than he is further away from it. Mike is right about that.
I mean, he did walk around.
I didn't say somebody's going to kill him. I said he's getting close to
Derek
death.
just said he was about to.
Yeah, he was walking around like Joe Biden. He looked lost.
Oh.
That was the big thing.
We got politics.
I had to do it.
We got politics.
What?
I just want to ask everyone to still listen to our show.
He's on today the whole show?
If you're mad or happy, I hope you listen to the show anyway.
What were you eating afterwards? That's all I cared about asking. It looked like a bunch of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches.
It's a BLT pizza. It's from my hometown. Don't even say that. You need to try it. You
A
can look at it and
BLT
say it looks gross.
pizza?
Yes, I promise you.
Is lettuce in it?
Yes, tomato.
Is it hot lettuce and tomato?
No, it's just regular lettuce, like fresh out of the fridge.
So it's a BLT.
That's what that stands for, yes. But is it added BLT. cold? No, is it added cold pizza element? Yeah, everything else is cooked, and then it's got a bread crust on top. There is a little bit of mayonnaise on it, and then there's the pizza sauce, tomato,
Oh, Lord.
lettuce. It's like a sandwich, but like pizza sandwich.
And it's good.
It's phenomenal. I almost slipped up.
Well,
It's really
go
good.
ahead. Might as well do it again.
That's a good point.
Anybody want to say anything about religion or?
There is no
anything
more
else?
appropriate thing than Mike sitting back there eating popcorn during this crosstalk.
Corso in the grave. Good gosh.
All right, tomorrow we'll have on Dan Dockich.
What are you going to do for
Can
the
you not look
segment
at old people and tell when
instead?
they're about to die?
See,
No.
what are you going to do instead of crosstalk
You don't
tomorrow?
tell
Because they're going to be
people
like,
you're
you
about to
can't
die."
crosstalk with them anymore.
We're back tomorrow morning.
God. Are you?
Buckle up. We
Some of
are.
us.
Oh, you are.
Oh, if Mike's not here
I
tomorrow,
still have no clue
you know
what I've done
happened.
wrong. I know
You never
it.
do.
I have ideas of when I've done wrong. Saying an old person is close to death is not wrong.
Oh my God.
KFC is next on 105.3 The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got me, Kevin Hagelin. We have Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, Joey Erickson, who is now usually board hopping and running our show, and wearing a helmet that I can't imagine he will wear the whole show. Fresh off the success that was Peace-a-thon, it is Derek Holland. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning and Merry Christmas.
It's not even December, Mike.
It is Christmas.
No, it's
I like celebrating on November 30th.
Yeah. So
I need about 6 more miles to get my 35th month in a row on Peloton for 150 miles or more. Yeah,
bro.
I can do that. That's a 20-minute ride.
So this morning, Mike has brought in our Christmas presents.
Yay!
And I said, Mike, I don't have a present for you because it's November 30th. And so I think he understands, but he's about to go to New York. Although I will point out, you're only missing 3 shows.
Yeah.
You're not going to be gone like a month.
But I got your presents, and I want to give them to you now. I got Derek Holland a present. Derek's wearing it, so if you're on Twitch, you can see Derek Holland's wearing his present.
Okay.
You guys can't wear your presents, but I would like for you guys to open them up at some point.
So this isn't a thong, like I suspected. You
Could be.
said you were going to get me some
It's a very-
sexy
Oh
underwear
my
for my
God.
wife.
It's a very
for
hard-
me to wear for my wife,
Yeah.
not for.
Wow.
Would you like us to do that now? Would you like us to wait till Mike likes it?
What if you open them up now? To start the show,
Okay.
you open up to start off November 30th with a Christmas present. Who opens
Weird.
My wife
Kevin?
is going to be so mad because she always wants me to open presents early, and I'm like, no, but it's not my birthday, or it's not whatever
Wow.
day.
So you gave into Mike's requests
Thank you.
before you would give into your lover's requests.
Okay, well, not
I'm
that.
more aggressive.
That is true. What are you doing, Joey?
I like
My
this song.
God.
Festive. All right,
This is
Kevin.
the song I dislike the most.
Oh, man.
Does Mike really love you?
He does really love me. This is a Greg Maddux autographed Inception card. That is freaking awesome. Oh my God, it's numbered to 10?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
I thought you might want to give that to Eric to put in a BGS slab.
Yes, I thought you were going to say give to anybody. I was like, no, I don't.
And I made
but
sure it was in a
understand.
Cubs uniform because it's tougher to find Greg Maddux autographs in Cubs uniforms. A lot of his stuff is in
He's
a Braves uniform.
That is, oh my gosh.
You
that
like
is
him as a
so
Cub or a
awesome.
Brave?
I mean, I like him as a Cub better just because my whole family up
Oh,
there
yeah,
likes
that's
the
right.
Cubs, except for my mom who likes the White Sox.
That's awesome.
That's where I got my rebellious spirit
The
from.
mean streets of Chicago?
No.
No.
Is my mom. She was like a contrarian, and she's like, everyone likes the Cubs, I like the White Sox. I think
Gotcha.
that's where I got that from. I was like, oh, everybody likes this? I will
But
like
you
this
stuck to
other
the
thing.
Cubs. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right.
So, man, Mike, thank you so much. This
You're
is
welcome.
awesome.
Derek, where does Greg Maddux rank on your pitching? What are you doing over there?
You
dude?
met Greg Maddux, right?
He's trying to put
he was my pitching coach for Team USA, where you said they don't ever bring any good pitching to Team USA.
That was a controversial statement.
Jeez.
The best pitchers for Team USA usually don't say they're going. I love you,
True.
and you are very good at pitching.
Thank you.
But I want to see Verlander, Scherzer, not any more Kershaw, but Kershaw. Was Kershaw on your team?
Nope.
Well, there you go. So that's the thing about, I do like the World Baseball Classic. I just wish that the best 3 or 4 starting pitchers for Team USA would commit. And usually they're very good pitchers. We just saw Nasty Nestor is going to be on the team. Adam Wainwright's going to be on the team. Those are very good pitchers. But that being said, we're not here to talk about World Baseball Classic. We're here to give Christmas presents on this Christmas day of November 30th.
Well, I just
to
want to
Corey
weird.
Majors.
And I want to reiterate, Mike is going to be gone until
Stop.
Tuesday.
Maybe
the
not.
upcoming Tuesday. It's not that far
Mike's
away.
never coming back? Is that what you're trying to say? Maybe not? You're
No,
going to stay in New York?
on Tuesday. He'll be back
He's
on
always,
Tuesday.
He's always said he loves the media market.
Let's
in
see
New
who
York.
I love more.
Oh my gosh, is that how
Yeah,
we're
this is
doing
when
this?
you have 2 boys like you do.
Oh,
Yes.
wow.
You have to show them who you love more
one
by
has
the
no
presents.
idea what he's
Well-
getting. If you give him milk, he's pumped.
Are you talking about me?
No, my son.
Your son
kind of
pumps milk?
No, he drinks milk.
This
Which
is
milk?
awesome. I got a Will Clark autographed baseball card to go in the collection.
That was my guess. Ooh, that's Topps Chrome Black?
Of Will Clark.
I think those are really cool-looking cards, by
This
the
is
way.
this is a cool-looking card and an awesome autograph,
And
Mike.
you got another one in there, too.
I got 2.
He got 2.
Oh, well, I think that answers that
This
question.
is the one, Mike.
This is the one.
You did it, dude.
And I made sure it was in an Angels uniform. Former Derek Collins teammate.
Clever.
It's Vlad.
Vlad Guerrero autograph. Which it always killed me, Derek, that he was destroying my favorite baseball team, but he was my favorite baseball player, aside from you two guys growing up.
My very first complete game shutout, he was my final out.
Are you serious?
Yep.
That even makes it sweeter.
And he was on the Angels?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Struck him out on a heater right down the middle.
Woo!
That's how you pitch him.
Dude.
You don't pitch it.
Yeah, if you
throw
the dirt, he's in a home run off.
He's got to hit a home
exactly.
run. You throw it right down the middle and he'll miss it.
Yeah.
Mike, thank you so much, man. That
You're
is
welcome.
really
That
cool.
is really
Merry
nice.
Christmas, guys.
Mike.
Happy New Year.
I guarantee
I'll
you.
see you guys.
If my wife hears this, she's going to be like, oh, you're opening one of these Christmas presents. And I'm like, no, okay, I guess.
Ask
Dude,
if
that's
it'll be as
awesome.
good as a Greg Maddox autograph card numbered to 10, though.
Yeah, I don't want to start that with her. I mean, I think you're great, Mike, but, I probably don't want to antagonize my wife. Be like, it's pretty good, but.
Derek, who do you think I love more out of these two guys?
Well, if I'm.
Wow.
That's your favorite car. That's your favorite player?
Boy, I got 2.
Well, is that or Willie Mays? And I feel like Willie Mays is
Ooh,
pretty.
yeah.
He doesn't love you enough because he would have got you a Willie Mays card if he really loved you.
I don't love you
So I'm
enough.
going to go with Kevin now, just because of that.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Because Greg Maddox is my favorite. As I told Mike Maddox yesterday, and he's like, that's fine. that is
very happy
That
with you
is
after
100% how that played out. All right. For the Cowboys, and people are asking, Derek is still training for one more year in the bigs because we've had lots of people.
Maybe 2.
Maybe 2. I thought we
yeah,
were
but set the bar low. Let's
Yeah.
go for 1. You don't want to go for 2 when you can't even get to 1.
And because people are asking if you're joining the show, and I'm like, well, not yet. He's here with us today, perhaps another day this week to be determined. But
Can you imagine working with 2 left-handers for 20 hours a week?
How special are we really? Because they say lefties are special.
well, you have
I think
headphones.
95% of geniuses are left-handed, they say.
Okay, but you have headphones over your Michigan helmet that you're
that's
wearing.
smart.
So
it takes a lot to do that. If Mike
Engineering.
wears glasses and I wear a helmet. It's
It's
like
the first thing that I thought of, but I do very much appreciate you being here. All right, for the Cowboys, the biggest weakness they have left to fix. I'm going to go ahead and fire off cut number 7.
Are you going to fire off a Dak highlight?
No.
Oh.
No, this is not about Dak. Well, mostly. Is cut number 7. This is Steven on Monday getting right to the issue.
Yeah, I think anytime you're up there at the top in penalties, that's not good. I think it's a testament to how well we're playing that we're overcoming a lot of that. But that catches up to you when you get to playoff football and you're playing against teams playing at a very high level. That's hard to overcome. Certainly, we got to clean that up, and get that in a place, that it needs to be. But certainly, the game against the Giants, it was, certainly not at a level that's acceptable. I know Coach McCarthy is all over it. When you got some of your best players getting the penalties. That adds to some of the frustration, which we did, during this game. But, I just really feel like we can clean this up. And if we want to get to where we want to get to, we're going to have to clean it up.
So I have a couple of specific numbers, but just think about this. Cowboys defense, first in the league in sacks, second in pressures. They've given up the second least points in the NFL. Cowboys offense. Since Dak returned from injury in week 7, they lead the league in points. They lead the league in third down conversion percentage and are second in yards per game. So these are like astonishing numbers. Is the defense, they're pretty close to the best. The offense, they're pretty close to the best. But the thing that Steven said that has stuck with me since Monday is about the penalties. He said, that's going to catch up with you at some point. And as well as the Cowboys have been playing, I don't think anybody thinks the Cowboys are like so far and away better than any playoff competitor that they could just fart around with the penalties, and we'll be fine.
I don't know how you fix it though in a season. It's discipline, man. It really comes down to just understanding your discipline, your technique, and all those things. And those are things like you can continue to work on and try and get better at. It's a slow thing. But Kevin, doesn't it kind of feel like there has to be one of those movie moments where Mike McCarthy takes the team into the room and he shows them some sort of clip on TV, and then he's like, all right, now I want you to close your eyes. I want you to envision, not false starting, you idiots.
Okay.
It feels like that's got to be a moment like that.
We have the clip, right? I don't know how recent this is, but I've just seen it on social media over the last several days. I think it's a high school game where one of the offensive linemen false starts and the quarterback slaps him in the back of the helmet. And then I think it's a running back or maybe the slot receiver comes over and sledgehammer fists him in the back of the head.
So you're saying physical violence is the only way?
I would just show them that clip and say,
it helps.
We want to avoid that, right?
Okay.
Yes. Believe it or not, and this is what I was shocked to learn. Do you know that their false start issues are in the home games?
Why? I thought Nick Eatman might have said, I think it was him who said it on Sean and RJ.
Our shows can't see.
Yeah, I know. I remember now. G-Bags in the afternoon. Good luck to them today. Is they have the focus and determination, because when you're in Minnesota and the crowd is going nuts in that first quarter, you can't hear anything, and they never false started. They never jumped off sides. So it shows that you guys can do it. You guys came into that game so focused. That's as close to a perfect football game as you can play as a team. So it showed that they can do it. It's that, do you have the focus to do it every time you take the field? And the answer right now is no, but they showed the ability to do it in one of the harshest environments in the NFL. They were perfect, so they can do it.
And just to hammer that point home, the pre-snap penalties drive people crazy. Is in 5 road games, you have 2 false starts. 2. In 6 home games, you have 14 false starts. Which,
that's wild.
It is.
That's really weird.
Because usually, to Mike's point, it's like, in this harsh atmosphere, you can't hear, you're going to, false start. But yeah, 2 in 5 road games, 14 in 6 home games. And I know Steven said Mike McCarthy is going to fix it. Mike McCarthy said he reviewed all 36 pre-snap penalties over the weekend. And I guess I'm hopeful that helps, because it's going poorly from the penalty perspective.
That's almost like having 58 traveling calls in one game.
Man, Kevin. What about that yesterday? That had to be the most traveling calls ever.
Thank God they were consistent, though. At least Steph Curry, with under a minute to go, they called a traveling on him.
Yeah, because
that was very effective.
Because official was like, you know what? I went home last night. I reread the rule book. I will enforce this to the letter of the law. As long as you're consistent, it might not make for great viewing, but he's like, hey, that was a travel.
They also revisited the elbow to the chin rule. And hey, hold on. Where exactly does this land?
Also, Luka double dribbled in that game, too. That rarely is called. And people double dribble all the time in the NBA.
Oh, yeah. And I remember it was several games back, but the astonishment from Luka where he palmed the ball and carried it over for probably about almost a full second. And then they were like, no. And he goes, what do you mean? And I was like, come on, dude. Seriously. So, yeah, the Cowboys have to work on that, because we talked about after the first game, they had gotten into a groove. Well, here's where they sit right now. In the last 3 games, they average 9.3 penalties a game. That's the most in the league. And if you're like, well, it's only the last 3 games, they're second most for the year. So that's bad. Last 3 games, 69.3 penalty yards per game. Yes, part of that. I prefer the 0.3. In the last 3 games, that's 4th most in the league. And lest you think that's just the last 3 games, they have the 5th most penalty yards in the league this season. So 2nd most penalties, 5th most yards. This is problematic. I hope Mike McCarthy's review helps, but who the hell knows?
Yeah, there are times you kind of have to play that perfect game, against your opponent who's playing a really good game too. And there's, if you can execute your plays and everything, that's great. But man, it can be a killer whenever those moments, we just saw it. Like I said, saw it last night in one of the biggest moments for Steph. he gets called for traveling, and that was the game for the Mavericks right there. Like, that really did help them clinch that right there. So,
especially making free throws late. The Mavericks are great at that.
Your thoughts, Kevin?
They are not. And even Luka was like talking about his amazing game. He's like, I got to make free throws. So
I love this.
Got better after he airballed the first one.
I just tuned in, and that makes you think radio, right? Who's wearing the Michigan helmet? So that means they're on either the Twitch or the YouTube, or maybe they're on all of them. And that's what I suggest, Mike. Every day I suggest when you wake up, you turn on your radio, you turn on your YouTube stream, you turn on your Twitch stream, your Googles, your Alexas.
Just like you do your wife. You know? That's the way you do it.
Turn them all on.
I think it would be, that is Derek Holland, by the way. I think it would be amazing if he just did that and like just didn't talk in certain segments and people are like, what the hell is happening over there?
We have an enforcer.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I mean, that is a pretty good enforcer.
I just won't talk.
Coming up next. We will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, because the Cowboys changed their media schedule. So we will change our schedule next right here in The Fan.
All right, Tolos, it is.
is Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire them should be accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
Austin McKinney, Dest making a big run. It's meant for him. Dest is snuck in behind. Dest into the middle. Pulisic scores! Might have paid the price, but the U.S. takes the lead.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And Corey, I guess at some point, are we going to have the goal call showdown in this segment for the national broadcast versus the KNC version?
Yeah, I think ours was better in that moment. And I want to know what the Frankels think about it too, man. Because that was pretty awesome.
I hope they love it.
That was pretty special. And I played it for my kids. I played it for the guy at Rodeo Goat at dinner last night. Everybody I've ran into, every single person, I was like, hey, have y'all heard this? This is hilarious. So, yes, I think it was an awesome moment. And that is, I think people were tweeting to me, and they were like, was that really like a live hot mic? Yeah, absolutely. Yes. In the moment, that's what happened. Greatest live read ever.
All right, one more time, Joey. Let's Tolos, let us decide. And I want to get y'all's opinions as well. And then also, do you think the United States is screwed in the World Baseball Classic because Dylan Tate is on the roster? All right, so let's go ahead and fire off cut number 3. This is the national Fox call of the Pulisic goal.
Austin McKinney, Dest making a big run. It's meant for him. Dest is snuck in behind. Dest into the middle. Pulisic scores! Might have paid the price, but the U.S. takes the lead.
He might have paid the price because he suffered a pelvic contusion.
Dude, I heard at one time like he looked to see what was like going on down there to make sure all his bits were still in place.
Yeah, Beltre's Wavo got to baseball size.
And he played.
And he kept playing.
Yeah, he played through the game.
So, I mean, it happens.
That is...
No, it does... Mike.
It does happen.
I guess it does technically happen.
But not everybody is Beltre and is like, you know what? I'm just going to fight through it. Even Pulisic, like, he got back out on the field for a minute, but he was like, nope, can't do it anymore.
He went to the hospital. He does say that he is going to play on Saturday. So, that's the Fox national call.
Is he going to do it like Ronnie Lott? Just cut it off?
I don't believe that's a
the
real
whole
thing.
Like,
no, I don't believe that is going to happen.
Then you know
you don't know. You're not a doctor.
Okay, that's why I said believe.
Mike's the one that's closest to doctor here.
That's a good point. Call Sue up and say, do you think he should just cut it off?
All of it.
Cut number 9. And if she says yes, we might have to rethink Noah's pediatrician. And she's fantastic. Is cut number 9. So this is our version of the goal call while doing a Frankel's live read. So look, if you go through that incident or accident and it's not your fault, the next steps, go to truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com. Or pick up the phone. Call the Frankels at 214-333-3333. Because much like certain soccer teams, they will fight for you. Let's go! Let's go right there. I was surprised at how much traction that picked up because we were just fans in that moment. Like you can hear Corey's like, yeah, in the background. Because we were just fans at that point.
That's all. I mean, that was, and a lot of people across the country were. Dude, when my kids came out of school yesterday.
Oh God, I thought you were talking about when they were born.
No, or maybe. But when all the kids started chanting USA as they were walking out of school yesterday, about 2:45. And all the kids, like in Lucy's grade, were all chanting USA. They were all screaming about the match.
So I can tell you that the match ended about 3:02. And the reason why I know that is I had a talking doctor appointment at 3 o'clock.
And you said, you're going to have to wait.
And
a talking doctor?
That's right. And
you, Dr. Cockstein, was your talking doctor, I believe?
Yeah.
So that's what Kevin calls it.
Yeah, we go with the talking doctor. I was standing in the lobby just waiting, and I was watching it on Peacock, which is the Spanish language version of it, but it was amazing. And I looked around the waiting room. There was 2 other people, that were like gathered by their phone. And I was like, okay, they're watching the same thing. And like I locked eyes with one of them afterwards and I just gave them the thumbs up and they were like, yeah. But you're still like in a professional waiting room, so you can't like go nuts. And then clearly we decided like the hell with being aggressive, let's just shell up. And so Iran was just like peppering the goal. And I was like, oh gosh.
I think I heard this morning that that Sean and RJ said about 570,000 homes were watching the match.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's that, I think everybody on the road, and that's in DFW. I think everybody on the road in DFW was streaming it on their phones. Like everybody was driving stupid yesterday, and they were driving slow, and I was like, "What is going on?" And I look over, and people are literally driving and looking at their phones at the same time. I was one of them. I'm not gonna lie.
Safe. I was playing golf.
But Mike was definitely playing golf. But yeah, man, there were people that were locked in on that match yesterday.
I found out they won at 6 p.m.
Okay,
it's great news.
Yes,
Mike Avery was watching it in school. Like his teachers were showing it in school.
That's what my son said.
Cool.
He was in animation, which lends itself a little bit more because he's like, they would watch What If, and they would just watch.
They really figured out the VAR system in animation.
Yeah, and they were also like, BS, you need to rotate that, whatever. And because, man, Dawson was furious about not getting that second goal yesterday.
He was.
But it was amazing, and the United States did not concede a single shot in a World Cup half for the first time since 1966. And that was the first half of yesterday's game. And now the United States, under their head coach, is 21-0-1 when leading at halftime. The lone draw was the opener against Wales. And so that's the only time. So if
you think the game against the Netherlands is going to be bigger?
Oh my God! Yes.
A bigger deal?
Yes, because now
it's a Saturday on college football day, right?
Okay,
Saturday.
So let's talk about that. This sets up the most amazing Saturday if you're a fan of sports and the fan. Is noon to 4, Boomer Jacks in Arlington. It's going to be fan extravaganza. Everyone's going to be hanging out there. There's going to be round tables. It's going to be super cool. Well, guess what's happening like all around that is 9 a.m., the United States and Netherlands in the round of 16. 11 a.m., Big 12 title game. 3 p.m., SEC title game. 7 p.m., the Big 10 and the ACC title game. So there is just
11:30 a.m., Mavericks at Knicks, Brunson versus Luka.
Is that really at 11:30 in the morning?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And you said noon p.m. is the party down?
Yes, noon to 4.
Noon p.m.?
Noon p.m. to 4 p.m. is when we're going to be doing that. So, of those things listed, what catches most of your attention? Is it...
I mean, I'm on air from 12:20 to 1 o'clock, Kevin.
Mavs Knicks, because I'm going to be at Madison Square Garden at the game.
So you did go ahead and buy the tickets?
No, I'm still waiting for Thursday night.
You can see my confusion, right?
But yeah, I'm going to be there as long as Luka plays.
Okay.
But the NBA, the way the NBA is, I just don't want to spend, like I said, $600 and then they say Luka's sitting out because he's tired.
I don't think this would be the case, but what if they said they, for some reason, made the announcement that Luka wasn't going to play, but Hardy was going to start?
I still might buy tickets, but I'd hope they'd go down a whole bunch. That in New York, they would say, I'm hoping they go down, honestly, because people in New York want to watch the soccer. And I'm just wondering if maybe there's 100 or 200 people hey, just sell the tickets. We want to go to this bar and hang out. But the problem is they can go to the bar, drink starting at 9 or 10 a.m. New York time, and then go walk over to Madison Square Garden and watch the Mavs and Knicks.
You're talking New York, though. They're not going to just give it up that easy like that. You're not going to get, I hate to say it, you're not going to get cheap
I know.
tickets.
It's going to be expensive.
I hate to say that.
All right. So, Derek, should I assume that the Big 10 title game will have the...
Is it at noon?
It's at 7.
Oh, so no, at that time I'll be watching the Mavs game. At noon.
Okay.
And then
I'm saying for the day.
The day, what's got my attention? Yeah, definitely the Big Ten championship, because I don't want to see Michigan slack. I want to make sure they show up.
Okay.
Like the Illinois game.
Yeah, we can get into that if you need to.
Corey.
Yes.
What has the bulk of your attention outside of the fan event?
Yeah, I'll be on from 12:20 until 1 that day, Kevin.
Right. So you should make sure You should be there for the whole time
Yes.
and hanging out at Boomer Jackson, Arlington. But if you can't be
It
there at
looks
any
like,
other
Kevin,
time, 12:20 to 1 is when you need to be there.
Me and Choppy and Will are going to be on.
Ooh.
At 12:40, me, Will, and Broadus will be on. So, I'll just be sitting there asking Broadus every scouting question I could possibly ask. And then I'll ask Choppy about life, in general.
Okay.
I think I'm going to wake up in the morning, immediately turn on the match, and that's going to kind of control my mood for the rest of the day. I think that's going to be it. That's going to be the one that says if I'm happy or not at 12:20 when I hop on.
They should lose,
RJ.
right? I mean, nothing against USA. They should lose. Right?
So I have odds for that if you are interested. Yes, they are most definitely the underdogs. They're about a 2 to 2.5 to 1 underdog. Netherlands minus 250 to advance. The United States plus 170 to advance. Of the athletics, only 5 experts, so I hope that's acceptable.
Yeah. Watch out for Profar.
4 of them picked the Netherlands, and only 1 picked the United States to advance. So
Now,
we're definitely the underdogs.
That's the
Saturday.
Dutchman, right?
It's going to be the
Flying
first World Cup game between the two.
Oh.
But also their first ever competitive meeting. They've played 5 friendlies against each other. Would you like to know the results?
Isn't that where Peter Pan's from?
The Netherlands?
That's Neverland.
That's not the same. He doesn't fly to the
told you,
Netherlands?
Joey.
Man,
0.
You are on
your
one
prediction
today.
for the show. I said it's either going to be one of the greatest shows we've ever done or one of the
Hold
worst
on,
shows
Kevin.
we've ever
You
done.
say 0
I
right
say
now.
0.
Somebody moments ago said that Ronnie Lott joke was hilarious. Go ahead and wrap it up, boys. You're done for the day.
Okay.
So, Kevin, maybe we already delivered.
Okay. No, Mike has gotten the message. He's like, I'm done for the day. And a lot of people are, of course, taking note locally, 11 a.m. for the Big 12 title game because, man, the Big 12 title game.
It is huge.
Absolutely. And the Pac-12 title game, those have really, really close. I know the Pac-12 was the night before, but USC 3-point favorite, TCU 2.5-point favorites.
Are those? Is that a rematch in both of those? I know the.
Yes.
I know the Pac or the Big 12 one is.
Yes.
Okay.
So TCU beat Kansas State by 10, and USC lost to Utah by 1, which led to the amazing Twitter argument between Jared and Zach Wolchuk, where Zach was like, "Oh, I missed the third quarter" or something like that, and Jared goes, "That's a pretty big quarter to miss, bud." And so it was just so aggressive and amazing.
What was the score of that game? Does anybody know? The Kansas.
I think
TCU
it was
one.
38-28. Don't hold me to that. But
No,
I'm
I
gonna
just
go-
wanted to make sure so
Yeah,
that Bobby
38
could understand. Again, there was no defense.
Jeez.
Just showing him.
I mean, look, I pointed it out is when
Love you,
TCU played Texas, they held Texas to 3 offensive points. That was the first time they held a team below 24 points, I believe, since they played Tarleton State. And
Who?
so, exactly. And so, yeah, so they had struggled. Now, obviously, their defense looked phenomenal against Iowa State, and they've kind of bounced back some, but
In Tarleton State, I think that is the milk capital of the world. By
Is
the
that
way,
true?
I'm pretty sure they have like a big, huge Brahma sitting right, or not a Brahma, but a cow statue right across from the college. That's where they make lots of milk.
okay. So, I mean, look.
Have you ever milked a cow?
Yes, I have.
I have not.
Huh. So you can.
There's plenty of cows to milk.
That is a thing that was said, and it's probably true. You can plan your life accordingly if you want to, if you need to, right here on The Fan, because we've got the roundtables going on Saturday, and then
I'll be on from 12:20 to 1, Kevin.
And then the SEC championship game is going to be here on The Fan, and then we transition into the Big Ten championship.
Yep, that's what it looks like, man.
Who was the SEC
The
game?
SEC championship and Big Ten championship games will be right here on 105.3 The Fan.
LSU and Georgia.
Oh, so it is LSU. They
Yes.
did get it. Okay.
Yes, they did go ahead and make it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
The Joey Gallo trade isn't over yet.
What?
Let's talk about that next with DFW Security.
Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas Authority Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. We got Derek Holland rocking with us all day long. So why not do some baseball nuggets with Derek and Mike?
All right, so before I get into my tease of the Joey Gallo trade might not be over.
What an intriguing tease that was.
The winter meetings start on Sunday. So
that's when things happen.
So it goes from Sunday through Wednesday. So you're going to have the Rule 5 draft, which the Rangers won't be a part of. I don't think they're going to use a 40-man spot on a minor leaguer.
Okay.
And what you do is you take a guy that's not on the 40-man roster of another team, didn't protect. Now, the Rangers could lose a guy in this draft, but I don't think they're going to be part of that. But this will be, I believe, December 6th is the date. We'll find out the first ever MLB lottery.
Okay.
And see if the Rangers, I believe right now they have the 6th pick, if I have the record right. And we'll see if they can move up or if they unfortunately were to move down in the first ever MLB lottery. So tanking teams don't automatically get that top 2, or 3 pick that they tanked for.
Do we know if they're going to open the giant envelopes like they do?
I have no clue how they're going to do it. I have no clue if it'll even be broadcast or not. It's a great, I don't know if MLB Network is going to broadcast the lottery.
Can I just tell you, if they're not broadcasting this, I think they're making a massive mistake.
I agree.
It would be really stupid because for the bad teams, and unfortunately right from last year, the Rangers were a bad team. Is I would be locked in if they said at 6 p.m. tonight, we're doing the draft lottery to see. And I'd be like, gosh, let's see if the Rangers can get lucky and get into the top 3 instead of picking 6. Or what if all of a sudden they drop to the 10th pick in the draft? Like, son of a gun. Like, we just don't get lucky in Dallas, do we, in these lotto things? Because the Mavericks are horrible at it. It's not like they have anything to do with it, but I do think David Stern makes sure to screw over the Mavs whenever he can. He's dead now, but...
It says the lottery results will be revealed exclusively on MLB Network during a half-hour show starting at 8:30 Eastern.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Smart.
Bingo.
That's smart.
Good. Okay, so, there can be a lot of movings and shakings happening next week.
Oh,
so
my God,
I think that usually the winter meetings, a lot of things start happening. Here's what could be happening, and Evan Grant is reporting this, and I kind of had an idea about this. It doesn't mean it will happen, but... the Rangers are looking to possibly move Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran. So the reason I say the Joey Gallo trade isn't over, both of those guys were acquired in the Joey Gallo trade to the New York Yankees. And so the Rangers look at it after signing Corey Seager and Marcus Semien to huge deals. Josh Young is the 8th overall pick, who's going to be their third baseman as long as he's healthy and as long as he doesn't bat like under 150. Nate Lowe won the Silver Slugger Award at first base in the American League. He's going to be the first baseman. Maybe if it's shared, it could be shared a little bit with Mitch Garver, who's still under contract for 1 more year. I'm sure Garver will DH quite a bit, but if you want to move Nate Lowe to DH at times, I think Mitch Garver might be the guy to give him rest at first base. So when you look at it, those guys would transition to left field a little bit last year, but that's not their role in the major leagues. Now, they might both be guys that end up being utility guys and not everyday players. But I think what the Rangers are trying to do is they're going to move or try to move in the next week or two quantity. And what I mean by that is Duran, Smith, maybe Foscue, the 14th overall pick out of Mississippi State. Maybe they try to move. I don't know if Davis Wenzel has any trade value at all. He hasn't really had much of a minor league career, who was a $1 million sandwich pick, 2nd round pick, right in that area from Baylor. But I think what they're going to do is they look at their minor leagues and they go, look, we have a lot of depth, but do we have what they call quality, like future possible superstars? And the answer by most major league scouting departments is no, but they have a lot of guys that we think can play in the major leagues once they develop. So I think the Rangers are going to try to move multiple guys to get more established major league guys, whether it's a major league left fielder, whether it's a really good bullpen arm, whether it's another starter. I think the Rangers are going to be looking to move. If you like Josh Smith and Ezekiel Duran, I like them too. And what they're hoping is enough teams that are maybe rebuilding like them enough to trade veteran guys.
So it'd be good if you could see, for instance, and I don't think they would give it up, but a guy like Brian Reynolds from the Pirates. It's a good outfielder. The Pirates are still kind of building. Trade those prospects away. You get a nice piece there. On top of that, if we can't get that, the thing I was looking at is we do need another outfielder as well. Brand Nimmo is a guy that I think could be a good pickup.
Free agent, correct?
Yes, correct. Free agent wise, but trade wise, yes, I think a good one if we really can go get Brian Reynolds from the Pirates, and even throw in a pitcher, throw in Kumar Rocker.
Well, I don't think they're going to do that.
I know, but that's a good, if you want a trade scenario right there, I feel like that's a fair trade.
I think the Rangers would want more, and I'm not saying they're giving up on this guy, but I think Cole Winn, who was drafted as a first-round pick out of high school, obviously looked like he was a projected to be on the major league team last year, just had a really bad AAA season, and they're hoping for him to bounce back. I'm wondering if the Pirates would be like, hey, no, we saw him in 2021. He was a good minor league pitcher. Last year wasn't good. We can fix him. So to your point, I think that the Rangers could throw in like a Cole Winn, but I wonder if Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter are almost no starters.
I feel like,
and what I mean by that is they're not going to trade those guys.
Well, I was gonna say they're no trade. They can't be touched. That's for sure.
Okay, so let's move on to around Major League Baseball, and I find this really interesting. The San Diego Padres are hot and heavy for Xander Bogaerts, shortstop of the Boston Red Sox. He is a free agent. And the Padres are pretty much indicating, and I'm sorry I'm drawing a blank, but the Japanese guy that they played at shortstop after Tatis got hurt and then got suspended, they are saying that, look, he's a much better shortstop than Tatis defensively.
Yeah.
So I think Tatis is done as a Padre at shortstop. Wow. I don't think he's ever going to play shortstop again for the Padres. They're openly going after another shortstop when they have another guy who they've openly said he is better defensively than Tatis at shortstop. So Tatis is done at shortstop in San Diego.
I think Tatis is and I think this is where we're going with the example. He's going to turn into an Ian Desmond type. Put him out in the outfield. He's going to play really good. Desmond was a good shortstop, but he was an even better outfielder when he transitioned out there.
Now, let me put these two things together. The Padres probably don't make a lot of sense because they're trying to win the championship. Is there any way, if the Padres, I don't want to say they're done with Tatis, they would want something decent. And he did sign a very long-term contract. There is 14 years left on that sucker, or 13 years left.
Yeah.
Would you be interested as a Texas Ranger organization? Leody Taveras hasn't really proven he's going to be an everyday player. I like him a lot. Bubba Thompson came up and had a lot of moments and can definitely steal bases. What if the Rangers went over to old friend A.J. Preller, except he's not a friend of John Daniels anymore because John Daniels isn't here. Is there any way, if the Padres get Xander Bogaerts next week at the winter meetings through free agency, that you call up the Padres and say, hey, what would it take to get Tatis and put him as your left fielder in Texas?
I love it, if he can stay healthy, but trying to figure out
he's
financially.
45 home runs, 100. If he's healthy, he's an MVP candidate.
Yes, I agree.
And salary.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's
How
not
much?
as
so much
bad
money
as you
there.
think.
But what about, I was more concerned about the prospect trading.
I don't know, yeah. That's what I don't know now.
That's going to take a lot.
Dude, this is a guy that's injured all the time.
I'm wondering if
out?
I'm wondering if the contract means you don't have to give up as much as you think, because I'm pulling it up here on Baseball Reference.
I see what y'all are doing.
Yeah.
So
I think we can negotiate here.
Here's his contract. Future salary is $332 million from 2023 to 2034.
Okay.
He will be 35 years old at the end of his contract. Next year, just to show you how cheap he is, next year he's owed $7.7 million. The year after that, $11.7. The year after that, $20.7. Same thing after that. Then in 2027, it jumps to $25.7 million for 2 years. Then it gets really heavy. In 2029 through 2034, he's owed $36.7 million each year. But where are we at that point in baseball? Are we at $50 million is what you pay for premium players?
Yeah.
So I'm looking at from 2023 to 2028, as long as he's somewhat healthy, it is a huge bargain. So I just don't want to. I didn't even get to Tommy John surgery for Bryce Harper, which is weird, but he's going to be out for the first half of the season.
Yeah.
But I'm just wondering.
Corey's driving the price down. I like it.
If there is some sort of deal, if the Padres get Bogaerts, and I don't think they really want. I think the Padres players are fed up with Tatis. And now
Really?
that's an issue too. If we have an
Okay.
issue a little bit with Corey Seager here, which I do think that's Bruce Bochy's number one thing, is to make sure Corey Seager is totally locked in and engaged in being a Texas Ranger and engaging with the team. Maybe it's too much to ask to throw Tatis on top of that. But I'm just wondering if the Padres get Bogarts, if there's a way for the Rangers to call up the Padres and get some sort of a discounted deal on Fernando Tatis Jr.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say you got to get them to pick up some of that money. That's so much that we would be owing to those 3 players.
Would you?
I'd rather go get pitching.
My only thought about that is the more money you take on, the less prospect cost, and I wonder how they value. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying I wonder how they value that.
Okay, but I also look at it too as down the road we're stuck with him, and then we have to trade him. It's kind of like a Pujols situation.
It could be,
and then now we're eating more money.
You're getting him at 24 years old.
I get that, but what if he doesn't? What if he's still hurt? What if he comes here and he doesn't pan out? Now we got to eat this contract.
What if he's not?
It's a risk, but
I mean,
wouldn't you rather have pitching that you need now?
Oh no, we're getting pitching too. Don't worry about that.
Oh, great! I like that plan.
We're out of time. I feel like these Nuggets were as big as Pulisic's Nuggets are right now.
Huge Nuggets.
Huge Nuggets indeed. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Mike McCarthy has decided to meet with our schedule, so we will cover his press conference right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Blasting out. You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy imminently. But in the meantime, we have some college football movings and shakings to talk about. Not surprisingly, Ohio State falls out of the top 4 after getting crushed by Michigan in a game that the Big Ten commissioner mistakenly called an instant classic. Georgia
must be a big Michigan fan.
Yeah, well, I think he just wants both of their teams in to the college football playoff, and he's like, it was so close. And I was like, no, it wasn't. You almost got doubled up in a game at your home field that you were favored by 7.5. So, so Georgia, number 1, they're in even if they lose by 30 this weekend. Michigan, I think they're probably still in no matter what, but they have the Big Ten championship, and then TCU 3, USC 4. I'm not saying you have to think it's fair or not. I believe with all of my heart that TCU has to win, because if TCU loses, Ohio State will jump in ahead of them. I don't know if they would be bold enough to take a 2-loss Alabama team over TCU if USC lost, but I would not rule it out for a committee that does not seem to have all of the faith in the world for TCU. But if everybody wins as they're favored, it'll be Georgia, Michigan, TCU, and USC, much like we got Mike McCarthy good to go. He'll probably agree right here on The Fan.
21-day window on anyone and just kind of the health overall curse and some other things.
Yeah, definitely. James Washington will be practicing today. He was just in the walkthrough, so I know he's excited to get out there and get going. So we'll see where James is.
And Tyron Smith, kind of follow up. Any better indication of where?
Yeah, he's getting close. Yeah, getting close, but he will not be activated today.
Clarence Hill, Star Telegram. Can you talk about the decision with Terrell Basham and what you have at defensive end, and what does that mean for Tack McKinley or someone else?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just think it's it come down. Obviously, Bash has given us a lot of quality football the last 2 years. Had the injury, and and this is, it's a catch-22. I mean, you're in a roster position with guys that are getting healthy, but you have 53 spots. So I just think that really came down to numbers and in trying to forecast what's in front of us.
Okay, thanks everybody.
Mike Toddars with ESPN. James Washington was banged up in the offseason program. Obviously, first padded practice, he goes down. What's realistic to expect of how he can help you guys?
That's an excellent question. I think really just until we see him go through the whole practice today. I mean, obviously, James has a lot of tape, from his time in Pittsburgh, and we still feel the same about him as why he's here. But just really want to see him work. Obviously, he'll work primarily on the look teams today, and we're looking for more quantity, from him. Just get his workload capacity up where it needs to be, and just let him out there and get some live reps.
Yeah.
Mike, Haley Sutton, DallasCowboys.com. Malik Hooker obviously facing his former team coming up on Sunday. Being as though you've kind of been through that experience with Green Bay, how do you keep him grounded and focused on playing Cowboys football and just the impact that he's made on your defense this season?
Yeah, definitely. I think, for Malik and just any of us to go through that, I think that's something you acknowledge earlier in the week, and at the end of the day, this is opponent Wednesday, and you're dialed into the specifics of what goes on to win what goes on in the preparation to win this game, and I know that's where Malik is. I mean, obviously, it's been quite some time since he was there, but I think this is a normal process a lot of us go through. That's our league, but our real focus is the fact that we haven't played this team. I think there's a lot of new faces from the last time these two teams lined up and competed. So and obviously we're spending more time starting back on Monday on the personnel part of it, and just make sure we're acclimated. I mean, the scheme is at this point in the year there's not a lot of surprises. I mean, this game will really be stressing the fundamentals and the footwork and and the finish, because that's the type of game this will be.
And then just to follow up on that, when you look at the injuries that he's had, he spoke about it with us on Monday. He's had every major injury in the book and is still out there playing. Can you just speak to the resiliency that he has and how he kind of fits that mold of the theme you guys have this year?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he emulates exactly what you're looking for. Obviously an incredible athlete. I mean, he's, his ability from the middle of the field and still to come down and be the forceful player in the box. I mean, he's just has been money for us the last 2 years. So, obviously a big part of, how we want to play back there. And, but, sometimes you see players go through injuries that come, one after another, and that was unfortunate for him. But I go back to when he arrived last year in training camp. He's come a long way. I mean, just the rehabs that he's been through, and but he's his style of play. I mean, he's always going to be dealing with something because it'll his tackling ability out of the middle of the field has been exceptional this year. So. He's got great ball skills. So, but yeah, it speaks volumes to Malik, about Malik.
Thank you. Christy Scales, Cowboys Radio. When you turn on the tape of the Colts offense and look at Jonathan Taylor, how do you describe his skill set and style?
Yeah, I mean, Jonathan Taylor actually, I think I've been to 2 college football games in the last 30 years, and that was one of them. I had a chance to watch him play when he was at Wisconsin against Iowa, and his ability to run inside with the discipline and toughness, and then he also has the ability to finish runs. So, I mean, I think he's a dynamic runner. I think he's definitely, because, once again, we haven't played these guys, so, we're spending extra time on him in the run game. But I think he's, definitely a featured back, and I would not be surprised if he carries it north of 20 against us.
Follow up on that, they have a new coordinator, a new play call that doesn't have a lot of experience or track record that you can look at. So how does that affect? Do you have to expect the unexpected?
Oh, you always do. I mean, it's play expect the unexpected and also the uncommon opponent characteristics, and that's really our focus. And I think it's just like anything, you got to really dial into the concepts and the variations that come off of it, and just trust the numbers. It's play calling. A lot of it is. Which way you tilt and push the play calls, particularly by situation. That's not going to change regardless of who's calling it. So, but just really how they're featuring their players. That's because at the end of the day, you get to this point in the year, the footwork, the scheme, the fundamentals, those things are heightened, especially the physical attributes of how you win football games. So, I mean, there's not a whole lot of surprises when you get into December. I mean, it's always a variation of something you probably have already seen.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Ball security has been an issue for the Colts, and how much does that surprise you considering they have a veteran quarterback in Matt Ryan?
Well, I mean, looking at Matt's path this year, he's obviously played and then he didn't play, and then now he's back. So, I mean, there's definitely, I think some of those things tie into it. But yeah, I mean, I'm more focused on our ball protection. It's something that we put a lot of time into, protecting it and taking it away. So, I mean, takeaways are always at a priority for us, regardless of who we play, and that'll be no different Sunday night. But, we got to take care of the football because this defense does. This is a defense that plays a lot of vision. They do a good job. They're disciplined and play into their leverage, the fast reactors and things like that. So we got to make sure we really do a good job protecting the football.
Michael Gelkin, Dallas Morning News. This is your first practice since last Thursday's game, so the first chance to have more pointed on the field emphasis on the pre-snap penalties that you've been talking about and focusing. What does that emphasis look like in practice today? And the false starts that were happening, a lot of them were after injuries, after some sort of break in the action. How does that factor into the team's thinking on how to rectify it?
Well, I think like a lot of things. I mean, we don't wait till today to emphasize it. I mean, it's part of our practice structure. In the area of cadence and communication, where it really falls under, and it's things I've talked about on a daily basis. Your pace operation is critical because it also is critical to your success in the practice realm, because those are the things that carry over to the games, and those are things you can get done in a walkthrough. So we don't need to go to practice to be better at the pre-snap. I mean, pre-snap's something that we're totally focused on in the meetings. There's a lot of pre-practice work and a cadence, quarterback center exchange, which we actually do with the whole offensive line. So these things are all in place. We just need to be better at it. So, and we've looked at every one of them, and and more about the what and the why. And it's just like, most things in this game, especially pre-snap, it comes down to communication.
You categorize why we had a false start here, why we had a false start there, just the way you do with interceptions.
Absolutely. I'm not giving it to you. It's top-notch stuff here. Thanks, Coach.
David. We've fed you so much over the course of the season about the way Mike is playing and DeMarcus Lawrence, but you speak to Dorrance Armstrong, what he's given you this season, and how much of this offseason you wanted him to be a part of this going forward, just how you...
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Dorrance is someone obviously I didn't know much about. I mean, he came out of KU, but was a young player when I first arrived here in 2020 and was primarily looked at as a special teams player. But, I mean, every opportunity he was given, at the open defensive end, I mean, he just has been productive. And I think he took a whole nother step last year. And, to me, he's a kind of a poster child of what you're looking for. I mean, you talk about draft and develop. I mean, you want to see a young player come in here and grow each and every year. And then, obviously the second contract is huge for us because, I mean, that's all part of the draft and develop process. So, I mean, he has been, the point I'm making is he has been a very consistent player every time he's been given opportunity. So now obviously he's playing, pretty much in a starting role capacity as far as the mindset. But, I mean, he's so consistent, has a great motor, his ability to make plays, whether it's, blocking punts or, second and third reaction, he's as good as a defensive player, that we have on our roster.
Over the past 4 games, you guys have been highly successful on third down. Your success in early downs has been a part of that. What do you think the difference has been on those early downs?
I think the biggest thing, you've already said it, it's the early down production. I think the ability to run the ball, our attempts at the plate, how we're running it and as often as we're running it is part of that. And obviously that's going to be a big focus for the Colts coming in here. But yeah, I mean, there's no secret. Third down success is usually, a lot of it is, contribute to what you do on first and second down. I think that's obviously been important for us.
Washington's been nicked up since offseason.
Mm-hmm.
How much do you have to kind of keep him involved in everything so he won't get down on himself that there is light at the end of the tunnel?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I think it speaks volumes to the return to play process. I think our medical staff and, it's just not, how they do it, but it's, it's the personal connection they have with the players and, the fact that our guys stay here and work with Britt and Hanson and Jim and Greg, the whole crew down there. So it speaks volumes. But I think we have an excellent return to play, process and James has been here every day. I mean, he's been here every day just like everybody else. It's just, now it's his opportunity to get back out there.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
There you go. That was the Mike McCarthy press conference brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Coming up next, don't forget we'll have the Dallas Mavericks general manager coming up at 11:40. But coming up next, NFL fact or fiction. How do you feel about yes, that is true. It will happen next. How do you feel about these pressing issues? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be able to be accountable for what happens when one or two. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckrack.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. All kinds of moving parts throughout the show today. My favorite part of Mike McCarthy's press conference was they feel like they have discovered one of the problems with the pre-snap penalties and penalties in general. When asked to reveal what that specific problem was that they noted to fix, he was like, no. Which I thought was fine. He was like,
did he not say, I listened to KNC this morning and they suggested this, and that's how we're going to take them in there. I'm going to show them a movie clip and everything's going to work out.
I feel like he was like, I'm not tipping my hand. That's not what we're doing right now. So I appreciate that.
What about tapping his hand? Do you think he'd tap his hand?
I mean, you don't want to tell anybody what you're doing.
Valid.
Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Kind of a crazy morning, huh?
It has. So you can disregard my last text message because I was like, hey, we got Nico coming up at 11:40. If you need to do that, can we just talk tomorrow? But things are moving at a rapid pace. The Cowboys moved the press conference, but we got to hear from Mike McCarthy. Do you believe, or I guess I'm hopeful, that he really did find something worth looking at and worth changing that could potentially help with the penalties?
Well, I think what you have to look at is the false starts. The other penalties, it's like, when you're in the middle of the action, generally when someone gets a penalty, other than Zach Martin, by the way, they're usually getting beat, right?
Yeah.
Some way or another. So you're scrambling just to, catch on. But again, it's the false starts. And, as he pointed out, that's usually the communication. Guys just paying attention to the count. Did the count change? Are you over anxious? And sometimes if it's on the defensive lineman with a false start, it's like, okay, you're anticipating because I got to get a step on the guy's coming after me and he's a handful, and sometimes you take off too soon. So there's so many different things to the false starts, but a lot of times, it's the communication and the fact that you're anticipating the guy across from you. If it's an offensive lineman, I got to get a jump on it. Now, if it's a guy down the line, like a tight end that's offset or a wide receiver, that one's just got to pay attention because those guys can see the ball, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would assume.
Yes.
Does anybody really know?
But then you would assume you can line up on side too, right?
That is a great point.
One time.
Look.
One time.
But still, when we break down this season, hopefully it's still going for some time, I will reflect on that offsides, offensive offsides, which I thought they called the wrong thing at first, and then the Packers loss as two things I just totally couldn't wrap my mind around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And when you see the Packers struggling against other teams, you're sitting there kind of scratching your head, and you go, well, sometimes one of those things just happens during a 17-game season.
Mickey, how many receptions and touchdowns do you expect James Washington to have?
Oh.
At least 50, right?
Thank you. Kevin thought it would never happen.
You get Corey. You definitely get Corey.
What are you feeling about Washington and how they're working in?
And again, he hasn't practiced since last year, right? He got hurt.
Well, there was the one day that he started practice in Oxnard.
I heard that question, too. Is like, hey, what can we really expect?
Yeah. I don't know that a guy that's missed that much time practices 3 times, once in pads and he's ready to go. I'm anticipating next week for him. But if, the way he's been running out here, he's good. Now it's just a matter of getting used to playing football again. Because the practice he had, as you guys said, it was the first one in training camp and he was gone and he missed all the off season. So it's been a while. So, they're going to have to judge to see how he's reacting out there and just get him in rhythm and then see if he's ready to go for Sunday or maybe it's the following week. But it's good to finally get him going. And the reason, and we've talked about it, they didn't want to start his ramp up on, a short week where there were no practices and waste that week. So again, a lot of times, and I know the kind of the history of guys coming back from injuries, they usually Give them 2 weeks before they play a game.
The other thing I was kind of interested in is how difficult was it to move on from Basham, because I know he was well liked amongst the group.
Yeah, but it comes down to how you play it.
Yeah.
And I think with the emergence of Dorrance Armstrong, with the emergence of Sam Williams at times, by the way, playing Micah Parsons some at defensive end. And then the other thing is, remember, they activated to the 53 Tack McKinley. And I think they feel like he's a better run stopper than Basham. Basham was kind of a designated pass rusher, and as we know, the problems they've had usually stopping the run is not setting the edge with the defensive ends. And I think they think that McKinley is better doing that than what Basham is or has done. And then again, you have to make room for somebody, right? Because if Washington's ready to go, somebody's got to go. When Tyron Smith's ready to go, someone's got to go. So that's one of the things, the downside of having to juggle your 53-man roster.
Now, speaking of Tyron Smith, and this is something I guess I have to admit I hadn't really thought about, is Terrence Steele was talking about the imminent return of Tyron Smith, and he said, I can just tell the room is already excited to welcome him back. We focus so much on like his return to left tackle, sliding Tyler inside, but like, what about just having him back? What does that do for the group?
Yeah, that brings, as a big, as a leader, Zach Martin's probably that guy. But Tyron Smith's presence, I think, in the room is pretty much overwhelming. I think guys, if Tyron ever says something, people are listening, right? Because he doesn't say much. He'll grunt a lot, as his teammates will attest to. But it's just his presence, and I think his presence on the offensive line during the games, I think it means a lot because teams have to pay attention to him. Now, we'll see how quickly he can get back into rhythm, once they put him back on the field, and we find out if he's Tyron of old, because you always have to worry about that after guys turn 30. I think he's on his way to 31, maybe. I think that's what it is. But, yeah, I just think his presence would mean a lot to this offensive line, and then we can get into, the quality of play that he would bring at left tackle, providing he's back in the swing of things and ready to go and pick up where he left off.
I am curious about that aspect. I know we would have to wait and see, but do you think, let's say he came back, it was still kind of struggling, would the Cowboys, I guess, have the guts or whatever you want to call it to bench him?
Benching is kind of a strong word.
Yeah.
Moving on and going back to where you were because you've developed some continuity with the five that have been playing. I think there's something to be said for that. Okay. I don't think they would leave him out there if he was struggling to the detriment of the offense. I just don't think that, it might, look, it took Dak a half to get going, right, after he missed all those games. So now this guy has missed 11 games at this point. He's going to miss 12. And by the time he's ready to play, probably 13 to 14. So it could take him a while to get back ready to go. And you might have to put up with that for initially. But I think at some point, he'll be good. But if he's not, I don't think you continue on with it. And it may be a thing where you slide him in there for a series or two, or, one in the first half, one in the second half, just to get his sea legs under him, and then go from there and judge just where he's at and how he's playing. You would do that at other positions. We seem to look at the offensive line and, it's always got to be the same, right?
Yeah.
And there's probably something to it, but I think you have to take a look maybe sort of the way they did with Jason Peters, right? Gave him a series here, a series there, and just get him back going, since he's another guy that hadn't practiced since last January.
Appreciate the insight as always. I know we had to shuffle some things around, but maybe we'll do earlier tomorrow. Let's say get you back at 10:20 going again.
This whole morning has been shuffling for me, and that's another segment.
Well, we appreciate it.
Let's play some poker.
Thank you very much, Mickey. We'll catch you tomorrow.
See you guys. Take care.
Shuffle up and deal. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And just real quick, I wanted to get y'all's thoughts because I'm in the midst of been looking at this some in the commercial breaks. Do you think that companies like mandatory training needs to have more challenging questions? So, for example,
are you taking our training?
Yeah, in the commercial breaks. But I just looked at this, and so essentially, this is like a harassment training, right? And in this scenario, Sheikah has had an interaction with, that's the gal, has had an interaction with Dan. And this has been a problematic interaction.
This is problematic.
And it's been a problem for a while because he always asks her to take notes, even though there's men who have volunteered to take notes. He might have made a pass at her. In fact, it sounds like he did. But then one of the questions was, what should Sheikah do next? And it was like, go to your HR representative was one answer.
You ever had the boss's wife was your HR representative?
Yes.
That's kind of troubling.
Yes.
That's difficult to deal with.
That is kind of troubling. And the second answer was develop thicker skin. And then the third answer was start looking for a new job. This probably isn't the place for you. Like, clearly they want you to pick the certain answer. And now this is the next question. All right.
Develop thicker skin, though.
Okay.
Obviously.
That is not the answer that you're supposed to give. So Sheikah shares her concerns with Nico. All right. Nico.
We're having him on.
Yes,
Yeah,
this is different
like
Nico.
Oh.
But much like Nico Harrison is a supervisor for the Mavericks, Nico is the supervisor in this instance. Here are your three options. Nico should listen carefully to Sheikah and commend her for her courage in coming forward. He should document what she shared and assure her that will be handled promptly and appropriately. Or Nico should call Dan into his office to hear his side of the story. It's best to diffuse this right away before it gets worse. Or Nico should tell Sheikah that she should have a little bit more perspective and she's probably overreacting.
I like that.
Like
one.
who? But that is clearly
That's what I tell
not
my wife.
the answer.
Why don't we look at this a little bit from their side, Adrian, instead of being so mad at what they did to you?
You know what? You've been married for 16 years.
Uh-huh.
So I'm going to defer.
She's only had 3 straight nights of dreams of me cheating on her, so.
I mean, look, it's not like that gal on Facebook messaged you back.
She did.
Is that what?
Yeah,
Is that
just seeing how it's going. She was like, hey, I kind of remember your name. So I'm not that big of a celebrity,
Playing
Mike.
hard to get.
Just Tom Thumb celebrity, you know?
Uh-huh. Is that going to be addressed more in the 1 o'clock or?
Nope.
Okay.
We're done with, we're just.
Okay. So she went like, how are you doing? And hey, you looking good?
Hope everything's going well is all that was said.
Mm-hmm. Were there any questions in the message? Because if there's a question mark in the message, that means she wants a response.
No.
You said no, but
how are things?
Open-ended questions means, Corey, I would like a response, and maybe
Or
to
maybe
wreck
she's
your
like,
marriage.
I barely
don't
remember
know.
you. Maybe she's like, I
don't know.
barely remember who you are.
So that's generic.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are things?
Yeah. How are things?
What
How
kind
are-
of things?
You know what? I think that's a good
Derek,
question.
as a Major League Baseball player, have you ever met an HR department?
Yeah.
Y'all have to do HR meetings and stuff too?
Hey, guys. I'm really intrigued
Let's
by
go
this
to Nico.
conversation, but don't forget we got Nico coming up. All right, coming up next, we will talk with the Mavericks GM right here on your home of, I don't know, all things 105.3 The Fan.
Sunday night. amazing year, Tolos. We'll see you at Boomer Jacks this Saturday with The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is racing to finish the year #1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads, Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, Dallas Mavericks General Manager Nico Harrison. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, doing even better off of a heck of a win over Golden State last night. I know we can talk about the game. We could talk about bigger picture issues, but I was curious. Luka at one point was grabbing his right hand and his fingers. He talked with Casey Smith during a break and then again in a timeout. When you see that, do you have to kind of hold or catch your breath a little bit?
You know what? I don't with Luka because he's such a warrior and a gamer that I really don't worry about him. I mean, obviously he's such a vital part to what we do, but I don't. I really, he puts a lot of work in, and he's tough.
Nico, was there a memo sent out yesterday to ensure that nobody travels anymore? Is that because there were a few travels last night?
Funny you said that. There was a memo sent out. No, it was pretty interesting, and not that they called travels, but they called them on superstars. So clearly, the refs were told to pay a little more attention to that.
So, Nico, I have two questions for you. What are you most excited about 20 games into the season from your Dallas Mavericks, and what are you most disappointed with 20 games into the season?
Good question. Probably, disappointed in our record. We played some teams shorthanded, and we didn't play up to our ability for whatever reason. We haven't made shots. So disappointed in that. Really excited because last year we didn't start out as well as we wanted to, but we eventually got it together. So I'm excited that we're going to figure that out.
Nico, I got a question too. Is with JaVale McGee there, are we going to be able to see him more into the game, or is he more of like the veteran, I don't know what you call the role model, just trying to teach the guys, the mentor? Because we got Luka getting all the rebounds. I feel like we need a big man. Do you see anything happening with that, or maybe more playing time with Christian Wood?
Yeah, I think with JaVale, really we're waiting for JaVale to be JaVale, but part of the reason why we brought him in is a guy who's won 3 championships over the last 4 years. Definitely a veteran presence, and he's been in the league a long time. So we're also not trying to burn him out in the first part of the season. Like he's the guy that you're going to need down the stretch.
Can you tell us just a little bit more? You said you're waiting for JaVale to be JaVale. I think anybody watching has noticed probably what you mean, but can you tell us a little bit more about what you mean and what you need to see from him?
Yep, Kevin, guess what you did?
He cut out?
Man, you made him mad and he left.
I already answered a JaVale McGee question.
And that's the limit?
And that is it. I will never, that's how this thing goes, Kevin.
He's never going to let you go to a Mavs game again.
I can't believe you.
That is a tough break. I got nervous that my headphones cut out.
I did too. I heard I was like, oh no, what happened?
Because one time I talked over Broadus and he was still answering, and I was like, oh, my bad. All right, we have Nico back. Sorry, we lost you there. Did you catch the question?
Yes, I did. I think the biggest thing with veterans is making sure that that you don't kill them early in the season and you let them kind of catch their legs. And I think that's what we're just waiting for JaVale to kind of get his stride, catch his legs, which he'll do.
Nico, I'm kind of curious with Christian Wood, when you traded for him, what was your vision of how he would fit into this team, and how far, or actually how close do you think he is to being at that vision, what you really thought when you first traded for him?
The thing I thought was that Christian hadn't had a chance to play meaningful basketball on a winning team in his career. It's just unfortunate there's several players in the league that have played on losing teams. So I thought him coming in here, it's a contract year, so he's going to be the best version of himself. I actually didn't think he would be. I knew he's a good offensive player. I didn't know that he would necessarily score as much as he has thus far. I mean, his stats are pretty comparable to what they were last year in Houston. I thought offensively he probably wouldn't score as much, but he would be more efficient.
I know Jason Kidd has been asked about this a lot. Do you understand or are you aware of the frustration of the fans about maybe not seeing Christian Wood at times in the final 5 minutes?
Yeah, I get it. Here's the thing, I tell everybody this is like, when it comes to like who starts the game, to me that's a feel thing. That's really like the feel of the team, and that's more of like how other people play, and I think that's just a feel. To me, it's like getting your minutes. However you get your minutes throughout the game, as long as you're getting your minutes, that's the most important thing. And then really who ends the game is usually who's playing the best at that time. And so that's going to depend. That's going to vary from game to game.
Nico, rebounding was a major issue last year in the playoffs, and Jason Kidd before the game yesterday said we're actually playing pretty good defense at times. We're just not getting the rebounds. And talking about McGee and talking about Wood, how does the rebounding improve throughout the season?
Well, I think you said. I mean, I think that's what really JaVale needs to bring to us is more improved rebounding and just his presence.
Nico, I got one more thing about Christian Wood. You were talking about him playing for a losing team, and then you get on a team like the Mavericks who, were winning at the time. Playing for a losing team and you get traded to a winning team, you got so much energy. What else would he possibly need to do to prove his abilities to be able to start? Because he's, he says from being on a losing team, he's definitely made the adjustments, I feel like, and he has a lot of energy out there.
Oh, no, absolutely. Again, for me, I don't worry about who starts. I think I leave that up to the coaching staff who starts. It's really about getting the minutes. So I don't think it's about proving that he needs to make more shots. But the thing is that he's doing such a great job of coming off the bench. A lot of times you don't want to mess that up.
So when it comes to Josh Green, I think he's the most improved player on your team. Can you talk about what Josh Green has done to become really a vital piece in your rotation?
Yeah, he had such a great summer. Michael Finley says he's the MVP of the summer, and he really was. It was a big summer for him, and he attacked it, and he got better. I mean, he's shooting the ball with confidence. He always brought energy, but he also would make mistakes on offense, and now he's not making mistakes. He's bringing energy. He's shooting the ball with confidence. He's just great to be around. The energy that he's bringing to our team is on both offense and defense has been great.
Nico, real quick, with what Hardy's doing down in the G League, what would it take to get him to get the opportunity to be up with this team?
Good. Hardy's been great. I think we're gonna see Hardy over the next probably week. I think you're gonna see him getting some playing time. He's done everything we've asked him to do in the G League, and so I think you'll see him getting some playing time here shortly.
Are there things, because sometimes we get the sense that like people get opportunities, but they're just placeholders. Do you believe that Hardy can do things when he sees time to make you guys be like, all right, well, you need to never leave the big club again?
No, Hardy's going to be a good player, a great player. I think he has. I mean, the force that he brings, his ability to score. The difference is when he's playing in the G League, he can take tons of shots and shoot step back threes. When he's playing alongside Luka, he's not going to have that ability to take those shots. And so for us, it's really getting him to learn when it's time for him to go and play with that force and play with that thrust, and when it's time for him to not and wait for the ball to come to him. And that's just a learning curve for guys who haven't played in the league before.
So you're saying every opportunity he gets, just go ahead and dunk on people and make 100% from three. Everything will be fine then, right?
Hey,
we can only wish.
Absolutely. Now, I was curious if you could give us some insight about the signing of Kemba Walker, what he can bring to the team, and then, unfortunately, I got to ask: is this any indication that maybe not starting the season with more ball handlers was a mistake?
Well, I've made mistakes, and I'm sure I'll make plenty more before this thing's over with. Yeah, you know what? It really was an opportunity to bring a veteran guy who can make shots. The other thing is we haven't made shots. I mean, you look at our shooters, we legitimately across the board, it's crazy that all of our shot makers have not made shots at the same time. It's one thing when one guy's struggling, even two guys struggling, but, we have four guys struggling at the same time. And so bringing in somebody who, he can handle the ball, but he can make shots at a high level. And so I think I know that's the reason why bringing him in was important. A veteran guy, great locker room guy. Campazzo is really good. He was a great locker room guy as well, but he's just not the shot maker that Kemba is.
General Manager Nico Harrison joining us right now. Nico, when it comes to Luka's minutes, last night he had to play 40 minutes because of the Dinwiddie ejection, and I know he's been playing about 40 minutes a night recently trying to get W's. We had a debate over this. Where would you like to see Luka's minutes per game?
I think in that 35, 36 minutes is probably the sweet spot, and it will depend on games. When we're rolling, it could go to 34. When we're not playing as good, it could go to 38. But that 35, 36 is probably the sweet spot.
A lot of NBA veterans last night, obviously, Charles Barkley, Shaq, and Kenny were talking about, and other people have talked about, boy, with this usage rate and how much they're asking of Luka, it's hard to see him getting through an 82-game season doing this. Do you see it the same way?
I mean, in this day and age, there's not too many people playing 82 games anyways. In this league, it's not like, back when Jason played and Michael Finley played. I think they both had several 82-game appearances. This is a different league where guys are going to take nights off on back-to-backs and they're going to rest. So that's kind of a tough question because they're not going to play 82 games. I don't see that happening for guys who are carrying the load like they do for their team.
Nico, this team got to the Western Conference Finals last year, and that was a great celebration for us. Obviously,
can you say that part again?
This team got to the Western Conference Finals last year. It was awesome to be there again and experience that. And obviously, the fan base is excited and wants to get back to that. And we got Derek Holland in here in studio with us, and I know when he went to the World Series, that was all he thought about was getting back to the World Series again and being part of that every year. And I know this team wants to kind of be in that competitive mind. And a lot of the fan base is kind of really amped up about everything that's going on with this team this year. And a couple of things have been floating out on that Jason Kidd is playing mind games with some of these players. What's your thought, your feeling on the way Jason Kidd's coaching, and do you believe that he's playing mind games with these guys?
Yeah, well, one, I think Jason's a big-time coach. I think he's a really great coach. He's really a savant, and Jason actually gives the players tons of confidence. I mean, he's an ex-player, so usually ex-players are going to try to help guys to be successful and not try to diminish guys. And playing mind games is something that's diminishing, and that's just not who he is as a person or a coach.
I was really curious, since it involved a Mavericks player, if you have any thoughts about Mark Stein's report that Tony Brothers was forced to miss a game because of what he said to Spencer Dinwiddie.
You know what? I don't. I actually called the NBA. That's funny. I called the NBA on Monday to find out whatever happened to that, and I hadn't heard back yet. So I didn't know. I didn't know officially that he missed the game because of that.
Is that
interesting?
Yeah, is that fair? Like, since you called to the NBA to ask what happened with that, are you satisfied with that resolution?
I didn't. Honestly, I didn't really. It's to me, it's something that's in the past.
Okay.
Whether they gave him a game, 5 games, or no games, it's not going to affect anything that we do over here. I think the biggest thing I have is that I don't mind refs talking to the players. I just want our players to be able to talk to the refs as well. If a player says something crazy to the refs, they're going to get teed. And so I think the refs need to be a little bit more. They need to have a little bit thicker skin, in terms of being able to take what the players talk to them about. And then on the other hand, if they're going to talk, if they're going to talk mess about the players, then they definitely need to have thicker skin.
Nico, my last question, as I've never been a shoe guy, but I am a Luka guy, so I have 4 different colors of Luka of his shoes. When it comes to the shoe world, how many more shoes am I going to need to buy in 2023? Because I don't know. It looks like Luka's going to do every color you can possibly do.
Yeah, so the trick is save some of your powder for the Luka 2 and 3 and 4. So you don't buy all the colorways. You buy maybe half of them, and then wait for the next shoe, and then buy half of them again.
Man, look at you answering shoe questions with salary cap logic. Love it. To hear it, man. We always appreciate when you jump on our show and answering our questions. Thank you very much, good sir. And again, congrats on the win over Golden State last night.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Absolutely. There you go. Dallas Mavericks GM Nico Harrison. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to do some gridiron gravy, questions that could decide the NFL playoff race. Plus, I might have one more update from you about this training and the answer they really want you to pick. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
All day. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Gridiron Gravy coming up in just 1 second, but also one more question from my training. Joe and Dave thought they were having a private conversation and wrote some inappropriate and hurtful things. Steve called them out. Others may have seen it too. What should happen next? A, Steve should report the event to his supervisor, human resources, or another designated company resource. Or B, anyone who sees the chat should do nothing. Obviously, it wasn't meant to be public, so whatever Dave and Joe said doesn't matter.
Facts.
Or C, Freha and Carmen should fight fire with fire by texting vulgarities right back at Dave and Joe.
No, they should tie him down to a bed and hit him with socks full of soap.
Okay.
Isn't that how they did it in the Army?
I think A is what they were looking for.
Can you not write in an answer? Or is
No.
Okay.
No,
all right.
there's no room for fill-in answers.
It's not like voting for president.
Yeah, where you can
Roger
only
Staubach.
C. Go with C and just see what happens.
All
Dude,
right.
seriously, what's
that is the wrong
what's
answer.
the worst that could happen if you answer the wrong answer? That they're going to be like, you have to take it again?
Yes.
Oh, that's it?
Yes.
Do you think they're going to look at you and be like, this guy has some problems. We need to let him go?
Look, I do not want to take this again. All right, right now, let's say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Everybody's saying C is the answer, by the way, Kevin.
Biscuits.
The answer is not C. And this is fair from the 214. I think Kevin should shut up. I get enough of this S at work. Fair.
From the 972, that HR training wants folks to become snitches.
Man, they do. Any answer that does not involve directly going to your supervisor, rule that one out.
Yep.
Because that is not the answer that they're looking
supervisor.
for. All right. Let's go across the NFL, and we start with this. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Because people are already trying to spin it both ways. Quote, about half the team attended Russell Wilson's birthday party.
Oh, that's cool.
Do you think that's a good thing
That's
or
great.
bad?
That's like 28 guys.
Especially with like the holiday season up and everything,
Yeah.
man.
I already got Christmas presents today.
difficult. Yeah, it's difficult to get to these functions at this time of year. So
Okay.
yeah, getting half of your coworkers to show up, pretty awesome.
Okay. Because some people are like, well, that proves that nobody likes him. And other people are like, half the guys, oh, Derek.
You have a smirk on your face.
It's because I'm still thinking about that whole thing where you got to go through his agent just to contact him as a teammate.
Yeah.
Like, you can't text him yourself. So I'm wondering how the invitations.
You know, that's a good point. His
What about?
agent surely sent them all out. Now, this isn't the most surprising thing, but Kyle Pitts is done for the rest of the year. He did undergo a procedure to his knee. We talked about the knee issues that he had, and now the report is he's out, and they're going to focus on getting him ready for the 2023 season. The Falcons are still oddly a viable playoff contender. How much does this hurt them?
It hurts. He's a really good player. So we went over it yesterday. That schedule favors Atlanta winning this
really
division.
does.
If you just look at schedule, you can't look at quarterback situation or overall talent. But if you look at the schedule, Atlanta has a great chance to make that home game to finish the year, their division championship game.
That division's so bad.
It is. We point out the other day, Washington, who's in last place of the NFC East, would be a game and a half ahead of both of those teams in the South. All right, let's go from that to sad news for the Jets. Yesterday, I told you the Jets might get flexed into Sunday Night Football. They said, you know what? We're going to take the Dolphins and Chargers instead. So the Jets'
What a game.
11-year odyssey to get back to Sunday Night Football continues. They have not made it. They flexed in a different game, not the Jets and Bills.
Sad. This is really
I am
sad.
sad for them.
If they had a quarterback that people cared about, then people would obviously be like, you know what, we need this game. But because this is what happened, you got two quarterbacks that people love. Or
Josh
hate.
Allen could only do so much of the lifting for the Jets. And
Yeah.
he's like, sorry. I
They're
can't.
like, come on, Mike White, really? Come on.
What are we doing? Hey, speaking of what we're doing, what are we doing? A bold move from Brett Favre, as he has decided to go on the offensive and has filed to dismiss the Mississippi welfare lawsuit. Now, this is the amazing part. His attorney, I I actually don't think this is the worst strategy in the world, is his attorney said Brett Favre has done nothing wrong. Well, that's obviously a lie. The Mississippi Department of Human Services does not and cannot allege that his claims against him and his company are valid and therefore they must be dismissed. And then he said that the state of Mississippi is trying to use Brett Favre as a famous scapegoat to hide from the fact that they took $94 million. So what's amazing about this is like, look, they did the bad thing. We didn't do anything. They're just trying to use us as a scapegoat. Now, that, of course, completely ignores that Brett Favre 100% got $1 million for work that he never did.
Allegedly.
And no, that happened.
Yep.
And he got one of his companies got another $2.1 million. So
Allegedly.
if you want to argue, no, that did definitely happen too.
Okay.
Now, the trouble comes is where did the money come from or how quickly they paid it back. So they're like, no, we paid it back. And other people are like, yeah, but you paid it back really slowly once you knew you were busted. And that's not really how stealing works.
What do you mean?
I don't.
Allegedly.
Okay. So you rob a bank and they're like, you know what? We're going to walk the money back in eventually over several months after you prod us about it.
Just get it.
If you could not
let
send
us use
us
the
to
money.
Jail, yeah.
Let us use the money and gain interest on it while we give it back to you.
I understand. I watched that movie with Denzel Washington and the guy who robbed the bank and then lived in the bank for a week or so and then came out later.
So Brett Favre watched. Yeah, Brett Favre watched that movie. And he's like, that is our legal strategy.
Man, Russell Wilson topic is coming back, Kevin, on the fan text. Wilson's 40. Why is he still having birthday parties? And also, none of them went to go see Russ. They went for Ciara.
Yeah, and that's...
Fan text with jokes. I love it.
Yeah, and that's what people are like, this was a fancy party and all those people didn't show up. I do have to admit, if Ciara's throwing a fancy party, I want to be there.
100%.
But do you still want to be there if Russell Wilson's going to be there?
I don't know.
Big question. Would you rather go to Ciara's birthday party or the party that she's throwing for Russell Wilson, or if they had a big party for Ruben Sierra? I'm going to Ruben Sierra's birthday party.
Ruben Sierra, El Caballo. He sang songs for us.
He'll sing for us. He's one of the great Texas Rangers of 1986 through 1991.
Yeah, where the card era was popping.
I'm going to his because he's going to be playing his albums in the background. And I'm going to Ruben Sierra's party.
We'll just all ride together.
Yeah. We could Uber together.
Uber.
Oh, speaking of Uber, want to give a shout out to Clemmy, who's out there, gave Reggie a ride earlier this morning. It's really appreciate you doing some awesome work and spreading the word of the fan out there, Clemmy.
He's in the Twitch chat too.
Nice.
Reggie's in there.
Oh, Reggie is.
Oh, yeah.
I thought you were talking about Clemmy.
Oh, no. Well, Clemmy is too, probably.
Man, well, he's driving, so
he's pulled over.
It's not going to be safe.
He pulled over. He put it in there.
Mm-hmm.
He's pulled over.
Huh. Okay.
Shall we go ahead and mark that one down?
Yeah.
I think we're gonna need
Masterpiece of the week coming up on Friday. Now, Von Miller says he only plans on missing one more game. He goes, look, I didn't tear my ACL. That was a huge part of it. He's got some meniscus damage, but he's hoping in 7 to 10 days he can be back. Good to go to play in that game against the Jets that didn't get flexed.
So Von Miller got to play with DeMarcus Ware at the end of his career, and DeMarcus Ware wins a championship there in Denver. Why come back so quick? You've proven you are a great player still. You're dealing with an injury. You're older. To me, I've seen this and I go, just play like the last 2 games of the year and then be ready to give your best. Like, you worked your way back, you kind of got your way into shape those last 2 weeks, and then you're hoping to play in 4 more games because they're probably not going to get the bye. And so to me, I would just look at it. If Von Miller was on the Dallas Cowboys, I would say, Vaughn, don't come back this quick. Take your time, and I want you 100% ready to fire during the playoffs. I don't need you wasting any more reps in the regular season.
I agree. I don't know. Other than maybe he's looking at seeding and he's like, I have to help them with that part.
And that's I hear what you're saying about probably not getting the bye. They have the tiebreaker over the Chiefs and they're only 1 game back.
True.
And they still play the Dolphins
so
again.
You would force them?
No, not at all. But I'm saying I would not discourage him. Because don't you think Von Miller probably went up there and is like, guys, I'll be ready by the Jets game. And you could go the route of, look,
I would want to protect him from himself. Just like Zeke. I think the Cowboys did a great job of protecting Zeke and saying, hey, There's still plenty of season left. Let's get you right because we need you right. You out there at 70% isn't to me. Von Miller at, let's just say 75, 80% is just at best an average player at this point in his career. But him at 100% is still one of the 10 best pass rushers in the NFL.
Do you think the worry is like the Cowboys thought we can win without Zeke? And I don't know, because Buffalo's been struggling. They're 2-2 in their last two. They beat a garbage Browns team and a garbage Lions team.
Whoa.
So sorry, dude. Your team is garbage. You have to know that.
They just won.
Yeah.
They're going all the way now.
Yeah.
Who'd they beat?
The Buccaneers.
Buccaneers beat the Cowboys this year, Kevin.
Okay.
Therefore,
so by the transitive property. Oh yeah, we need to
Browns
update our Super Bowl champion. Like who is the linear Super Bowl champion right now? By the way,
I would want to target December 18th for Von Miller. That is home against the Dolphins.
That makes
to me,
sense.
Obviously, he's not playing this Thursday.
Yeah.
There's a day left.
He
to that.
says he'll play the Jets game, but I hear you.
Yeah, and you know what? If he's 100%, if my doctors say, look, he ain't going to get any better, he's 100%.
Right.
Now I'll say, all right, we're playing. But if he's like, hey, he's at 80%, I would say, gosh, what would 7 more days do to this injury? Like, as in, give him 7 more days.
And then last thing I got for you, the Giants, Xavier McKinney has said, remember, he's been hurt since the ATV incident in Mexico, he said he is planning on being back this season, which they're going to need if the Giants are going to make the playoffs. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we jump into the Lunch Rush and Expressway, inspired by the upcoming retirement of Miguel Cabrera. Who were the hitters Derek Holland most hated to face? Plus Mike likes it, plus a Stars update. All of it next right here on The Fan.
Been able to do it. So,
there's a drive left field. That goes profar and it's gone! Cabrera's done it! Number 506! And the Tigers have a dozen.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan in honor of the upcoming retirement of Miguel Cabrera. Who were the haters that the haters?
Oh yeah,
there's a lot of those
lots
out
of
there.
haters.
I'm one of the
So
haters.
many.
337. I think his name's Michael, who texts in quite a bit.
I will apologize for one of my haters in just 1 second. But the hitters that you most dislike facing, but also the good Tolo who did the immediate research for us.
His name's Reggie.
Oh, Reggie did the research?
Reginald. I actually said, yeah, you keep this on your phone just for these moments. You can listen to him on the Get Right. And he said, no, I just ran it down. So there it is, Kevin. Do you want the research real fast?
Yes.
So the Rams won the Super Bowl, right?
Correct.
Bills beat the Rams week 1. Dolphins beat the Bills week 3. Bengals beat the Dolphins week 4. Ravens beat the Bengals week 5. Giants beat the Ravens week 6. Seahawks beat the Giants week 8. Bucks beat the Seahawks week 10. Browns beat the Bucks week 12. Therefore, the Browns currently hold the Pythagorean theory. Is it the transitive property?
Let
me hear it.
Super Bowl. Kevin, you get to announce it.
The Cleveland Browns are your current reigning and defending Super Bowl champions.
Woo! Based on that's the team that beat the next team, Mike.
I love it. Super Bowl, baby. Here we go.
Thanks to Reginald Atatula on the Get Right.
Who are they going to lose to this week?
It's just a piece of metal. Who cares?
They might be able to defend it. They have the Texans this week.
Oh,
so,
man, they're going to defend their title.
All right.
What a game, by the way. Deshaun Watson comes back from his horrible things.
Yes.
To play the team that he did those things with.
Supposedly, too, I don't know if you guys knew this, but the people that filed the charges,
10 of them.
yes, will be at the game as well. That was like reported on
Okay,
other things,
well,
which is kind of odd. But
just real quick then, let me ask you, because we were going to do NFL fact or fiction, but there's a lot of stuff happening today. That was going to be one of my NFL fact or fiction questions. You are intrigued to watch Deshaun Watson play football again.
I hate saying it, but yes, because he was a top 10 quarterback, maybe even borderline top 5.
Sure.
And I don't know, like after sitting out almost 2 years, how good can he be immediately? And then how good can he be by the end of the season? Will he look like the great Deshaun Watson? Will we go, gosh, he doesn't look the same yet. Will he ever look the same?
well, if you look at how he was in the preseason, he didn't look very good. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Obviously, as a Browns fan, quarterback, that's our guy. He did not look very good, so I'm not expecting much the first few weeks. It's kind of like a guy that's just coming off of a big injury. You know, he's got to get that confidence back, got to get the trust. I'm not expecting too much out of him, but I will say he's going to have a good game, though, against Houston. That's the only thing I can say.
Why? Because it's Houston?
Yeah, it's like you really want this game more than anything. It's just like when I would come back to play against Texas, like I want to do really well at home against Texas.
Like when you really wanted to strike out Josh Hamilton for saying this isn't a baseball town, and then you
I
did.
And that place went nuts. But I was like, God, thank you, Ranger fans. That was so loud.
It was an awesome moment. I remember it very distinctly.
So
I was
do I.
like, come on, Derek, you got this. And then he did it. Kevin, did you hear what Kyle Allen said when he was asked what he said to A&M teammate Myles Garrett?
Oh, no.
He said, be nice to me.
That is nice.
That's what he said he would say to his old teammate from back in the day.
All right, so Miguel, that is an excellent story. Miguel Cabrera is going to retire in a year. I was kind of curious, and we have stats available to research this. Derek, are there any particular players that you hated facing, or you just kind of felt like they owned you?
Jeter was definitely one of those. I always joked around, said he was 13 for 12 against me. He already had a hit before he got up there. He was just really good. But playing with Miguel, I do want to share this because I want people to realize how great he really was. I mean, obviously we know he was good, but on top of that, it was funny to listen to him talking about hitting. I would be in there if I was pitching, whatever. I would just listen to what he's saying. And he would always talk about, oh, they want to shift me this way. Fine, I go the other way. Oh, they shift me the other way. Oh, okay, I just pull the ball. That's how good of a hitter is he knows where he's going to place it. And if you watched him, he did. He would put the ball where he wanted to go. The other thing I would say, too, if you took away how big Detroit was, I feel like he would be probably in the 600 club with home runs.
Really?
Wow. Just because you got to think he's played
massive.
well, look at both teams he played for. The Marlins. That field was huge. That was a pitcher's park. And then you come to Detroit. It used to be even bigger. They brought the fences in.
Yeah.
And it's still like a graveyard hitting out there.
He was so Beltre. I feel like maybe I was told never really looked at a scouting report for a pitcher. Was Miggy the kind of guy that like just everything was natural for him, or?
I mean, he had an approach.
Okay.
Everything he did, he worked on, and that's where you kind of look at what's going on with baseball now is he worked on the fundamentals of, I'm going to go the other way. I'm going to pull the ball. I'm going to, hit and run style, put the ball up in the air, whatever. He worked on the hitting every single time he was in there. He was in there with a purpose, no matter what, when it was BP time. And then once he came into the game, he would come in after seeing, like, if you made him look silly. I remember one time Darvish threw one of his eephus curveballs, and as he swung, he gave him a thumbs up after he missed it. Like, his hand came off the bat, and then he gave him a thumbs up. So he knows what he's doing. He would come back in, and he would be like, okay, this is what he's doing. He pays attention to pitchers. I know when I faced him here, I gave up 2 home runs to him, both at bats. And the second time, I saw the video when I was inside after the game, and he was talking about he saw me tipping my pitch for my changeup. He knew it was coming. So he's paying attention to a lot.
I have the stats for both Miguel Cabrera and Derek Jeter against Derek Holland.
Was he actually 13 for 12 against
Jeter was probably batting 800, over 800.
Jeter never got a hit off me, Derek.
Mickey was probably batting 430.
No.
Okay.
Derek Jeter was batting over 500. He had 10 hits and 19 at-bats with you, 3 doubles, 3 RBIs, a walk. But also,
did he ever pull the ball, or did he just take your cutter and push it the other way?
Yep. I don't have a cutter.
He hit 526 against you with an OPS of 1234. Whew. For Miguel Cabrera,
he's just a guy, though, bro.
Okay, I mean, agree.
Put Michael Young on that Yankees team, and Michael Young's a bigger
also,
star.
Derek Jeter is involved in the most overrated play in the history of any sport.
I love Michael Young, but Derek Jeter has like 1,200 more hits than Michael Young.
Michael Young, if he'd have been on that Yankees team, would have had 1,200 more hits, too.
Mike Adams just texted me, too, and said Miggy was also the toughest at bat by far.
There you go. That's
Miguel,
2 pitchers.
Okay, Miguel Cabrera against Derek Holland. 16 at-bats, 8 hits, 2 doubles, 3 home runs, 9 RBIs, 4 walks for a robust 500 batting average and 600 on-base percentage and a 1.788 OPS.
I think that's his career averages. So I wouldn't that's not too bad of a deal. Like that's what he just did anyway because he did it to everybody.
He's a Hall of Famer first ballot, without a doubt.
Yeah, I mean Hall of Famers you pitched to, Kevin.
None.
Dang it!
I pitched to Mike Piazza.
Look at you.
Oh, well,
you did
he was
my catcher. That's awesome,
Wait,
Mike.
You faced Griffey too, right?
Yeah,
Griffey
I
didn't
did
even
pretty
touch
good
him.
against Griffey. Cabrera, I remember him getting, I think, 2 hits off of me. I don't remember how many times I faced him, but I can remember him hitting the ball. I always hated it because if you got 2 strikes on him, to your point, he would just hit the ball hard the other way. So if I threw like something, let's say a 2-seamer away or a changeup away, all of a sudden he would change his approach to, no, you think you're going to throw a low and away or soft away and I'm going to try to pull it? I'm not going to try to pull you anymore. I'm just going to hit the ball hard the other way.
That's the best hitters. Instead of, hey, let me get into my batting practice and see how far I can hit the ball all the time. I'm going to work on all these typical or these little things that could come up in the middle of a game.
I played against Cabrera when he was a third baseman for Florida as he was getting heavier. He was starting to get heavier in 2007, and he was so mad at us because we weren't that good of a team. We think 73 and 89 Washington, and we started bunting on the Marlins down third base. And Manny Acta, who's Dominican, our manager, and Cabrera, he just looked in our dugout and started cussing at Manny. And Manny's like, you're like, I mean, I don't know what he said to him, but it's kind of like, dude, you're fat and slow. Like, we're going to bunt on you if they're going to put you at third base.
Yeah. I mean, that's true.
Go ahead.
I was gonna ask if there was any other players you hated to face or that
Players
hated
you
to
love.
face
Yeah.
you, if we want to scoreboard them and show them what you got.
No, the one, and I just saw him at the John Daly golf event, was Johnny Damon. He was one, he hated facing me. I think he's got 1 hit out of 20 at-bats. And then another guy like stands out, which is, I've looked this up because of my streaming when I get on, guys talk about it. Trumbo, Pujols, and Trout, I think, are all tied for the most home runs I've given up to a person, and I think it's 4.
Mike Trout, 16 hits and 48 at bats. He has 4 home runs, 13 RBIs, 7 walks, but also 13 strikeouts.
Yeah, he didn't like facing me too.
Against mighty Derek Holland.
Where did you always throw high up?
No, I always threw in. He doesn't see my slider very well. That was one of the things I have. We've talked before. That was the one thing you tell me to quit throwing the slider. He also, I broke his bat. He's such a great dude. He signed it and it says sit on this because I shattered his bat. But yeah, he just didn't like when I would come into him on that.
Let's go to mark that.
Gosh dang it. When I would pitch in,
Mike Trout. Yeah,
yes,
I understand where you're
when
going
I
with
would
this.
pitch
Yeah,
in,
throwing in on him.
he did not like that. And yeah,
because he had slow hands, or he got in on him quickly.
I continue to get closer and closer to him every single time because he would let me expand the zone.
You guys,
Trumbo,
this
explain
music is
Trumbo.
perfect for
Explain
this.
Trumbo.
Trumbo
dude-
could drop bombs.
Really?
Yes, he probably would hit the farthest home runs I've ever seen.
He has 5 home runs against you
so it was 5.
per RotoWire. 15 hits and 50 at bats, 5 home runs, 12 RBIs.
Pujols is the other one. He has 5 as well.
We will,
but not the one that went through the Diamond Club in the World Series. Right?
That wasn't off me.
That was
he didn't do anything
somebody
against
else.
me.
Yeah,
I did way better against Miguel Cabrera than I thought.
Let's hear it.
Mike's like,
He went 1 for 2 with a base hit.
Wait, how's that better?
He only batted 500. You should see some of these other guys.
Who was your toughest guy you've ever faced?
Well, it looks like I didn't like facing.
Was it Mickey Mantle?
hurtful.
What?
I didn't.
He's older than
Alex
me.
Gonzalez went 4 for 8 against me, but he had 3 home runs out of his 8 at bats.
So
that
when he
really
got
stuck.
up-
I just pulled this up, so I didn't. Benji Molina batted 667 against me.
That's one of my favorite catchers.
So good for him. He hit 2 home runs off of me too. I can remember the one. Well, I think he hit a home run in the Barry Bonds game, and I believe he hit one in Anaheim in 2003 when I was with the Mets off of me. So those look like the 2 guys that really got me good, even though there's other guys that did too. I mean, it's a long list, guys.
Whoa.
Anybody else?
Hanley Ramirez to me was the guy, and I'm looking. He batted 1,000 off of me, but 2 for 2 with a walk. But I thought Hanley Ramirez. I thought in his time, in his prime, Hanley Ramirez, especially against left-handers, you'd start looking at the stats and you'd look at what he hit off fastball, curveball, changeup against lefties, and everything was pretty much 400. And you're just like, what the crap? How does Is he getting out in the major leagues this year against lefties? And then he hit a leadoff homer off of me that game.
Mike, I think I've asked you this before, and I don't know if I've asked you, Derek. Have you ever had a moment where you're on the mound and like, I'm about to face this guy? This is pretty cool.
Griffey was that guy.
Griffey? Okay. Yeah.
And it was, I literally sat there. I remember it picture perfect because it was in Seattle. And I was like, man, this is Griffey. Like, I grew up watching this guy. I loved him. I tried to mimic his swing. One of the favorites. And then I just was like, all right, let's put him in my book now. I'm not going in his. It'll be cool to sit here and tell myself, I struck him out. And sure enough, as soon as I struck him out, I wanted to be like, hey, can we throw that ball out?
Yeah.
Like, I want that one.
A quick update, if you guys are interested, Swinging for a Cause 2022 is, I want to update you on the prices so far is, by the way, Sean and RJ, they don't have a fun name for their dinner package. Is for G-Bag, it's G-Bag and some barbecue. For the Get Right, it's Eat Right and Get Right.
Nice.
Ours is You've Been Masterpieced.
Yep.
And then for the morning show, it says Dinner with Sean and RJ.
They're creative.
And Bobby.
Yeah.
No, it does not say that.
Oh, no.
Where are they eating at?
At Nick and Sam's.
Mom's.
Loosen your belt.
Yes, for sure.
Like Bobby belt.
Now,
that's good, Mike.
That is true.
Mike's a genius.
And they're doing good. They're at $405. Now, of course,
who's the leader?
That's a great question,
Great question, Derek.
Now, of course, to be great, you have to be 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, of course, the leading bid thus far is the You've Been Masterpiece, despite the fact that Rachel Ring was joking with us that we got disrespected on the starting price. So our starting price was low, yet the current bid is high.
Very high.
Guess what? I'm going to join you guys for that dinner.
Whoa!
So would you like to have dinner with us and Derek Holland?
So our new goal is to outraise all the rest of the shows combined because of that. All
Yeah,
right.
I think that's going to be beneficial.
And Corey, it's at Knife.
I love Knife. It's
Never been. That you
by
do.
the way, it's right next to a Mexican bar company.
You need knives.
We can go to both. We can hang out and have some drinks one and have some steaks. It'll be awesome. It'll be a great night. Trust me. I just want to point out, Kevin, like a lot of the people that Swinging for a Cause helps and benefits.
Yeah.
Go to My Possibilities.
Yeah.
And so like this is another connection. I know it's with Special Olympics and a lot of the work that they do to make sure kids have opportunities to perform in sports. That's awesome. And we've been out there where some of the hipsters are walking around with their medals from Special Olympics.
Which is so cool.
Showing off. So we love that we get to support, like Jared supported us last week, and now we get to support what Jared's doing this week, man.
All right, Joey, I'm going to give you a quick opportunity. We got Mike Likes It coming up. We didn't get to mention this yesterday is Rope Hintz has been re-signed to an 8-year contract extension, $8.45 million annually. I know that you love some hockey, Joey. What are our thoughts about the value here?
Well, it's great value. I don't know what Jim Neal has or what his pitch is to some of these young players for the Stars, but he seems to sign up for some pretty long-term deals and at some great value. I mean, Jason Robertson's already underpaid as it is.
Oh my God!
But I mean, it's going to be exciting. That's going to be kind of your centerpiece for years to come. With guys like Ben and Sagan kind of aging, that's going to be a guy that's really you're going to want to build around.
And I think that's the only thing that makes me nervous is the last really 2 long-term contracts you gave out have been fairly disastrous. And so
Yeah.
I am just a little nervous about that. But hopefully this works out way better and big news for the Stars right there. All right, now.
All right.
How about some Mike Likes It?
All right. So I got through watching this yesterday afternoon, and it is on Netflix, and I really enjoyed it because I don't remember this story at all in the mid to late 90s. And the Netflix documentary is called Pepsi, Where Is My Jet? And so there's this dude from, I believe, Seattle. His first name's John. I can't remember his whole name, but there's this promotion, and I don't want to give it all away. I want to just tell you, if you have Netflix, watch it. It's really entertaining.
It's only 4 episodes. The whole thing is like maybe 3 hours long.
So I'll ask you this, Kevin. Do you remember the commercial where Pepsi in 1995 or 96 has this whole Pepsi Points thing where at the end of the commercial, there's a Harrier jet that's kind of like a military helicopter jet, and a kid flies to school in it, and underneath it says Harrier jet, 7 million points
I wasn't
from Pepsi, and you get the Harrier jet.
I wasn't 100% sure I remember the commercial until the very end. And then I was like 100%. I remember the commercial because I remember the jet coming down and they're like, you can fly to school or whatever. Like, I totally remember that. And that's what hooked me into the story even more.
So in this story, it's a 20-year-old guy, and he says, gosh, he's running the numbers on this, and he goes, all right, so how many Pepsis would I have to buy? Where do I store these Pepsis? But he's like, I want that Harrier jet. The Harrier jet, he looks it up, is worth $32 million. He does a lot of the research on, can you actually buy a Harrier jet? And in the documentary, it says you can, but you have to buy them in lots of 6. You cannot buy one Harrier jet. So they are available for purchase, but without any weaponry on it. You can't have any bombs or the guns on there to shoot. Weaponry?
I like that word. I'm going to use it. I like it.
Yeah, weaponry on your jet. So anyways, you get rid of all of the things that could make it a military jet, and you can buy this, but you have to buy 6 of them. So he looks at all of this and he goes, okay, so this is viable. I can get this jet. And so he goes to one of his friends that's an older guy, and he says, hey, I think I want to do this. And so he says, well, I'm a businessman. Give me your plan on how to get this Harrier jet from Pepsi. And after all of it goes through, the guy says, I just don't think we can do all this. Renting a warehouse
to store all the Pepsi,
getting this much Pepsi product and all this. It sounds like by the time we were able to accomplish all of this, this promotion could possibly be over. Do you know when this ends? Also, how many people are thinking like you're thinking right now off of this commercial to try to get 7 million Pepsi points to get this jet? I mean, they might, as soon as somebody gets 7 million points, and if they have this jet available, they might go, promotion's over. Some dude just got 7 million points, and we're not giving away 2 Harrier jets. We're only giving away 1. So it died. It ended. And he kept thinking about it because he's like, every time I'd go into a convenience store, anytime I would go anywhere, I would see the Pepsi product. I would see Cindy Crawford. I would see the magazine on what you can get. Usually it'd be like sunglasses, t-shirt, a soccer ball, a duffel bag of Pepsi stuff, which was more in like the 100-point range to 1,000-point range on the things you could get. Like a really cool thing if you collected a lot of Pepsi points, they said was like a leather jacket with the Pepsi logo on the back. And so, anyways,
you want to leave the plot? Do you want to leave the plot there, or
I think we can keep going a little bit. But the thing that gets him to get the points, because I think the whole really documentary is on how he does get 7 million points, not how he got it. I think how he got it isn't that big of a deal. It's a deal, but it's not the story. So the story is he goes to the Cindy Crawford poster with Pepsi, and they have magazines there where it shows all the things you can get through your Pepsi points. And at the end of it, he's reading the fine print, and it says, as long as you turn in 15 Pepsi points, you can buy more points if you want for 10 cents a point. And so now he's like, oh my God. If I can raise $700,000, I can get a $32 million jet. And so he goes back to his buddy and he says, here's the deal. We don't need warehouses. We actually don't need to buy any Pepsi. We just need to send in a check to Pepsi for $700,000, which gets us the $7 million. The 7 million points. And we get our $32 million Harrier jet. So his buddy says, I'm in. I'll write you a check for $700,000. Let's send it to Pepsi, and let's show them that we have the points. We figured out how to do it. We want the Harrier jet. And then from there, that's when the lawyers get involved, because Pepsi's like, are you kidding me? Like, some dude figured out.
They thought he was an idiot.
Yeah.
Like that guy. They thought he was so stupid. They're like, hey, jack nuts, as Mike would say. It was a joke. And like a whole bunch of it is them just talking that kid.
And he's like, but I read the fine print.
Yeah, there's
I did what
nothing
I'm supposed to do.
There's nothing on the commercial as his buddy who gave him the $700,000 watched the commercial like 5 or 10 times. And then when they were going to send the $700,000 check in, they went to lawyers and they said, look, we're about to send a check for over $700,000. They put the shipping and handling on it too. Like it said $10 for shipping and handling for your product. So
that's
like,
fair.
all right, we'll send the 10 extra bucks so you guys can send this Harrier jet to our house. That's
a heck of a deal.
Yeah. Is the lawyer said, can we watch this again and watch it again? And like, all of these commercials, whenever they do commercials like this, there's always something underneath that says exclusions apply or something, right? To make sure that you don't just have the joke out there without it saying it's a joke.
Yeah.
And because they didn't, the lawyer said, hey, it's a real offer. Now, we don't know if you're really going to get this, but send it in. We'll back you up. We will represent you on this because this advertising says if you get 7 million points, you get this jet. And so then it becomes years of battle between the Pepsi company and lawyers. And it takes so many twists and turns. It's a really fun story that I don't remember in the 90s.
Because you remember Where's the Beef, right?
Yeah.
Like you remember that stuff.
Dude, Where's My Car?
You remember the Pepsi versus Coke, like the taste challenges
Right.
and all this stuff. They had that at Wet and Wild.
Yes.
And I dominated that, by the way. I learned that you could tell by just looking at the bubbles. And so I would always get something free just by looking at the bubbles in it. So, no, I don't remember that either as a thing. I also wasn't a Pepsi person, so maybe that wasn't something that was on my mind. Or was I even old enough, Mike, to really care about this?
This thing happened in 95, 96 is when Pepsi Points and that commercial happened. But they were showing a lot of Pepsi stuff, and they were showing just different commercials with Deion Sanders, with Cindy Crawford, they went after the youth of America, right? They're like, we're going to get as many celebrities as possible, pay them a whole bunch of money. Michael Jackson, another guy. Like, we are going to make Pepsi the polar bears and Santa Claus and all the stuff they were talking about with Coca-Cola. They were really going, look, we're iconic. We've been around for almost 100 years. And they're like, we got to do opposite. We got to say, yeah, we've been around too, but we want to do the young generation, the next generation. Britney Spears became a Pepsi person. Like, they were trying to promote it to youth. And we're like, we're not going to fight Coca-Cola in the cuteness and the oldness and nostalgia. We got to go after the youth of America with these Pepsi commercials. And so anyways, that's where it gets into a whole debate. You'll watch it later and
it's called Dude, Where's My Jet, right?
Pepsi Where's My Jet.
Pepsi
Dude, Where's My Car?
Yes, thank you.
Aston Kutcher.
I did watch it.
And did you like it? Would you recommend it?
Yeah, no, I liked it a lot.
It's 4 episodes.
Yeah.
They're about an hour and change, like a little over an hour a piece. And it's
I
interesting.
think they might actually be a little shorter than an hour.
Okay.
I thought
Okay.
the whole
sign me up then.
I thought the whole deal was about 3 hours.
Okay, well, good.
How many Pepsis do you think that is?
He was doing the math.
Did the math, yeah.
Okay, so my buddy, he does stand up here in Dallas, Ginger Nation 96. He legit drinks 10 to 12 Pepsis a day.
Oh my gosh.
Sometimes even more.
That's too many.
So I'm curious, it's like, we did like a math for 16 years. If we stayed at 8 Pepsis a day, if that was the consistency, it was 46,000 Pepsis. And
I don't think that comes close because they were going to have to buy warehouses.
Yeah. So it would have to, oh man.
It was pretty much 10 points for a Pepsi, I think it was. Now, it could be different. You could get 1 point. You could get maybe 20 points if you got lucky, right? I mean, you'd cut off the label on there and it would say how many points you got or whatever. But I mean, you're pretty much going to need about 500,000 Pepsis to get 7 million points. That's why they put it at 7 million a little bit, because they're like, nobody's ever going to get 7 million points. We don't need to put a disclaimer here on it. All right, so.
Which I did get that logic, but yeah, go check it out, people. It's fun.
Real quick, to start the documentary off, they say the commercials of the 90s were the best commercials.
Yes.
I'd agree.
What has happened to commercials today? Why do you think the creativity...
Running out of material.
I'm asking, or do you think that was just a deal that they said that commercials are as creative or better today than they were 20 years ago?
That's Corey makes a very good point.
I guess 25 years ago.
I guess I don't really watch commercials anymore, so I guess I can't say. I think I would just like commercials better back then because I was more like susceptible, and I was like, if there's something I want, I can just go buy. Whereas then it was like, oh my God, I gotta go get this because Cindy Crawford's in it, and I don't feel like the celebrity endorsement makes as much of a difference in a commercial because that's why they're like social mediaing you with it.
Well, would you say that the reason that you don't see many commercials is that you can't multitask? So when the commercial's on, you don't really see it. Even though you're saying you're watching TV and on your computer at the same time, your brain is actually concentrating on the computer.
100%.
You never saw John Hamm and Santa Claus for 8,000 commercials.
Leave the room when it goes to commercial, or I go somewhere else and do something else because I want to use that time more efficiently.
Do you watch the Super? I was gonna say, do you watch Super Bowl commercials at least?
Yeah, because that's a pop culture thing. Like, because people will want to talk about the commercials. Nobody is ever watching like the Western Conference Finals and be like, "Oh my gosh, did you see that one commercial?" And if they do, it's just one. It's not like the whole string of them.
I should have asked you this before the show started. Do you guys have a favorite commercial of all time?
I loved the McDonald's, Larry, and Jordan
playing
ones.
horse.
Yeah.
That was
Do you even know what we're talking about, Derek?
Yeah,
series. I mean, you're young. I faced Mickey Mantle.
Yeah, that's true.
You've only faced...
You guys didn't even have TVs back then.
Juan Soto when he was 19 years old.
Yeah, I don't know. The Pepsi commercials are usually really good for the most part. Or the old Budweiser commercials. Those were good too.
Bud.
Anything for you, Corey?
Kevin stole mine. Like that's my favorite commercial of all time. Is that specific commercial? Is because it's two legends playing horse, something that I can do. Or it's that one where the police officer's standing next to the Pepsi machine and they're looking at it and scratching their head, and there's two cows out in the field, and one of the cows leans over to the other one and goes, I think the fat one's on to us, because there's cans leading out into the field. So I always like that one too.
So that's Mike likes it. I left on the cutting floor as I leave for New York for a long time. I don't know when I'm going to see you guys. Merry Christmas.
3 days.
I heard next Tuesdays when you're coming back.
Is the Mavericks need to keep the jersey they wore last night and put it in. They need to wear that jersey 33% of the time. The rest of the time, the Dallas Mavericks are alive.
Okay.
Like, as long as there's a Dallas Mavericks, that jersey needs to be in their rotation for a third of their games.
All right. I'm intrigued by that hypothesis. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I may have been wrong, gentlemen. This is DeMarcus Lawrence's team.
Oh.
Next.
All right, so let's talk about
about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
All right, man. So I made a very bold statement yesterday, Kevin, where I said I think that this is Micah's team. And in the second year, this is the best player, 25, under 20.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw that yesterday. Potentially, like, you could argue right now, the best defensive player in the league.
Yeah.
Aaron Donald is injured, so, like, obviously that helps. But Aaron Donald wasn't having a monster year this year. But Micah Parsons is a dominant force that has to be dealt with. And I said, I think there's this, like, the defensive side of the ball. There's a lot of different leaders, but I think the personality, taking on the personality of Micah is a good thing. I also think that Dak Prescott has, he has his side of the ball that they say, hey, he's our guy first. But then every week the Cowboys release their sounds from the sidelines. And I love watching this. I think it's fantastic. I really enjoy hearing what these guys are talking about, no matter what it is, because sometimes they're just BSing about something going on in the stands. Sometimes they're talking about their celebration. Other times they're talking about routes and how to beat this. Like, you get some interesting insight. And this is some audio from this. First, we're gonna play a clip, a section where DeMarcus Lawrence is talking to Micah Parsons. I do want to point out, the very beginning of this of this week started with DeMarcus Lawrence basically giving Oso Odighizuwa his speech before they even gives the team speech. He's giving him the speech, and then later on he tells Micah, "Hey, this is going to happen. And we're going to do this." And then late in the game, Kevin, he adds another one where he says, hey, you do this, and then this is going to happen. We're going to play through Brad Sham's call here.
Hey, as soon as they get on the ball and center point, you can run over there to the left and I'll run to the right. Then you get your one-on-one.
Crowd trying to make a little noise at the Dallas 38. Looked like motion. Back goes Jones. Down goes Jones. Parsons beat the left tackle clean.
So right there you hear DeMarcus Lawrence say, all right, once they get on the ball, you go this way, I go this way, then you're going to get your one-on-one. And Micah doesn't say anything. He just shakes his head, yes. I'm all right, okay, got it. And then he goes out there and immediately gets the sack. And I talk about turning the light on for the player. I've been using that term a lot lately. That was DeMarcus Lawrence saying, this is what's going to open up. You're going to see it happen. Now, just all you got to do is make the play. It's instincts. Just go play fast. And Micah Parsons does it, and he did it twice in the game. So as much as I want to believe that Micah is, the guy that's doing all this stuff, DeMarcus Lawrence's experience that comes along with it is just as helpful and beneficial to this team as everything as what Micah does to create for other players on the field as well.
And I'm just super proud. That is the person I answered yesterday.
You did.
We were talking about that. But also I'm super proud that if Micah is not your leader, then that probably means you have a heavy leadership presence. You know what I'm saying? Like, if Micah's like, hey, you take a back seat to this guy, then you're like, whoa.
And I'm glad Derek's here for this, because Derek, you were young in the World Series, but y'all had how many players do you think in that clubhouse would you consider leaders?
I would probably say at least 5.
Yeah, and I think I can name off a few. I know Michael Young was one of them.
Yep.
Napoli, it seemed like, took on a role, because I know, and this goes with whoever Emily Jones goes to talk to is probably one of those people, and that was usually one of the first people she was going to talk to. Ian?
Definitely.
Without really wanting that role, he didn't really want to be like, hey, give me a cape. He was just one of those guys that just
he was just very outspoken.
I'm trying to remember back. Who else?
A pitcher, right-hander.
Colby?
Colby was one.
Yeah. And then was there another one?
And then you had the veteran presence, and he would always, I wouldn't say he was
Vlad
very,
one year.
Vladdy was definitely a guy that would speak more to the Latins. Darren Oliver was another one too, he was very outspoken with the guys, especially in the bullpen. It was the way it was set up, it's kind of like how the Cowboys would do it. It's pitchers stay with the pitchers kind of thing. Michael Young was your captain. He was your guy that talked to everybody, got everybody going, but each position, you had your own group. Position players stay with position players, pitchers stay with pitchers.
Maybe one of the most talented players we've ever seen it come through here, Josh Hamilton, didn't necessarily have that, but he was part of a huge factor of what y'all did.
Yeah, you fed off of him. You also, I mean, he wasn't very outspoken like the rest of the guys, but you fed off of his energy. If he was on, the rest of the guys were, all right, we got this in the bag.
Was Nelly a leadership guy?
But it's a difference. That's why there's so many guys you could name. It's a different style of leadership. He was a very funny, entertaining guy, but he also would get serious at times too. So it's like you had both sides just going together there.
Yeah, I feel like you could feed off his energy a lot too whenever
100%.
he was vibing. I think Wash would always say when he's hitting doubles into the gaps, that's when he's hitting at his best.
So that would be your ultimate leader right there was Wash. He had that clubhouse locked down. It was perfect. He kept us right every single time. He never let us get too high, never let us get too low. He was always right there to keep us grounded and keep us focused on what the task at hand was.
But then the rest of the club, Kevin, as we've talked to a lot of coaches and managers, they're patrolling themselves.
But
those guys can take care of their own self, but they always, the vibe comes from the coach first.
And it does. If you also look at like the Mavs, for instance, whenever they call a timeout, you'll pay attention to this more now that you see it. Kid and the coaching staff don't even get into the little huddle. It's the guys talking. That's where the other leadership is too, is, like I was talking about Wash. Wash will be the guy that'll come and get us, humble, keep us grounded. But then once he leaves, now it's on us. It's not on anybody else to do anything. We can't sit here and rely on him, just like in basketball. Kid would say what he needs to say, and then every time they would have a timeout, if you watch, he's usually standing out in the middle of the court, whatever, talking while they gather their thoughts and get things going with the game plan.
I may have been wrong yesterday, Kevin, as I'm hearing the sounds from the sideline. DeMarcus Lawrence, otherwise known as Tank, which
Tank,
you have to
indeed.
call him again.
I do.
Since he's playing at that level again. It's his defense still. And I think, as Derek was explaining, Dan Quinn obviously sets a lot of the tone for that. He knows he has this superstar in Micah. But he also has this other group of defensive players that are very good at what they're doing right now, especially that defensive front, man. The numbers that keep coming out there are amazing. Then to add on to that, let's finish up. Let's go a little bit forward. Hold on, is Joey on the? Yeah. Let's go a little bit forward.
He's got important personal business. Don't worry about it.
This is Micah after said sack. Oh, hold on.
Maybe he was telling you to hold
If I get
on.
one, I always get two. Hey, it's Thanksgiving. You gotta get seconds. Oh man, you gotta get seconds. You feel me? It ain't Thanksgiving without seconds.
I think he was trying to brand that for one, Kevin, but immediately, What is the stat that we have come to know about Micah Parsons?
He gets 0 sacks or 2 sacks in every game. And I heard him. It felt like you were talking through him because he goes, if I get 1, I'm going to get 2. And I was like, that is a fact.
Yeah, man, that was something that, as Kevin it was Peace-a-thon day where we figured this out. You rolled it out there, and I went and looked at his numbers and saw 2-0, 2-0, and I was like, holy crap.
It is wild.
And hey, look, if that's the way he's going to go about it, Kevin, and that's the way that he gets to 22.5, then I'm perfectly okay with it if he ever gets to that number. He's at 12 right now? So, hey, keep getting 2 or 0. I'm perfectly okay. I would prefer you get 2, obviously.
I mean, sure.
But, again, to go back to the conversation with him and DeMarcus is giving him, he's turning that light on. He's opening that door for him to say, hey, look, this is the play where you're about to go get yours. We're all doing this throughout the day. I wonder also, because I didn't see it, because there are other sacks throughout games, if he does that for other teammates too. And he's like, hey, this is your chance to go make this play. And that goes back to the conversation that we talk about frequently with like George Teague and Darren Woodson, where he's like, hey, I'm going to go make a play. You make sure everything behind me's covered. This is the time. All right. Do we have the Von Miller cut this morning from this morning?
That depends if he's still on the phone.
Are you still on the phone, Joey?
No, we got it.
All right. Von Miller had this to say about Odell Beckham Jr.
OBJ's taking a visit this Friday. Yeah. He's going to be here. Everybody said, everybody was like, he's the Cowboys. Hey, man, it ain't over till it's over. He's going to see the Giants, us, and the Cowboys. And I think when he comes here, I don't think he's going to leave.
When he comes here, I don't think he's going to leave.
Because the planes are going to get snowed in.
Okay.
I thought it was just because Von Miller's like, trust me, I know about openly negotiating with the Cowboys and then signing with the Bills. That should be his biggest selling point right there.
Josina Anderson.
Please don't ever do that again.
I was like, because you hit him with the haymaker.
No, I got it. I like that.
You don't want me to do that?
No, I don't
really.
think-
I'm just like, I'm Flavor Flav to your Chuck D.
Well done.
Josina Anderson did add, and this is interesting. This seems cryptic. Mama always said when the big wins come in, that means a shift is coming, a transition is imminent, or it's time to reflect. Word is winds are howling hard in the New York area right now. And I wonder if that is a time to shift. If that's what she's suggesting, is that Beckham is in the New York area because he is talking to Buffalo. And her schedule is, she remains and says it's still exactly what I said before. And Sharif, I think, tweeted to her and was like, is this an agent feeding you information? Would you like to come on the show? And I love that Sharif is always trying to get the big guests.
Is that full scope?
The Bills would make more sense than the Giants, at least, because I was like, hey, do you want to go back where you were with the worst quarterback and not a real Super Bowl team? Great call.
Snap!
Oh my God.
I feel like if the Giants had beat the Cowboys on Thanksgiving, then it would have became the Buffalo or New York. But since they lost, I think it really comes down to Buffalo and Dallas.
Which at least both of them make sense as Super Bowl contenders. Please don't do that again.
You have to tell like a joke. You did 2 jokes. So I'm going to snap when you do it.
Back to you, Corey. I'm joke free now.
Oh, come on. Come on. Make fun of Buffalo or New York.
Buffalo, I heard Bobby this morning say Buffalo, for them, Beckham would be a luxury. Is that wrong with the Cowboys that he would be a luxury here too?
I mean, that's
they don't need him,
especially because okay, so now Noah Brown or James Washington is your 5th wide receiver.
Yeah.
Then you feel pretty okay with that. Although I guess some people might argue that traditionally Noah Brown and James Washington have been 4th and 5th wide receivers. I think it's a luxury for both of them, but I also think it's a thing where you're like, but I could also see a little bit of need there.
Yeah.
Or just
what do you think of Gaby Davis?
He is, he's been good, but he hasn't taken over the NFL, right?
Ooh, snap!
Oh my God.
He set you up for that joke. It wasn't even a joke.
It
was just a snap.
He was snapping on Gaby Davis.
I fell for it because that's somebody that he cares a lot about, so I thought that was a realistic question. I should have known that it was not.
You've worked with him for a long enough time to know where Mike is.
I have too much hope and idealism for things.
To know what is on Mike's brain. And that's you've worked with him long enough to know.
But I don't know what's on his mind. I don't think anybody does.
No, nobody really does.
If you were OBJ, which way would you go? And don't be a homer, just be honest about it. Which way?
I would sign with Buffalo.
Why?
What about the snow?
I don't know what.
Would you rather?
Don't snap on the Cowboys.
Look at the only reason why, that's a good factor too that you put out there. The weather up there, you're playing outside. Where here you're not. You're inside a dome.
I don't know how he feels about that. If that is a big deal, then you should 1,000% sign here instead. I still think most people would agree it's more likely that Buffalo wins the Super Bowl than Dallas, though I think that gap has closed a lot.
Because of the way the Buffalo's been playing lately,
yes,
and the way that Dallas has been playing lately. Yeah, their offense is now, Kevin, you put it out the numbers this morning. Their offense went from very, very bad to very, very, very good. The best in the NFL since Dak's come back.
Yeah. Whose schedule is weaker?
Man, see, that's the thing. I don't...
The rest of the way, probably the Cowboys.
Is that because you're trying to figure out
I would put that into part of my decision too. Who has the better chance with their schedule? That you know what, Cowboys have the better chance, so I'm going to go there. We have a better chance.
Not easy.
That's what I'm saying. And I'm not. That's not an excuse, but when you have the weaker schedule, it's a clearer path for you to get to the playoffs.
Buffalo does have, in a way, because they're tied with Miami, they control a lot more of their destiny. Yes, Dallas, if they beat Philadelphia, would still be a game back. So. I'm not saying I think Odell Beckham Jr. honestly would fit a little bit better here than in Buffalo. I think he can have a bigger impact in Dallas than in Buffalo. But I also agree with Kevin that Buffalo probably has a better chance of winning it all because if they finish out the season strong, most likely they're the 1 or 2 seed.
And the thing is,
what if they match up against each other?
Okay, well,
then who has the better shot?
But he also wants a major market team.
And and that's the thing.
Cowboys are a major market.
There's no
there
more major
is
market in the
no
NFL.
major market in the NFL besides the Cowboys. All right. What I mean is there's a different level. There is no team in the NFL in terms of exposure that is even close to the Dallas Cowboys. Now, I get it. That hasn't translated into wins. I'm well aware. But if you're just looking for exposure, if he signs for Buffalo, it will be the story of the day. If
Snap on 31 NFL cities.
If he signs with, I told you, Joey, a 0. If he signs with Dallas, it will be the whole story for the week. It'll be the story the next week and the next week. Like, they matter more than everything else in the NFL.
But it's like what Michael Irvin said too. Didn't he say this would be a dynasty if he signs here?
I do not agree with that, but
That is another thing. I know dynasty is an interesting word there because the NFL is tough, but it sounds like Cowboys understand he wants a multi-year deal. Like based on what we're seeing, they understand that. They just want to know then they're willing to do it if the numbers are feasible. Now that's going to tick off everybody out there that's Catboying him. You know, they're going to be like, oh, nope, that's where Catboy says no. Feasible means do it for $500 or we're not signing you. But I think that I think they understand this is a different situation and a different player and a different time to snap.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I fear Mike being in control of this segment, but it is power ranking the power rankings. Will we survive? And where are the Cowboys? We'll find out next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan.
end zone. It is caught by Schultz. Touchdown over McLeod, and that is saving the drive. Wow.
Wow, indeed. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time to power rank the power rankings. 877-881-1053. Where do you think the Cowboys should sit in the NFL hierarchy?
All right, so who did the power rankings this week?
You did.
Please tell me you did.
You nervous?
A little bit.
I love when I make you nervous. It kind of gets me going.
Oh my God, you need to stop what you're saying.
All right.
No, not snap.
Have I ever let you down, Kevin?
Yes, many times, but not when it
Be
comes
specific,
to this.
so I know not to do it to you again that way.
No. Oh my gosh.
I have
zero.
I have
Gotta tell them what you really want. All right?
I have CBS and I have ESPN team power rankings.
Okay.
We always do the CBS quarterback rankings.
Okay.
So I'll ask you, Kevin, how do you want it first? Do you want it? I can't even get through this. Do you want teams or do you want players first?
I would like, you know what? I'll take players.
All right.
Switch it up.
This is where Derek struggles tremendously because he
Always.
keeps guessing the top players after we're on like quarterback number 6. Derek, I will let you go first. Derek Holland, who is the best quarterback in the NFL this year?
Patrick Mahomes.
You got that one correct, brother. 1 for 1. Patrick Mahomes, quarterback ranking number 1. He's been 1 for a while. I honestly can't remember. I know Josh Allen was
like
1,
a
but
month
it's
least.
been at least a month. So Patrick Mahomes holding strong at number 1. Like I said, he didn't have his best game last week, but I love that he immediately said in an interview, didn't have a great game. Told his teammates, you guys won this game. You guys did great. I got to do better, and I'm going to do better next week against the Bengals. All right, Corey, who's your number 2? Well, not yours, really. CBS power ranked this quarterback number 2.
I think we're at a point now where it's undeniable. It is Jalen Hurts.
It is Jalen Hurts.
Oh.
Jalen Hurts is a big number 2 and has been number 2 for a while now. He's the second-ranked quarterback in the NFL.
I got to take a number 2.
All right.
Oh my God.
Number 3.
All right, Kevin, this is on
Kevin,
you, buddy.
This is where it gets hard.
Yes. Don't mess this up.
I am going to go off of what we've been talking about for weeks. I think it's an upset. I'll say Joey B.
You got the first name right, and you got the second name right.
Who
You
is
just actually said
Joe
name.
Burrow.
He just
Joe
said,
Burrow. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Joe Burrow.
Yes.
Mike
Number
from the
3.
940. This show is a 10 out of 10 for sure. Snap.
Thank you. That's going to be our thing now.
Oh, my God. Please.
Me and you, should it be like the whole show thing?
As long as whatever involves me the least, I support that.
All right. So I'm going to set this up for Derek Holland to really make him successful.
I got it.
Patrick Mahomes is 1. Jalen Hurts is 2. Joe Burrow is 3. Don't guess one of those 3 guys, and
All
you
right, I
got
was going
yourself
to.
a chance. Who is the 4th ranked quarterback according to CBS quarterback power rankings?
He's really struggling, but I'm going to give it to him. Joshua Allen.
You got it. You're 2 for 2.
Holy
Corey,
crap.
who's number 5?
Tua.
You
Ooh,
did
yeah.
not get it. You are so off.
Wait, what'd you say?
Tua is
Tua.
number 7.
Interesting.
Oh,
Number
dear God.
5.
is this one just for me?
Don't ask for hints. You don't need hints.
Well, you're a man, so this is just for men? Is that what you're...
It's. I'm gonna say. I'm thinking it's Lamar or Dak. Now, Bobby would tell me I have to pick Dak, but I'm gonna take.
Bobby, I would also say Trey.
You're going to take a guy who lost to the Jacksonville Jaguars at number 5.
You know, that's a good point. I take Dak.
Dak is number 8. You got it wrong. So 2 is 7.
That
Dak
means
is
Trevor
8.
Lawrence is 5.
We're still at number 5. He kind of is. I'll tell you how he is in
What?
a second.
He is.
But it's a bad guess. He's number 14, but if you take
said
1 and
Dak?
4 and you put a
Yeah.
plus sign in those, then it does equal 5. All right, so who's
What?
the 5th ranked quarterback in the NFL according to CBS's power rankings?
So not our power rankings.
Not your power rank. I will tell you something. Kevin wanted to get this right.
I don't. That doesn't really help me. But is it Tom Brady?
No. You need to listen better.
I told you.
Tom Brady is number 13.
Oh, man,
he's
dropped.
one spot ahead of Trevor Lawrence at this point. That's where Tom Brady's at.
I'm still 2 for 3.
Did Mike just say you need to listen better?
Yeah. That's my favorite recent thing that has been said on the station was during the argument when Mike goes, I am listening to myself. That is just spectacular.
Yeah.
I got it.
Corey's going to get it.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson is number 5. Kevin, you had it right, but I talked you out of it.
You did.
Oh, I don't understand that. I really don't. After the week that he had, it wasn't spectacular, was it?
It was good. They lost 28-27, but I was surprised with this
surprising.
too. But I will say this. Not a lot of quarterbacks had great weeks that were kind of considered in this area, right? Because Dak moved up from, was he 9 or 10 last week?
I think he was 9.
And so he moved up to number 8. I was surprised Tua was at 7. To y'all's point, I would have put Tua at 5 on this list, but he was number 7. So now you have to get number 6.
Oh, man.
This is it, dude. You can do it.
Take your time. We got 5 minutes left.
Okay,
we got to do the team power rankings too.
It's not Tua. It's not Dak.
Okay, I just have a quick question. Did they put Deshaun? I'm not saying it's him, but
Deshaun Watson is on the list.
I bet he's pretty low.
I'm going to say Geno Smith.
Geno Smith is correct. Tua is number 7. Dak is number 8. I'm going to stop it right there. Do you guys feel disrespected on where Dak is at right now? Is there a quarterback that you're like, no, Dak should be higher than who?
Look, I love Lamar Jackson. I'm surprised that hasn't flipped when you've seen how good this offense has been since Dak came back.
I would shuffle up Tua and Dak at this point and have them above Geno and Lamar.
I think right now I would have Tua above Josh Allen too.
Okay.
He's played like
and
blood.
just so you guys know, Jimmy G is 9, Kirk Cousins is 10, Justin Herbert 11, Aaron Rodgers 12, Tom Brady 13, Trevor Lawrence 14, and Deshaun Watson is number 15. I kind of like where they did that. They put him right in the middle now. It's kind of like, look, we'll start him off as he's starting this year. We'll put him in the middle category of quarterbacks and see where he goes after he plays from there. All right, now we go to team power rankings. ESPN or CBS. We'll just concentrate on one, and I'll tell you about the other.
ESPN.
Since you guessed ESPN, Kevin, you guessed right.
Oh, man. I'm sure he's about to say guess wrong.
Who's number 1?
I'll take the Chiefs.
You got it. Derek, who's number 2?
Philly.
You got it right. Corey, who's number 3?
Buffalo.
You got it right. Who's number 4?
It's got to be the Cowboys, right? Cowboys.
You got it right.
Oh, man.
No,
yes.
that was close.
You got it wrong.
I didn't answer. He answered. It was his turn, not mine.
So Kansas City, Philadelphia, Buffalo, and then Dallas on your ESPN power rankings. We stop right there.
Is that too high?
Derek, CBS has Dallas at number 5. They have Kansas City, Philadelphia, Miami, Buffalo. So you were right about putting Miami in this category. Let me draw a line right there at number 5 because they have Miami number 5 on ESPN. Listen to the next teams. I do think one team is very underrated here, but I do think there's a line at number 6 if I put this team at 6. Both of them had Minnesota at 6, and they have the 49ers at 7. I would put the 49ers into the category of top 6 teams, wherever you want to put them. But I do think there's a big line there. Minnesota, Cincinnati, Tennessee, Baltimore. Those are kind of rounding out your top 10 in any order you want to put them in because they're kind of jumbled up on both different power rankings, but all 10 teams are the same 10 teams on both. And I do think there's a line here that the Cowboys are in the good line of potentially Super Bowl champs, but I only see 6 teams that I think could win it all.
I want to ask you if there's one team that could jump in there. I think it's Cincinnati.
I got you. This week's a big week.
Yeah,
too.
And they've won 3 straight, and now Chase is coming back. Like, I know they got obliterated by the Browns, but if there's a team that's going to jump into that group, I feel like Cincinnati.
Okay. Now that we stick into that division, Derek, I heard you're a Cleveland Browns fan. You really like Keebler Elves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Keebler,
Cleveland,
the touchdown.
The Cleveland Browns are they're the most differently ranked team on this and all 32 teams. So this is going to be very tough Where do you have the Cincinnati Browns in your power rankings right now?
I heard it. Okay, I just want to make sure that was heard.
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah,
Sorry.
there we go.
They're the same. They both have the same color scheme and all that.
Are they the same?
They're
Is
the
that
same
what we're-
state.
Uh-huh.
You're right.
They're like a stone's throw away if you throw it like 350 times.
Yeah. With the rally skunk there and everything right now, I'm going to go.
What?
20. You didn't see the skunk in the stadium?
Yes, I did.
They're undefeated with
okay.
rodents running
Sorry,
around there.
I just assumed that was like an official mascot for y'all now.
It is.
Rally skunk.
Pepe Le Pew. We got
don't pick that one.
22.
22 is a good guess because on ESPN they're ranked 24.
Okay.
Now, take another guess. And I'm telling you, it's a major difference here on where they're not close to 24 on
Guess
CBS's.
again.
So I'm going to say 28.
In the wrong direction,
You just
sucker.
said. Well, okay.
They're 17.
Are you
That's
just
even
breaking the
better.
news to Derek that
Yeah,
directions can go both two
Yes,
different
he is,
ways?
actually. I don't know.
Yeah. You can go left,
17,
right,
wow.
up, down. You can go sideways.
south,
it's just
east,
another
west.
direction. 17 on CBS. So, man,
What?
CBS really
Oh,
likes
so they're
Cleveland.
all about
really-
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah,
They
coming
really
back.
think he's going to make a big difference.
think
I
so.
would have stuck with the 22 to 24.
And the Washingtons are number 12 and 13, and the Giants are number 13 and 15. So just to give you an
They
idea,
play this weekend, right?
I believe so. Philadelphia, number 2 on both lists. Dallas, 4 and 5. Washington is 12 and 13, and the Giants are 13 and 15. So they see still this division as every team being above average.
I mean, I would obviously agree.
Until they prove otherwise.
That's all I got. I got to record 73 other commercials.
Good luck, Mike.
We're
See
the-
you next Christmas.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here
Merry
on
Christmas.
105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I'm Michael Jenkins helping you.
Otherwise, you have to force a smile as you walk into your work holiday party. That's why we want it to be the opposite for you. So as a way to say thank you to our Turn It On, Leave It On fan teammates, we're throwing a Tolo holiday party this Saturday from noon to 4 at Boomer Jack's at their Arlington Highlands location. Party with all of our fan hosts, plus win some amazing stocking stuffers. Fan hang with us as we say thank you for an amazing year at Tolo's. We'll see you at Boomer Jack's this Saturday with the Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. That's Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rentals. Head to buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Couple of quick notes for you. Hudson Card is going to enter the transfer portal, the Texas quarterback who played in the stead of Quinn Ewers when he got hurt. He is looking to transfer right now. That courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is ya?
Awesome, Heggy. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I got to know, what was the... Also, sorry I guysed y'all while we were doing the...
Hey, look,
guys.
Hey, guys.
I apologize. We were trying to do a tease, so my apologies
Merry
for that.
Christmas, guys.
Happy Hanukkah.
Have you gotten any holiday presents yet? Because Mike gave us our first this morning.
I think every day is a wholiday present.
Gross.
Around Mike, just throw that in there, and Mike will be like really happy.
Wing Snob just delivered.
Oh my gosh,
True, Wing Snob. Shout out to David and Wing Snob in Allen off 121. Absolute deliciousness just got dropped by. That'll be Christmas come early, Hanukkah come early for Walchuk.
I think I just had I think it's garlic parmesan boneless wing.
Yeah. Dawson won't stop talking about the garlic from Wing Snob.
Love the garlic parm.
Yeah, it's
off.
buttery. It's so good. That's the best I've ever had, man.
Kosher too, right?
Smells delicious. What was the vibe for y'all during the second half of the game where the United States shelled up and, as David Hellman said, played like cowards? Did you see that tweet?
I should see it.
No! By the way, somebody texted in and said, "Thanks, Mike. I spit Dr. Pepper all over the mail I was delivering on that first snap." What did you think of, obviously I understand for tactical purposes why. Did you feel like the United States played like quote-unquote cowards in the second half?
It wasn't the entire second half, but it was definitely maybe for the last 20 minutes or so. And it didn't bother me because that's Iran's only way of attacking.
Yeah.
The only way of attacking was for you to overextend yourself and then them to kick the ball out in front and chase and be like, oh, we scored, we caught him, I'm not playing defense. So against a lot of teams that can hold possession on you and they're just like hammering your goal for 40 minutes, it's horrible strategy.
Yeah.
You got to try to win midfield. But against Iran, it did make sense. Iran. I'm sorry.
No, all the analysis was great, but Iran.
Cheers.
No, it's just team eliminated now.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh,
that's all it is.
That is true. What was the tension level or ability to focus level like, especially in that last, like you said, 20 minutes?
We did play-by-play for the last 5 minutes. There was no hope in doing a show while watching the game, so we just described the game and reacted sometimes in terrifying detail as that ball went through Turner's legs.
Oh my gosh!
I thought, luckily Zimmerman was there to clear it, but it was absolutely terrifying. But yeah, I think that's what kind of describes the game. There are so few goals that when they happen, they're historic and monumental.
I had a couple of people look at me in the lobby of the Talking Doctor because I realized I had my earbuds in and I was watching. I realized I said, "Oh, too loud," and because multiple people looked at me and it was on that play, and I was like, "Oh." And people were like, "What the hell's wrong with that guy?" And I just wanted to be like, "That's
constipated."
Why I'm here. But yeah, so
Thanksgiving's still taking a toll on my innards.
I was listening to y'all, and it was the energy was great. Like y'all could tell how connected you were to what was going on. And everything. The energy was awesome.
It was a bit like verbal hot potato, I would say, for the first hour of the show because it was just like, okay, we want to say something, and then I want to stop talking so that we can look at the screen. It was very much that. It was a blast, though. It really was.
Did you guys enjoy our Frankel commercial?
Oh, I thought it was awesome.
And I loved getting to hear it to replay during the Sean and RJ crosstalk today, which was a great,
And Bobby.
which was a great crosstalk. Yeah, with the Belt Buster. That is Bobby Belt. I thought it was awesome, even though Mike tried to kill my favorite Lee Corso.
Yeah, I'm not trying. He's
and I thought Holland's
Why
was just funny.
Why
would you?
What are you doing?
Even Kirk Herbstreit's getting too old for that show.
Ooh, wow.
Okay.
He's turning. He's now the guy in his 50s.
Oh, he just hit a
with
spot.
takes.
Hold on.
You need a
Kirk
new
is
young
getting
guy.
too old?
Yeah. He's not taking care of himself. He used to be like the handsome young guy who had great energy, and now he's kind of like the 50-year-old with a 30-pound gut.
I feel like
Let
he's
himself go a little bit.
Yeah,
but I mean,
he
who are
is.
we to body shame?
also babysitting a lot.
Yeah.
And I
you
mean,
got to shake that thing up.
With Al
Even more.
Michaels and with Lee Corso?
No, just Lee was a great analyst. Lee's probably a great person. I don't know him at all, but you can tell that physically and mentally it's going.
He's at it.
And he's
not so fast.
I mean,
my
they
friend.
retired Dick
Vitale.
Vitale.
Wow.
Now he goes, not so fast, my friend.
Oh, no. I did not realize we were going to double down on this. This is not.
You're the Lee Corso fan?
No, I think it's a difference between like maybe he shouldn't be on the show and Mike saying he's probably going to die soon.
Mike's just taking the shovel and patting the dirt on top, basically.
I'm not going to kill him, if that's what you're saying. But you can tell when an older person is listening. You can tell he's not going to live much longer.
My gosh.
I'm glad we got that confirmation that
Yeah.
is not going to kill Corso.
I forgot what I was going to talk about otherwise.
There was a chance right before he just said he wasn't.
Okay.
You guys are acting like I'm going to go do something to him.
Well, you are going to be gone
but it's
for a
just
few
when you
days.
definitively like get serious. That guy will be dead in a minute.
It's like I loved my grandma, but we could tell near the end that she's getting to the point where she's probably not going to live much longer.
She would have looked great on TV, though.
But you didn't actively tell her that. You were like, see you later, Grandma, or maybe not. Who knows? You get it. You didn't say that, right?
Yeah, everybody knew, though. You don't have to say it.
Just say it behind her back to other people.
That is terrible. Please, God, ask a question.
Does Lee need to go to the talking doctor? Because I don't know what a talking doctor is.
A talking doctor like a therapist.
Okay, that's what we're calling the talking doctor.
Yes.
Because when you said that, I was like, what is
Okay.
a talking doctor
I
as
was
opposed
lost,
to a
too. When he was a
non-talking
child,
doctor?
Fair.
I was lost.
Fair. Very fair. We convinced Dak to say this too when we did our special mental health show a couple months ago. Is so when I was a kid, and this is why we care about mental health like a lot. Not that people don't.
It's
in
National
general.
Mental Health Awareness
That's
Day.
right.
Let's party.
Is when I was a kid, I remember my mom, when I was in middle school, she was like, we're going to the doctor. And I was like, I don't understand. I just went to the doctor. This is at a time like you only go to the doctor once a year if something bad has happened. And she goes, oh, this is a different doctor. It's like a talking doctor. And so ever since then, that has just stuck with me. I call it the talking doctor. And a couple months ago, Dak was like, oh, I like that. Talking doctor. I'm going to use that. So yes, talking doctor, therapist, counselor, whatever you want to ascribe to it.
I go with talk doc. Shorten it up.
Because you got busy, you're busy.
Talk,
You got stuff to do. Can't be wasting.
Have you
time.
ever brought up Corey in those sessions?
I definitely talked about Peace-a-thon. This time it wasn't a negative.
Wow.
I will say.
Doesn't sound very positive either, though, Corey.
No. It was a
Jeez.
positive. It was
I
talking
gotta
about
go
how
talk to
well
my doctor.
Peace-a-thon had gone.
You talk, doc?
You know what? You would get a kick. You would like my doctor a lot because we talk about how I don't understand what goals mean. And he goes, what do you do when you reach a goal? I was like, I don't know. Nothing. That's what you're supposed to do. That's why I set that goal. And he goes, that's not how goals work. And he goes, what do you do if you don't reach a goal? I was like, get angry. And
Punish yourself.
Yes,
Yeah.
because we talked about our goal for Peace-a-thon was $50,000 arbitrarily set by me. And so when we made it to $48,000, which is the most ever, I was like, cool. And a disappointment.
Can you run and slide on your knees every time you make a goal?
Bro, no way.
Not a soccer goal, but that's the way soccer people do it. I think that should be a way
Slip
to
and slide.
celebrate.
Yeah,
If
some of them take their shirts off.
If I'm allowed to lie on the
Brandy
ground
Chastain for that.
as long as a soccer player. Hey, by the way, we have a clip of Brandy Chastain saying she's listening and participating in the No Shirt 9.
Yeah.
That exists
Brandy Chastain
somewhere in the archives.
It was awesome. It was a great moment. Great interview, too. She was awesome to interview. Yeah, dude, you should give yourself something to look forward to. Like every time you accomplish a goal,
Yes.
you take a shot. Or every time you accomplish a goal, you eat an edible. Or every time you accomplish a goal,
Okay.
Make sweet love to a woman.
That would only be my wife. No,
or man.
not or. That was my assignment. He goes, you need to celebrate for Peace-a-thon.
Yeah.
He goes, figure it out.
He didn't give you any suggestions?
No. But
I just gave you 3.
That sounds like a holiday party
Saturday.
Corey and Vasky got you covered.
Look at that. Look at that cross promotion.
Yeah.
We will celebrate Saturday
there we
at
go.
the Tolo holiday
Shots
party
and edibles and
at
sex.
Boomerject. I don't feel like that's
With Kevin Harlan.
Yes, Kevin Harlan's at 320. Let's
right.
celebrate. What else do you guys got coming up in the program?
All the breaking news of the day out of the gates here at 2:00, and TCU play-by-play man Brian Estridge at 4.
So you think it's going to be a
Your
good
gold as
show?
always. Thanks for asking.
All right.
Thank you.
We're the KNC man.
By the way, Derek gave me a Christmas present earlier.
I did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh.
He asked that question. I should have brought it up then.
Interesting. Yeah, we told Mike, I go,
that.
sorry, we don't have a present for you.
Was it the BLT pizza? Because
Yes!
that sounded delicious.
Man,
He gave me his tickets to take Abby for Christmas.
Nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
that is nice.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Don't encourage
Derek
that.
is.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here
Say snap.
on 105.3 The Fan.
Say snap. Say Mike.
I will not.
Say snap. Say snap.
It has the entire. from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Let's talk sports right here with you on a Wednesday. It is another big World Cup afternoon, and we will keep you updated on the scores as Argentina and Poland are playing for their World Cup futures, and Mexico is playing as well. And I know a lot of people out there are excited to hear any update on that. We'll pass it along as soon as it comes along, as Mexico needs a win and a Poland win over Argentina to continue their tournament. Mexico's advanced from the group stage in every World Cup since 1978. Big doings once again this afternoon. But let's talk basketball and football here with you. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. There's Brian Broaddus, former Cowboy scout. Lucius Alexander is in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Of course, Carter Freeman is coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and on YouTube. One of the great things about yesterday on the video was you got to see the goal build-up and then the reaction from Majors and Hagee as they were doing a live spot. And Corey keeps looking at the TV like, oh, wait, whoa. And then he looks down. He's like, oh, wait, what's that? What's that? And then the eruption of celebration there mid-live spot. Pretty exciting deal.
Well, the crazy thing was at 2 rooms over, Broaddus was doing the exact same thing. I was thinking the mics might have picked up Broaddus because it brought Broaddus out of his seat, and he went nuts. And for a second, it felt like Broaddus was channeling a painted face and body right inside of the walls of a Qatar soccer field. Like it felt like for a second, Broaddus had an out-of-body experience, and he was in Qatar witnessing this real life in person.
I'll tell you what, there's certain things that you do get into.
Yeah.
And team sports, especially when it's your country, it's like, I don't know everything about soccer. I appreciate soccer. I like to watch soccer. I don't know all the tactical things. I'm driving around listening to these guys and gals talk about it, and it's fascinating. It's like, they're not going to play hard for this first 45. They're going to try and pack it in, and then you're at about the 67th minute, you're going to see and they're a lot of times they're right. You're like going, I didn't know. I thought soccer was just kind of like whichever way the ball bounces.
Yeah.
But when you start to talk about your nationality, your side, you take a little bit.
Hell
more
yeah,
pride
man.
on that.
Yeah, you don't really have to know the game that well to enjoy the hell out of an event.
Absolutely.
Like
It is funny, though, that when we talk about it, though, with other people, we act like we know what we're talking about.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm a soccer expert when anybody else asks me about it.
You know what else is funny? Like, who celebrates in front of others like you're alone? Like the older I get, the less willing I am to like lose my bleep in front of other people over sports, But this could still get it out of me. This could still get me acting the complete fool like I was 15 years old in my parents' living room.
You just lose your consciousness.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I forgot that I'm around people, or you're just comfortable with the people you're with. But otherwise, like if you're out watching at a bar, or like on Saturday when we're out there pre-gaming for our Tolo party out there at Boomer Jacks in Arlington, which is going to be crazy. We're going to get there early. Everyone's going to be riled up watching the U.S. take on the Netherlands. When the U.S. beats the crap out of the Netherlands, we're all going to be ripping our shirts off, taking shots together. It's going to be wild.
It will. Yeah, it's going to be acceptable.
Well, you saw what happened to me at the Cowboy game. Wolchuk did the other day.
You took your shirt off at the Cowboy game?
No,
Yeah,
I
you
did.
did.
I thought about it.
Need to play at a faster.
Yeah,
Charles.
How did you?
Yeah, I apologize about that.
That's a you need to apologize.
DJ No Clue Productions right there.
Little Gator situation early in the show. No
I was wiping down everything. I didn't think the pot was open.
Wolchuk saw me like when Tolbert lined up off sides. In that Green Bay game.
Oh yeah.
He saw me throw my notepad.
Oh, in the press box.
Here in the studio.
Oh,
I was sitting on the couch. I stood up and I just hummed my notepad as hard as I could against this wall over here.
Broaddus went right back to his season ticket holding days as a youngster.
I did.
Where he was just a rabid, drunken fan like the rest of us.
I was like, there's things that sports does that to me in a way. I think it does it to a lot of folks.
It does. Yeah.
I don't mind, like, I will lose it in front of people. I don't care. Because I get into,
especially for LSU.
Oh yeah, they like the Texas.
Oh, there's a goal. Argentina's done it.
Yeah,
early in the second half, they've gone up 1-0, So that is a real shot for Mexico's chances. They need now Argentina to run up the score and for them to run up the score in their game in order to advance on goal differential. Because going into this game, they were 4 goals behind Poland on differential. So they need to get busy scoring and hope Argentina can do the same here.
Yeah, it's
sorry to cut you off, Brian.
No, not at all. And you know what? To be honest with you, I'm sorry, Mexico fans, but I'm pulling for Saudi Arabia in this one.
Oh, why?
Oh, I got friends.
Okay,
I got friends over there.
Yes,
Yeah, I got
the Prince.
I got some friends. Yeah,
I got I saw him and his friends were making news today, offering Ronaldo 100 million pounds or whatever to come play for him.
That's
per year.
That's my buddy Prince Faisal. That's his old team, Al Nassr. That's the team.
So did he sell the team?
No, he was president of the team
Okay.
for 3 years, and 2 of the years they won the championship. And yeah, they've all kind of got together and decided that they're going to try and grow their league even more. And
pretty cool.
What better way to do that than go get a guy that's been one of the all-timers, right?
Yeah, if I was him, I think I'd hold out for 200. You know, seeing the money they're throwing around those golf guys.
Yeah,
I'd say I think they got more.
Yeah,
I think I could get him for 200 per year. It's 3 years, 600 million. Okay, 469. Would the USA winning bring Dawson out of retirement? You bet your ass it would. Now, winning the whole tournament, you bet your ass it would for at least one night.
Oh, that's
maybe
worth
1
rooting
week.
for. Even if you don't care, that is worth rooting for.
That would be exceptional.
I think a week bender is
probably appropriate.
This is once every 4 years, and in this case, 8 years, and who knows when the next one would come.
They could miss the tournament next time.
Yeah, that's exactly right, man.
I'm kind of thinking if the U.S. gets into this thing, if they get to the finals, we need to go.
Well, so we're automatic, aren't we?
How would we get there?
Oh, trust me, we'll get there.
We got the Prince, man. We got Broadus and the Prince.
We'll get there.
Oh, we're good.
So if they would beat the Netherlands,
we'll broadcast 8 hours
Saturday,
ahead. Yeah, that's what we'll do.
There's a chance they would play Australia in the quarters.
Yeah.
Those guys.
That's beatable. Okay.
You want to talk about
The
rabid
Socceroos.
fans.
Yes.
The Aussies last night. It
4
was
in
like
the morning.
4 a.m.
Oh, yeah.
Like almost, if you didn't know any better, it was like it's like a Philadelphia rioting of like, we got to grease the poles.
Shoeies, baby.
Yeah,
they're doing the
shoeies and-
shoeies left and right.
I don't
They're one
think
of
they
the
went as
only-
far as eating poo like filthy fans do,
No,
but they
they're
got
not doing
close.
poo-poo.
I feel like they're one of the only places that on any given night has a chance to out America, you know, when it comes to our beer drinking and sports and just having a ball, you know, maybe getting into some fights.
No kangaroo fight.
They definitely get it over there.
They just go off and they have a great time.
Is that the accent we do the worst? The
The
Australian?
Aussie?
Yeah, you just kind of try to get into it. It was kind of bad. It
Well,
wasn't very
I-
good. I
no.
didn't think it was very
I
good.
feel like whenever I'm doing England or Scotland, it like
that one
it,
back.
it
You're
devolves into.
Your Scottish is not bad. I've heard you do
Scottish not bad. Okay,
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
Well, a great win for the Mavs last night.
Self-conscious as hell now. Thanks, Brian.
Luka had
That's why I don't
a
even try.
40-point triple-double, which was pretty amazing. He now has the same amount of 40-point games as Dirk in the regular season for their careers.
Dude, that took me like a little bit off guard last night when that like popped up. I was like, are they
really?
I was like, in my mind, I'm going, really? So you basically average it out like Dirk was 1 40-point game a year on average if you extrapolate it throughout his career? That is just
Mexico
crazy
just
to me.
scored.
Mexico has done it. Okay, so they get on the board off a corner kick 1-0 in the 47th minute. So that leaves them 2 behind on differential. They would need another Argentina goal and another goal themselves to tie, and then it'd go on to the next tiebreaker. So there you have it. That's
There
fine.
you have it.
But yeah, it was surprising. I guess when Dirk was playing, we forget about this because in the ball-dominant era where everybody gets to handle the ball way more than they ever did, you know, guys are dropping 40 regularly. Westbrook did it. Harden did it a bunch of times. I don't know. If Dirk was coming into the league now, would they let him handle the ball? I think they'd give him a shot. You know, he was a good passer. I don't think he could handle the ball as much as obviously the true point guards, but he would handle it more and he would get more shots up for sure. They would force feed him a lot more. But it's a difference in era now where the point guard, if he can shoot, is given a full green light, and some guys can really take advantage of it and make an impact on history with these numbers they're doing.
Yeah, and you'd have to imagine Dirk's like 3-point attempts would be much higher as well, which would really
astronomically higher, definitely
help skew the numbers in his favor for sure. But that did throw me off. But I did think it was apropos that Luka did get it wasn't just a 40-point triple-double, it was a 41-point triple-double as a little homage to Dirk himself.
Put up the
I
Dirk
like
burger.
that. And he needed all those, really, because the Warriors took the lead twice in the final 4 minutes after the Mavs led by 17 in the first half. Salute to Tim Hardaway Jr. Hit a huge shot with 2 minutes to play. If he can just be a consistent weapon, this thing could be a lot different. Move that 11 points per game to 17 points per game, however you need to do it, preferably same amount of shots. But if you get that Tim Hardaway Jr., which he's been in his career, I think we'd be a lot more optimistic about what this team is capable of.
That's the frustrating thing about THJ, right? He's just so streaky. When he's on, he's a joy to watch, and he is a lethal weapon on the court. But when he's off, oh my gosh, it is blood-boiling frustration. But I thought Josh Green, outside of Luka, was the biggest takeaway from last night, especially in the fourth quarter. He was flying around. He was electric on both sides of the floor, defensively, offensively. The moment wasn't too big for him when he was put with the ball in his hands. Offensively, came up with some big buckets in the fourth quarter. I think the evolution of Josh Green just continues to be a pleasant surprise for this basketball team.
Yeah. This was what, year 2 or year 3? Is this just
3.
Year 2? Year 3? Okay. So young player. I thought the pass that he made illustrated perfectly how he's on another level when he's in the air as far as being aware of where people are. It's Tom Brady-esque. You could throw him in the air and spin him around like a cat, and he'll hit somebody on the dot, like across the court. He has a superhuman ability to track things while he's in the air that make most coaches panic. I think we're going to have to get used to it with Josh Green because it usually works out.
Yeah, that's the thing of it. The hope is that you kind of get him, like you said, going. And he started off well. I think he's in the top 8 is when it comes to 3-point shooting as well.
Wow.
So he doesn't get, the opportunities he's been getting, he's been making it work. This was one of those games, though, where kind of we burying the leader. Christian Wood wasn't very good last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. And the fact
the
that
inconsistencies.
the fact you're able to win a game and you just really didn't, have to have Christian Wood, we've all been kind of talking about, well, he needs to play, he needs to do this. Well, last night wasn't one of his better efforts, but they found a way to get it done at the end. They needed that one bad. You could tell the energy very early in that game. We were getting ready, we're going off the air and just keeping an eye on those early baskets and stuff. They were much better on defense. They were much better with the shot selections that they had, and they were able to knock down some more shots. If you also, with the Cowboys, with the Mavs, they were able to, they had points off turnover. They had 24 points off turnovers last night. And that's something that kind of Golden State will do. I know that Curry's one of those guys that's in the top, 5 or 6, I believe, in when it comes to turnovers. So you got to kind of take advantage of those situations. When
they play fast and loose.
Yeah.
And if you can get in those passing
passes, and the fact that you outscored them, you had 14 more points off turnovers than him, I think that's a pretty good sign as well.
Okay, those turnovers can produce some transition points. A funny moment post-game, Charles Barkley with Luka Doncic.
I think you guys need to play at a faster pace. Do you think, because when y'all walk the ball up and down the court, it makes it a one-on-one game for you. Do you guys think y'all need to play at a much faster pace?
Yeah, we have, but I'm slow. That's probably the problem why we play slower. But I think you're right. We gotta get our outlets early and then play with better pace.
Yeah, I think the deal is they only have one good passer, and he's their best rebounder. So I need to come down here and rebound it. I can't outlet it to somebody who's going to kick off the fast break, right? Mm-hmm. So I got to get the ball and run the fast break. This can be a fast break team. You can run fast break even if you're not fast. Like you need 1 or 2 fast guys, but Luka's got to be able to get a rebound from a real center right at midcourt and turn and fire it, but he's got a rebound. Like most point guards are out on the perimeter and like a shot goes up and they're like, okay, cool. Do I get an outlet? And here we go. Where Luka's kind of got to do the whole thing. Mexico has scored again. It's 2-0.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God. Is this surprising?
And I think, did Argentina take Messi off? And that's what they were doing, was giving him a nice send-off. The Argentina fans were praising him.
No, if you, I go, it's funny. I didn't see that transition or the transfer there. What I did notice was the Argentine fans, they bounced the whole game. And I remember being in the stands and going to one of their matches, that if you sit in their section, you literally are jumping up and down the entire game.
Maybe that's what it was. He might have just had a shot and he was going over to the sideline
they're
to
fans,
throw in the ball.
If you want to stand in their section, you have to bounce the entire game.
Yeah, because it didn't seem right. 55th minute, why are you going to take Messi off? But he is older, so I don't know if maybe it's to get fresh legs on the pitch.
He's still in there now. He just had a horrible shot a few minutes ago, so they might have been like giving him a hand or something because he was kind of chuckling about how bad he whiff-a-root on that one. Okay, We'll talk about the most interesting things for the Cowboys. We have the G-Bag of the day coming up here at 2:30. What you got to know about NFL coaches and quarterbacks is coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
But it is a hump day, and it is Miller time right here in the DFW Metroplex. Here is how you become the MVP of every single watch party the rest of the football.
Pier, PIER.com. Serving DFW for over 20 years.
Welcome back, Nation. G Back of the Day coming up in 8 minutes. It is time now for Eric Chiafalo to give you some news on NFL coaches and quarterbacks. It's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. Here's Chiafalo.
Can't wait to hang with the Tolos on Saturday. Fantolo holiday party. Boomer Jacks, Arlington Highlands off I-20, noon to 4. It is going to be popping. It'll be a U.S. World Cup post-game party after the victorious situation over the Netherlands, which is very exciting. Championship Saturday, and Walchuk is doing on-the-spot impersonations, live impersonations.
More importantly, though, Eric, you can party with Lucius Alexander. I can't tell you how many times Tolos are like, where's Lucius at? When we were at our live remotes. And it's, well, Lucius is back in studio producing. All right, he's hiding. He's doing his job. But now, Lucius is going to be out and about partying with the Tolos. You can actually come and party and see and meet Lucius.
You can forgive me if I don't shake hands.
Just
I'm cool with a pound,
fist
though.
bumping? Okay.
Yeah, nice fist bump. Maybe a nice elbow situation. Yeah.
I love it.
Maybe germaphobe.
Maybe nothing
He's
at
a big
all.
germaphobe, by the way. Big germaphobe.
No handshakes, but Lucius is down.
Just like
to
a tip of the
pound.
cap. That would be cool,
Yeah,
too.
it's all
It is
exactly.
weird
a
when
wink
you're
in the eye and a gun salute. Hey, 2 guns at you, buddy.
Hey, buddy.
2 guns.
Hey, and my guy loves his tequila, by the way.
Sure do. There you go.
Come to think of it,
Now,
once
if you
get
pour the tequila on your hands, maybe I'll shake your hands.
you get a little tequila going on Lucius, maybe it won't just be Walchuk doing live impersonations, because Lucius can bust out a couple of good ones on you. I tell you what, if I'm recommending one right now, I know it's topical. I don't want to be knee-jerk and say it's the single greatest Lucius impersonation, but this Derek Carr at the podium Lucius that we got going on, I hope Derek Carr at the podium makes an appearance drunkenly at Boomer Jacks at the fan holiday party on Saturday. Okay, now down to the nitty-gritty, boys. We got a lot to get into here. Is Trent Dilfer really about to be like a college football coach? UAB?
Alabama, Birmingham,
This is true. And the UAB players, I don't know how they feel about this, because they were upset that their interim head coach wasn't getting more love to get the job officially. So now they've bypassed him, and they're going with Dilfer.
Wow. Okay, this is very, very exciting. Now,
Because you can't lose games and still win.
Thank you. And that is why I really wanted to bring this story up, because it is Trent Dilfer. He is the maker of the single worst sports analysis in the history of the English language.
Are you playing our favorite audio?
It happened on ESPN years ago. This is now, the voice you're about to hear next is going to be the man in charge of a football program in college.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
He absolutely nailed it, and there's really no rebuttal to that. So just speaking the facts, Trent Dilfer, we always appreciate it. Congratulations on the new gig. Yes, Michael Jordan, we always appreciate you as well. Now, we also need to get into a little bit of quarterback confidence meters here, because it looks like our very own Dak Prescott is riding a big wave of confidence. And you can see it on the field, but also off the field. Did you guys notice on Thanksgiving, at one point pregame, he's chatting it up with Greg Olsen and some other individuals, and he's got his phone, and you can see the Dak Prescott phone, and the screensaver of Dak Prescott's phone is simply Dak Prescott.
Yes, I did see that.
I did not see this.
Yeah,
that's that big Dak energy.
It's that big Dak energy, and I love where the confidence at right now for our guy, because you need that confidence, and you can see it in Miami right now with Mike McDaniel, who is alleging that he has had to attack the confidence crisis of Tua since day one of arriving as the head coach in Miami, because Tua was much maligned. Brian Flores apparently didn't like him. They didn't get along. The fan base, everybody was like, Tua, you suck, get out of here. So Mike McDaniel acknowledged that as soon as he showed up, and apparently cut up a 700-play tape of what Tua does best, and he wanted Tua to know how good he thought he was. Then he shared the tape with the organization, so Tua knew it wasn't just talk. So the confidence matters, and McDaniel found 700 plays to say, hey, Tua, look, you're still a good quarterback.
Were they at Alabama?
He's showing it now. It might have been, they weren't
practice
in high
tape
school.
from
I guarantee
Alabama?
you it was in high school, because we got some audio coming up at 3 about what Mike McDaniel thought of Tua in high school.
That is correct.
There's nothing I think that can kill your confidence more quickly than people trying to like fake hype you up, because he probably recruited Tyreek Hill too. Remember when Hill said Tua is better than Patrick Mahomes?
Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Well, hey, here, the fact of the matter is, it seems to be working. Even if they're bull bleeping this guy on how good they think he is, he's showing up and he's like number one across the board in all of the metrics. He's having an outstanding season. So,
but now that he knows it was just made up for an insecure guy, it's going to mess with him. It's over.
And right before he has to go to San Francisco and risk his long-term and short-term health, this could be set up for a bad
lying
recipe.
to me, Mom. I'm really not that good.
Not that good. And now Joey Bosa's coming, or Nick Bosa, all the Bosas. So the confidence matters is the point, and it looks like our quarterback, Dak Prescott. If you are your own screensaver on your phone, you got extreme confidence.
You do.
Just you, right? Like, it's not you and somebody else, you and baby girl, you and your kids or whatever. It is just simply Dak Prescott, and it is him, a reverse shot of you just see Prescott on the back of his jersey. He's wearing the helmet and everything like that. So our quarterback's confidence is rocking and rolling, and Mike McDaniel's doing everything in his power to make sure that the Dolphins quarterback is confident as well. It seems to be no confidence in Zach Wilson, and Jason La Canfora is coming out and saying that they have this thing is coming to an end real quick. And he says it's over between Zach Wilson and the Jets. They're basically saying, like, when it comes to the offseason, they're going to find a way. Zach Wilson and his people aren't going to want to be there. The Jets don't want anything to do with them. So this could be a very, very quick ripping of the Band-Aid of drafting a quarterback number 2 overall. And then what would that be in offseason number 2 or 3?
Yeah.
Just saying thanks but no thanks. That's what Jason La Canfora is reporting right now. And the Broncos, apparently, there is a rift in the locker room between Russell Wilson and the players in the locker room. That is a report that came out. That is the least surprising thing I've heard since Liver King was doing PEDs. It's just like,
that came out today.
I know, and that didn't surprise anybody.
Like, that was a story. I was shocked to see that was a story.
This Russell Wilson thing, I'm surprised to see as a story because I think it's very obvious. None of his former teammates like him. How would you expect any of his current teammates to like him? Mike Kliss, good friend of Brian Broaddus,
he likes him,
is reporting that 50% of the Broncos players showed up to the 34th birthday party on an off day last week that was hosted by Sierra. That's what I was thinking. I was like,
who's writing that? That's a hater writing that right there.
50% actually seems pretty good. So not looking
cash bar.
I would think Sierra had the open bar deal going on.
Okay.
I mean, they had 12 bathrooms in that house. You can't have 12 bathrooms and make me pay for alcohol at your house.
And you got Sierra's friends in there. Come on now.
Yeah,
that's true. Well, honestly, knowing it should have been 100% attendance. From
you would
the,
think.
from the
You would
locker
think.
room.
Yeah.
That and now we're back to
That's
it.
how we got to the 50.
That is a red flag.
Well, Russell setting the bar high. You know what I mean? Like if you got Sierra's girlfriends, friends, that type of situation.
Yeah.
Then those girls are always going to go back and hear what Sierra's saying. Well, Russell did this for me, and Russell did that, and you're never going to live up to that realm of Russell because he's a doormat, basically in a relationship. He's a doormat.
Doormat. I like doormat.
Tear you apart.
Yeah, doormat.
Good relationship.
And I say that respectfully.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Of course. Sure you do.
Mexico almost tallied. Argentina did. Both games are 2-0. They'd be even on goal differential right now. Poland and Mexico would if the games ended now. I was looking at the tiebreakers during the break, and I don't know. Wolchuk. I need somebody smarter than me to figure out these tiebreakers.
I'll look this up.
Either way, Mexico or Argentina needs to score again for Mexico to go through. I'm not sure. It appeared to me that after 6 tiebreakers, they would still be even, but I'm not sure. Maybe somebody knows on text. It's time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius.
Boom, 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 boom. Our G-Bag of the Day winner and champ is the man who silenced a pack of coyotes, Highland coyotes, with one single fart. Yes, kids, gather around. Let me tell you a story about the man who farted outside one day. By the way, a lot of coyotes in Las Colinas. I see them every morning.
Really?
I do.
It's always a little interesting and fun.
Yeah. They're real skinny and mangly looking and nasty.
Small.
Yeah.
I think I could take one, maybe 2.
You think so?
Yeah.
After he swims 15 hours in the ocean.
Treads water.
One or the other.
As long as the hypothermia doesn't come in, I'm fine. As long as you don't have kryptonite, I'll pretty much get past it.
Just float on your back there. It's salt water.
Yeah.
No problem.
One of my neighbors, he was getting stalked by the coyote because he was walking his dog and his dog was small. And I had to let him know, hey, man, look behind you, bro. It's a coyote. Are you not paying attention?
He's trying to steal your dachshund.
All right, man. Here's the man that silenced some coyotes by farting. shocked him too, by the way.
I'm going to try that next time I hear him out back.
Please don't. Dad, what are you doing?
Well, at the house, on the back patio.
Yeah, I see you bending over like Ace Ventura type of situations. May I ask you a question?
I thought there was coyotes. I swear to God, I thought there was coyotes.
It's not my fault.
KMC's reaction to the USA goal yesterday. Yeah, here we go.
Or pick up the phone, call the Frankles at 214-333-3333. Because much like certain soccer teams, they will fight for you. Let's go!
That's hilarious.
That is greatness.
Yeah, I was in the restroom at the stall right there, and I was watching it on my phone, 30 seconds behind. But they got the speaker on in the restroom, so I was like, "Wait, what's just happening here?"
It startled you a little bit, right?
Oh,
Midstream, there's no way that was a clean pee.
No,
there's no. I mean,
most
I feel
aren't
bad
anyway. But
yeah,
that's further complicated things.
Dribble.
Sorry, Lucius.
What? I'm chilling. I was chilling. I have another reaction to the USA goal. Matter of fact, the USA win. President Joe Biden. President Joe Biden rushes back to the microphone and was like, "Hey, y'all. Hey, man. Hey, check this out."
US 1, Iran 0, game over.
By the way, why does it sound like he just announced their war is over or something like that?
US 1, Iran 0, game over. USA. That's a big game, man. When I spoke to the coach and the players, I said, "You can do this." They went, they're going to. They did it. God love them. Anyway, just thought you might want to hear.
Y'all are awful, bro. Y'all are awful.
From what they tell me, this is a big game. I think this one matters.
It's this point right here, bro.
When I spoke to the coach and the players, I said, "You can do this." They went, they're going to.
I don't know, Joe.
We broke the glass.
Oh my gosh.
Joe, do you watch much soccer? I don't know.
Oh my gosh. All right, man.
Wow. That's outstanding.
That's
Mexico
crazy.
peppering the net up 2-0.
Let me cleanse the palate real quick.
His name's Mr. Unlimited.
Clear that palate.
Run or pass.
Run pass.
Commit to it.
Whoa. Okay, how about KG, our very own KG from the Get Right? He put his hands on his waist and he wagged his finger at one of the Texers. Let me tell you something, pal.
From the 3-2-1, KG acted like TCU stole his girl, hit his dog, and stole his lunch at school. First of all,
I love that I didn't even have to try this hard to make him the villain here.
Let's cut the music for a second. Cut the music.
Cut
the music for a second.
What?
Cut the music. Yeah, you should have heard me last time.
Oh, you about to cut a promo.
Cut the music for a second.
ISO!
First of all, I'm too good looking for my girl to get stolen from me.
Talk that talk!
Number two, I would never have a dog in position to get hit.
Okay.
Because I know how to take care of my pet.
Oh!
And number two, my lunch is so damn good, you would want to try and steal it, and I wouldn't let you do it.
No, he didn't!
You tell him, girlfriend.
My lunch is
Damn
so
it.
Okay. That's
you
good.
don't have to take that, sister.
I really enjoyed Reggie's role in that as well.
Yeah. I like the ISO. They did it twice last night.
I love when Reggie hits the ISO.
ISO is hilarious, bro. Let's see. One more situation before we get out of here. Got a well, no, I'm gonna play this. Another palate cleanser for you boys.
I'm a big smoking gun toting country boy from Texas. Ain't too many around this bitch that wanna talk.
What was that song?
Bro, I'm telling you, man, I'll be listening to that in the shower, swinging. I listen to it while I'm working out. It's crazy.
It's a banger.
It's crazy. I love it. Here we go. There's a confrontation in the parking lot. This man did not have to bring this lady's mother into it.
I got to play. You're going to be in real trouble. You're sitting in the car. I need to park here.
No, I'm parking here. I live here.
Well, get out. You don't have a car pass.
I do, and it's none of your business. I live here.
You're here a lot, and I see you. You don't live here. And even so, I need to park here.
That's not how it works.
You are a disgusting piece of crap.
Your mother.
Oh, your mother.
I saw that with no audio earlier. I didn't click on the sound button or whatever.
You hear
That's
a
great.
lot, then I see you.
Your mother.
Your mother.
There's no way you live here because you're here a lot and I see you.
That doesn't make any sense, but yeah, it's a disgusting
That's
piece of
good,
trash.
too.
Yeah, it is mother, really. Your mother. Your mother. It is mother.
Is it the man silencing the coyotes with a fart? Still wondering why the coyotes stopped. What was it about that fart? Is it the Hagee's reaction during the Frankels, USA reaction from Mr. President, KG from the Get Right, wags his finger at the texters?
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
Confrontation in the parking lot.
Yeah. How dare you speak to me that way?
All these are great. I'm going to pass, Chiafalo. I don't know who to vote for. Do
This
you know?
is really, really tough right now. I'm just gonna give it to Hagee, but this is difficult.
Barely missed goal 3. They have had 5 really nice shots in the last 10 minutes, Broadus. Mexico still leads 2-0.
Yeah, it's been trouble.
All these need to be honorary 5-timers, I feel like.
I won't fight you on that. Who'd you vote for?
I voted for Hagee.
Okay. Lucius?
Joe Biden?
Okay.
Not really.
Wooly Bully?
God, bleep me. I'm going to go Hagee as well.
2-1.
KG?
Okay. I'll vote Kevin as well because I think it's close enough to turn this one over to the Tolos for a second day in a row at GBag Nation Twitter account. While you're there to vote, follow us. We'll follow you right back. I followed like 300 Tolos yesterday after the G-Bag of the Day vote. So please get on to at GBag Nation, vote for the G-Bag of the Day, follow us. We'll follow you right back, and then we're back with Krusty's Corner. And where are we going with that, sir?
Yeah, let's talk about these Indianapolis Colts. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning on Sean and RJ, we're giving away Cowboys Colts tickets for Sunday night in the 7 o'clock Express.
Call 214-INJURED online, Mullen and Mullen.com. Call today for a free consultation.
Hey, we know you work hard, Tolo, and we also realize you have to force a smile as you walk into your work holiday party. That's why we want it to be the opposite for you. So as a way to say thank you to our Turn It On, Leave It On fan teammates, we're throwing a Tolo holiday party this Saturday from noon to 4 at Boomer Jack's at their Arlington Highlands location. Party with all of our fan hosts, plus win some amazing stocking stuffers. Fan hang with us as we say thank you for an amazing year, Tolos. We'll see you at Boomer Jack's this Saturday with the fan.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet would never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. 60% to 40%. Hagee has done it. He is your new G-Bag of the Day champion. Tune in tomorrow, 2:30, to see if he can make it 2 in pursuit of 5. And tune in every night for LA Live. Lucius Alexander at 5:40. He replays the G-Bag of the Day for you in that segment, if you miss it. Okay, it's time now for Krusty's Corner. By the way, Mexico would lose if these scores hold. It's still 2-0 Mexico, 2-0 Argentina, and they would lose on yellow cards. Fair play points. Here's Broadus with the corner.
Tell you what, I didn't know about the fair play points thing. I was wondering because they were kind of running through all the scenarios, and I wondered what that was all about. And I was like, oh, so that's...
It's all the way down to the 7th tiebreaker.
That's
the fair play points.
Is that the last of the tiebreakers?
The second to last.
What would be the last?
Yeah, drawing of lots would be the final one.
Can you imagine? Okay, I'll tell you a real quick story. I missed out on a chance in a high school playoff game because of drawing lots.
No way.
Against Dallas Carter. Yeah, my senior year. We beat Carter in the last game of the year, and they drew lots. And Carter
that's painful.
Ended up winning the team that we beat.
Oh,
but we got in a bad situation.
Yeah,
we should have been
lost some games early in the year.
Yeah, man.
You play on both sides?
No, I was only I was a offensive tackle at that time. So yeah, it was. I didn't. We had enough players, thankfully, to go both ways. It didn't need to go both ways. All right, here we go. About these Colts. Did you guys happen to see the game Monday night though against the Colts? Did you watch
quite a bit of it?
A little bit of it.
Yeah,
the final few minutes was amazing.
Yeah, we were talking about all that craziness.
Well, they couldn't throw the ball. They could do nothing offensively for the entire first half, right?
Yeah.
It was like 30 yards of offense for half number one. Disgusting.
Yeah, Matt Ryan was horrible.
And what I've done is I went back and watched all 3 of the games that Jeff Saturday's been a part of because they changed the head coach who was the primary play caller, and they've changed the offensive coordinator. They fired the offensive coordinator.
I'm fascinated what you think about their ability to run the football because I know Jonathan Taylor's kind of been in and out with the injury.
Yeah.
But the numbers show that they're actually not a very good running team. But you would think that they are with Jonathan Taylor. And their offensive line's supposed to be good.
Yeah, their line has struggled with pressure, and they've struggled with the ability, like you say, to run the football. And there's a lot of times where it really is on Jonathan Taylor to have to kind of manufacture. And you would think, though, with Quentin Nelson and Braden Smith, guys like that, that they would be a much better running team. But it really is when you watch them. I know in these last few games, again, which you have Saturday, there's the effort is clearly better, and there's a better effort to try and run the ball and trying to be better at it. And they were able. They hit some runs on Philadelphia, but teams have kind of hit them runs on Philadelphia. They hit some runs against the Raiders. So I still think, to me, this is how I would play the Colts. Because I feel like at wide receiver, you're going to have to deal with Michael Pittman. I think that is a receiver that has length. There's a lot of size to him. There's your goal for Mexico, Gavin.
They got it?
Unless the offside flag is up. Let's see.
What are they saying?
Oh,
he's not happy.
Nope, not happy at all. Yep, there it is.
Offsides. Wow.
Yeah, that is crazy. But anyway, I think that, to me, if you're going to play the Colts,
that's 2 now. It could be 4-0 if they would just be a little bit more aware.
They're just not. They're just kind of hanging back and not, paying attention. Mm-hmm. But anyway, Michael Pittman, I think you're going to have to have a little concerned about in this game. Alec Pierce, I think, is another one, the wide receiver they got from the University of Cincinnati. I kind of feel like they've got a couple of long receivers that catch the ball in traffic. I think they do a good job run after catch. Now, what I've noticed about watching this game when it comes to Matt Ryan is that, to me, it seems like everything is either in the middle or to his right is the way that they're throwing the football and the way they're having success, whether it's the crossing routes, the stop routes, the routes that just the comeback stuff. It's all either center or right. With the way that Ryan likes to deliver the football. Really hasn't thrown. I mean, the games I watched, I didn't see the ball just like going down the field. And so now if you're the Cowboys, you're sitting there thinking, okay, do you worry about Anthony Brown? Do you worry about them lining up and could Paris Campbell or Kiki Kuti, one of those guys, I mean, could they just run by him and get a play down the field? The height of these Colts receivers could very well give the Cowboys a little problem. They could. But I wonder if they're going to take the deep shot on him. Now, if I'm playing against the Colts, I'm going to try. I will travel Diggs with Pittman, and I will just overload the box and say, let's see if you're good enough to block everybody up front. Let's see, because to me, that Matt Ryan, they get sacked. I mean, this team gives up a lot of sacks. It could be about your offense just making it so hard for the Colts to say, okay, because they don't score a lot of points to begin with. I think they've only scored 21 points twice, over. And so they really, really struggle points. If you put them in a situation where they have to throw the ball every snap, that's where you're going to get the sacks on Matt Ryan. That's where that's going to be problems.
Have a field day
Colts.
On that.
But me personally, single up Michael Pittman with Diggs, and then turn around and load the box and don't let Jonathan Taylor have any type of ability. I know he sees a lot of loaded boxes and he still finds ways to make plays, but that's the best way I think to handle this. Jelani Woods, the tight end, he had a really
Virginia
good
tight end.
Yeah, he had a really good game the other day, and he's a basketball
party.
Yeah, he's a basketball player, at Virginia. That is, he's a long guy. I mean,
he's built like you would think.
Exactly.
Okay, this dude he's got the athleticism and it seems like the speed. He's done nothing all year, and then on Monday night he was a monster.
Has a breakout game.
We liked him.
Yeah,
loved him.
Absolutely.
Goal was going in, pulling defender, ran back and cleared it with his head.
Wow,
unbelievable.
Wow.
Mexico fans have to be beside themselves right now.
Well, they're it's funny. I mean, the Saudis are just giving up so many shots right now. It's crazy, but. Mexico might. I bet you they will have. Oh, is it 7 minutes of stoppage time? Yeah,
and 6 in the other. There's 3 minutes left in Argentina, Poland. Mexico needs a goal from Argentina or for them to score in their 7 minutes to get through.
Well, they just got an opportunity here. They're going to have a free kick right outside the box. So, but getting on to the defense for the Colts real quick here. And Ngakoue, I think, is the biggest problem you have to worry about at defensive end. Buckner is a. We all know what DeForest Buckner is. I mean, he's going to be a hard guy. I could see them lining him up over. I could see them lining up him over over McGovern and seeing if McGovern can handle him. That might be a little bit difficult matchup. The Colts like to overload one side of the field too and rush. That might be something that you saw a little bit of a problem last week for Tyler Smith, that he didn't handle that all that well. So keep an eye on the Colts, maybe trying to overload one side, bring pressure off that edge. I kind of feel like if you need to attack somebody, believe it or not, Gilmore is the guy. Yeah, I to me, Rodgers on the other side, I think is a pretty good player for them. But I think the guy that struggled the most, the guy that doesn't really want to participate, is Stephon Gilmore. I don't think he really does. So keep an eye on the Cowboys attacking like him. He's number 5 in this game, but their defense, like I say, the pressure. I didn't see a whole heck of a lot of it except for Ngakoue. That was it. Kwity Paye's been banged up for them a little bit, so that's been a problem for them. So, again, team that doesn't score much, attack the corner Gilmore, and maybe handle Ngakoue, number 91. I think that's your best path for moving the football.
Linebackers, they don't have Shaq Leonard. You think the tight ends could maybe have a big day
I
again?
think that, to me, it was they struggle in coverage. To me, like I say, they give up a lot of easy routes, the slants, the curls, things like that, especially with Gilmore in the games I watch. I keep bringing him up, but that's a guy that I would clearly go after in this football game.
Can you run on these guys pretty?
Feel like you can. I mean, I don't know.
Benny Snell looked good the other night.
I don't feel like it's one of those things where you sit there and say, that's what you wanted. I think putting as much pressure on this Colts defense as far as throwing the football and scoring, that puts too much pressure on their offense. That's how you're going to win this game. You're going to make it hard for the Colts offense to score on you if you, in fact, are able to put points up on them.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 2:40. Okay, when we come back, we will update you on how these games end. Wolchuk has some fun with NFL audio, and a guy who might be funnier than Mike Leach. That's coming up next, the G-Bag Nation.
Friday morning, audio gold.
RJ, I mean, that's a no-brainer where he went. So.
Cowboys head coach Mike McCarthy with Sean and RJ. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Condolences to Mexico as their 2022 World Cup has been. It's seen its last moments. They did beat Saudi Arabia. The final score 2-1. And they needed a goal there to win on tiebreakers late, and they just could not get that done. So they are done, and Poland and Argentina are through. So congratulations to fans of Leo Messi as they have advanced, and his dream of glory for the country, as he's had so much glory for club, is still alive. Here's Zach Wolchuk with some fun with NFL audio.
Mike McDaniel of the Miami Dolphins. He might be the best coach in the NFL in terms of pressers and just audio gold.
He gets it.
He does, man.
In this time and age, he does get it.
We've got the treasure that is Mike Leach in college football, and we love playing audio from him. But, oh my goodness, Mike McDaniel is really giving us a treat, and we've got some audio from him. Now, we did just get this hot off the press, that the Dolphins and Chargers game, Sunday Night Football, has now got that flexed for Week 14. So we're going to get Herbert and Tua Week 14. Now, this is assuming, Eric, that Tua does make it out alive, which you're thinking he might not against the Niners.
I am genuinely concerned for the health of Tua going into San Francisco without both of his tackles and the Niners front seven. That includes a Bosa brother.
Ugh.
It's a very, very frightening time. Watching him get split in half by former Cowboy Malik Collins when the Dolphins played the Texans on Sunday was scary for everybody. So yeah, I'm a bit concerned there. There's no question about it. And I believe it was the game that got flexed out was Mahomes versus Russell Wilson.
Yes.
America does not want to watch Denver anymore.
Not anymore.
And honestly, I don't know if that's better news for football fans because we don't want to have to sit through another Denver Broncos primetime game, or if that's like better news for Nathaniel Hackett and Russell Wilson, that they can go get buried somewhere, in the midst of an NFL slate and not have to be the primetime game where Hackett's, of course, going to botch some clock management. Russell Wilson's not going to throw for any touchdowns, and they're going to score like 9 points.
Right. I think it's a brilliant.
It's a win for everybody involved
that we're not having to deal with the Broncos. By the way, before we dive into this McDaniel audio, the rumor is from Peter King that Nathaniel Hackett's going to get fired at the end of this year. He's going to be one and done. He's like, I don't think.
Maybe before the year's over.
Yeah, maybe. He said, I think I will not be surprised if Nathaniel Hackett makes it to the end of this season as Denver coach, but I will be extremely surprised if he isn't one and done. So Nathaniel Hackett's days are numbered.
How about that?
And again,
they could have had Dan Quinn.
Well, that's my fear, Brian, and we've talked about this.
They just circle back on Quinn.
I hope
seriously,
Dan
Quinn, that was his job.
Stay the hell away from our guy.
That
all
was
right,
his
you
job.
had your shot and you blew it. And if you're Dan, you just stay there coaching Micah Parsons, who just said to the media, by the way, that he's got 25 sacks in 27 career games. He said he tries 8 different pass rush moves early in a game, and then he just goes back and forth with what's working throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah. He's a stud.
Got a rookie tackle here,
Well, he's going to just slice and dice that dude up. I'd hate to be him.
Especially with the cement-footed old
feels
statue
so good.
Matt Ryan in the pocket. That's going to be problematic.
Updated takes, we're not firing McCarthy to keep Quinn at this point, are we? There's no way the Cowboys do it.
They
Maybe
don't.
you would want to personally, but I can't see that
I
happening.
mean, you're looking at making the postseason for the first time in back-to-back years since 06-07.
Yeah.
Only
unless it's just a complete disaster in your first playoff game.
Yes, if you have an offensive collapse of sorts at the end of this regular season or in game 1 of the playoffs, like I wouldn't rule anything out, but we're certainly trending in the right direction for McCarthy to run it back here. And if you're Dan Quinn, the Broncos is not a good job. Russell Wilson is a disaster.
Yeah.
And that's going to be the single worst contract in sports.
Well, and
why would you want to go there?
And Nathaniel Hackett said today,
but you got one of the best defenses in the league.
You do.
But that doesn't carry over very often. You have a great defense one year, next thing you know, maybe
they got a lot of young players on that defense. To me, I mean, if I think Hackett is such a problem with the offense, and maybe it's because of Russ. But man, you go in there and he wanted Seattle late in his career, right? I mean, they won games playing around him, right? Don't you think like you could do the same thing if
it was the hand injury last year that was really the turning point? But up until then,
you're Dan Quinn. You're thinking like, man, I got a pretty damn good defense there. Okay, I could, if I could just kind of hire a coordinator or somebody that could
get the
help.
run game going. They did lose Javonte Williams.
You have to decide if you think Russell Wilson's washed up, and he might be. He needed evasiveness and cover one to excel passing.
Yeah.
Now he can't escape, and teams are playing shell coverage on him.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of look at it.
Nobody seems to like him.
Yeah, that's a big issue.
But look what's going on. Like, okay, look what the coaching, just hiring a defensive coach like in Chicago. And I know it hasn't translated to wins, but how much better is Justin Fields? We're not talking about Justin Fields as a bust anymore, are we? I mean, we're not. I mean, we're kind of like, oh man, this guy is actually
showing something.
So you think Quinn would want to go?
Oh, I would, and I'm saying this for this reason alone. And people could come after me if all they want.
Oh, I'm going to come after you.
It's only 32 of these.
Yeah,
it's only
right.
32
Fair
of
point.
these.
Yeah.
And Dan Quinn was
not going to come after.
It's a winning organization in Denver.
Dan Quinn,
crawfish.
Dan Quinn was a guy that, and Tom Dimitroff, who used to be the general manager, that was telling me about this. He goes, "We are a bad half away from having all employed there because of the Super Bowl."
Yeah.
He goes, "We win that game, we're all getting contract extensions, we're all staying, everyth's hunky dory."
Mm-hmm.
That there's only 32 of these jobs, and Dan Quinn's he's been to the summit. He's seen it. He's been to the top of this thing, as a head coach, and you're kind of like, okay, yeah, I sure like Dallas, and I sure like Micah Parsons. He's got some really good young defensive players there at Denver if he was to leave too.
Patrick Surtain
is just as I mean, so I now you don't have draft picks, but the one thing that we've seen from Dan Quinn is he could go in there and kind of help. Now at Atlanta, maybe that was a different story. Maybe Tommy Dimitroff and those guys didn't help him enough. Dallas but he seems to have a pretty good eye for players.
Let me say just one quick thing as far as how this Cowboys season could end. I'm fascinated by week 16, 17, 18, and how quickly we change from after a win and after a loss.
Mm-hmm.
After a loss, nothing is right. If you go Eagles, Titans, Commanders, and lose 2 out of the 3, if your offense is struggling to score 20 points against good defenses, everything could be different by the time we get to mid-January.
They're tough games. The Commanders game, I think that they should win because especially if it's Heineke, they seem to own that guy.
That game can mean a lot for the Commanders. I mean,
it could mean a lot for them.
It could mean okay,
but Eagles, Titans, those are games those are not easy.
You lose the Philadelphia game, you've guaranteed you're looking at the 5th seed right now. Right, you're doing everything you can to hang in there and be the 5th seed. Right.
Yep. Okay. Absolutely. Yeah. All right. Also, come hang out with us at Boomer Jacks in Arlington, the Highlands location off I-20, just east of 360, noon to 4.
We'll talk about
Saturday.
these things.
Going to be fantastic.
I think the text makes a good point. Quinn can smell a Super Bowl in Dallas, and he might not sniff one anywhere else. Speaking of week 16, 17, 18, if Dak goes out there and averages 32 points per game in that, and your defense has got the run game figured out, if you're Dan Quinn, you got to be thinking really, really positively about next year and the year after that, with Parsons being so young and Diggs being so young. It might be so good that even if the Cowboys don't even get to the conference championship game, you'd be like, I can't leave this. Yeah. This is special what's going on, because those are going to be tough tests at the end of the year.
So NFL Films gave us some glorious Mike McDaniel audio. Here is Mike McDaniel trolling his own quarterback, Tua. And who does he think the best team in the SEC is?
Yeah, Georgia is definitely the best SEC school, without a shadow of a doubt. God, I'm so glad Tua can't hear me.
Is that him on the sidelines? Like
he was walking right by him.
Tua is warming up. And he's standing literally right next to Tua, and he's just talking into the headset.
Yeah,
that's fantastic.
Staring at him while Tua does his warm-up throws.
Man,
it's amazing. Now here he's talking with Tua about watching his high school film and what he thought about Tua's technique.
I woke up like at 3 and I couldn't go back to sleep. So I was thinking about when you randomly hit me up that you're YouTubing me.
Yeah.
And so then I YouTubed you and saw this Trent Dilfer thing showing all this high school from you.
Great.
And bro, your technique was trash. You know what I mean? Thank God for Bev.
What are you talking about? No rhythm, no timing? Is that what you're talking about?
It was cool though, because you can see little elements of like your swag. But you were stressed out.
Woo!
That's
during the game. Well, I guess that's when you're up 30-0 over the Texans in the third quarter. I guess you can have those kind of sidebar in-game sideline conversations. But I believe those kinds of conversations between a head coach and a quarterback are the first of its kind in the NFL. This is a different kind of dude.
Absolutely.
This is the most unique personality to ever set foot on an NFL sideline as a head coach, because these guys are perpetual, stubborn, bleep hole, up by a million, doesn't matter, locked in. They can't like color outside the lines for a second, in the game. And that's funny, man.
No, Mike McDaniel has the personality. Like, this is all during the game, and then we played the audio a couple weeks ago when they're playing Justin Fields, and he just asks him, hey, will you stop running? Just stop doing that. So this is also during the game. One of their running backs, I don't think it was Jeff Wilson, it was somebody else, misses a tackle. He breaks a tackle, and this is what he says to his running back afterwards.
Fullback.
It was the fullback. Okay, great. This is what he says to him.
Ingold. Hey, that was cool what you did when that first guy tried to tackle you and then you didn't let him tackle you. That was sick. It was like a broken tackle.
How high is this guy, dude?
That's sick.
Well, he that was a thing. Like when he was the play caller, I remember in lead up to the San Francisco and Cowboys playoff game last year, we had some Niners people on, and McDaniel had started to get the reputation of being funny guy at the microphone when it comes to press conferences, though not being a head coach, just being the OC in San Francisco. But the guys from San Francisco that we had on and we asked about them, like, oh yeah, it's commonly known this is a guy who loves his Chiba.
Yeah,
okay, for sure.
Like, there was
he's not
rumors
hiding from it.
I don't think so.
He's not hiding from it. There were rumors going around like he's not going to end up being the head coach of a team that doesn't have legalized marijuana. Now, I don't think Miami does. So that ended
it's
up
Miami,
being false.
though.
But
It was basically legal when I was there.
Yeah.
There was like a
it's like
weed,
don't ask,
a
don't
weed
tell.
food truck driving around.
Exactly.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
It
There
is.
you go.
It is.
Weed flatbread.
Was that Big Worm?
Yeah,
That's Big Worm, bro.
You know, I stopped and talked to him. Actually, I was like, "That's crazy. I didn't see you guys had legalized recreationally." And he's like,
It's Miami, bro.
We haven't. But what do you need? I was like, I don't need anything, man. But I was just
I
wondering.
need directions.
You can help me admiring, just looking and gazing.
It's interesting.
Here's McDaniel. Now, he was with San Francisco last year, of course, and him and Kyle Shanahan have grown up together. They're buddies, so he knows Nick Bosa very well. Now, Eric, you're nervous about Nick Bosa just breaking Tua in half. Well,
and Eric Armstead and Fred Warner.
Here's McDaniel talking about Nick Bosa.
He lives and breathes pass rushing. He does, when I was around him in San Francisco, he would do pass rush moves on sanitizer, like the little pods. Like if you see like an object like this podium, he would do a pass rush move on it.
Isn't that you, Dawson, in the house where you're like putting on
absolutely.
layups and stuff?
It's Euro step. Every time I walk past somebody in my crib, it's a Euro step I'm about to give them. I do this in the hallways right here. Every time I walk past Reggie, Euro step, bro. Watch out.
We sat with karate moves when we were hosting with him in the night show. Like during breaks, he would just be fighting air.
Dude,
it was insane.
Oh, he's a kung fu guy.
Oh yeah,
Colby Sapp will throw some roundhouse kicks here in the studio against air.
You know, and Tim Collins down the hall here, part of management. I've long known him as the office ace. You can catch him going into a full windup. He was a college pitcher.
Yep.
You know.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Now,
Everybody's got their own thing.
I teased this yesterday. Oh yeah, Brian, what are you doing? You fighting air?
You making crawfish in the air?
No, I'll tell you what. Kick slide. You know, my old offensive lineman techniques. Every once in a while, I show you. I'll kick slide away from me. Yeah,
I like that.
Get that separation.
Unless the gout is acting up on.
Oh, but the gout. No, then I'm on IR. I'll tell you the gout. I would wish that on nobody. Seriously,
man, our poor guy was struggling.
Why do you bring that crap up, man? That thing hurts so bad.
It was bad.
You said kick slide, and I immediately went to, is that foot kick slidable?
No, I would have to.
If he has all the working parts
when I got
anymore.
gout, I can't kick slide worth a damn.
Oh man,
you got King's disease. They call that King's disease out here. Yeah, you got the gout.
It's brutal.
Eating
God,
too good.
please,
living too high in a hole.
And I tell you what, I wish that on nobody. Seriously, nobody.
It's actually a flex. If you have gout, it's kind of a flex.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
It is not a flex.
Got this belly.
I can't even put a damn shoe on.
I done moved to Miami, got chubby. I got gout. I got this girl.
I got gout. Yeah. Oh,
Damn right, I got gout.
Oh man, I'm all the above.
Come and visit me.
Yeah.
So it's been a while since we've got to catch up with our glizzy expert, Ari Temkin, but we might have a new glizzy expert, T. Higgins, and he was trolling his guy, Jamar Chase, this weekend over on the sideline.
You're eating a glizzy with no bev and no condiment on it. You're pitiful. Well, Jamar Chase eating a glizzy. He's a glizzy gobbler. I'm done, bro. I'm done. Oh, look at her, y'all. Oh, he got 2 glizzies.
And then Jamar Chase just gets up and walks off in pure embarrassment.
So he's injured. He's sitting on the sidelines, and he's just pulling out random
Out of his
foil-wrapped hot dogs out of his hoodie.
Yes.
That's special.
That's exactly what he's doing. And T. Higgins is like, well, you're eating these things dry and plain.
He said no bev, like no beverage, no drink.
Yeah.
I like the way he
Can't
shortened
forget
that
the
there.
bev. Never.
Kids shorten everything, man.
Absolutely.
The dry hot dog is a tough one, man. I mean, if you're hungry enough, of course you're going to do it. There's no question. But gosh, can a man get a little mustard?
Oh,
Maybe they didn't have the packs in the locker room for him. You know, he had to just kind of go for it.
That's the Nerlens Noel move, right?
Yeah.
Broadus, as you're rocking your Mavericks shirt right
It
now,
is
it's the
the
Nerlens
Nerlens
Noel
Noel move.
situation.
Yeah. Proud about the Mavs.
But wasn't Nerlens Noel like active in that game though? Like he was actually playing.
He was
but
playing.
Jamar Chase was injured.
Jamar
in this
Chase was
particular-
injured, so you get a pass. It's like no big deal.
Oh, it was Mark Sanchez with the Jets.
Mark
who was,
Sanchez did it
who
on
was
the
actually
sideline.
playing.
Yes,
he
he's like,
needed
I'm
a little
hungry.
dog.
Can you get me something? And like one of the equipment guys brought him a hot dog.
Still not as legendary as Andre Iguodala on the 73-win Warriors team, knowing exactly when the Supreme Nachos go away from the concession stands, like at the 2-minute mark of the third quarter, and he would find a way to dial them up right before the fourth quarter.
It's our
when,
guy.
Of course, the Warriors were
Man,
up by
you
like
get
100.
hungry on the field a lot.
Hell yeah.
Get hungry a lot.
2-1-4. Now I
believe
want a
it.
hot dog.
Yeah.
There
Hot
it
dogs
is.
are great.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
My pleasure.
Thanks, Wolchuk.
When we
Would you
return
respond
here in the
faster over there?
G-Bag Nation, it's time to talk with a legendary
with your
play-by-play man, one of our favorites here in the nation, the great Kevin Harlan, who was calling NBA last night, has called several Cowboy games already this year. We'll talk DFW sports with one of the greats coming up next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. All right, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we're going to be joined by TCU play-by-play voice Brian Estridge and talk about everything going on now through 3 in the college football playoff. But we have another special guest joining us right now, one of our favorites. Here we go.
Doncic sets, fires, scores! Curry with a three. Good! He doesn't stop. He relocates and gets the three. Doncic doubled. Hardaway, three. That will go down! Curry wants to go at Doncic. That's the matchup they want. The bump and the fadeaway. Doncic, 41 points.
Great call last night. Kevin Harlan, voice of the NBA on TNT and the NFL and college basketball on CBS. And Kevin, it's always great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us, sir.
Oh, thanks for the invite. Good to hear you guys. And being in Dallas last night, that was a great crowd. And I every time I come away watching Doncic with my own eyes, I just shake my head and can't believe I'm seeing someone so good. So young and so good, man. He is something else.
It is special, and we try to appreciate it as much as we can. When you get a guy like this, you never know when you're going to have another one like that. What do you think about the team overall? We had you on during the playoffs and their great run, and it looked like the era was pointing up. But what do you think of them right now?
Well, they're ahead of schedule last year for sure. I don't think anybody saw that coming, but sure enough, they turned the corner and they got in late and they made their way through, and that was a terrific experience for that team to go through that. And at one time last year, they were 16 and 18, and now they're back to 500. So I say, let's just let these couple months kind of get coaches familiar with what they've got, even though it says the same name in the back of the uniform. These are different teams. Players age a year. They have different things that happen in the off season. They grow in ways that now they've got to change this or work on that. It's a process, and in the NBA with so many games and injuries and getting used to the everyday of it, it takes a while, I think, for a coach to figure out what they've got. Now, we're about 20 games in, give or take, around the league, and this is about the time the coaches have a pretty good handle on what they can do, the kind of rotations they can use, and how they can go to their bench, and how long they got to play their starters, and who needs a break, and who they got to kind of get on, and who's got to push the gas, and everything else. And I guess I would just say, listen, the defending champion is not doing all that hot. They're about 500 too. So let's get past the first of the year, and when these teams, and now that Dallas has breathed that rarefied playoff air of conference finals, let's give them a chance to see maybe a light at the end of the tunnel. They know what's coming around the bend. There's probably a little pacing of themselves right now. They got veterans on that team that have played. Dinwiddie's played a while, and Bullock has played, and Hardaway. These guys have played a lot of seasons in the league. They know it's ahead of them, and I think I wouldn't say they're not exerting. I wouldn't say they're not pushing it to the limit. I just think that they know it's a long season, and right now they want to be right in every facet of them individually. As Kidd works on getting the rotation, without Brunson, that left a big hole, and it's just going to take some time to kind of get this thing plastered up, but it will, and they'll be there like we all expect them to be.
Kevin, you made note of this during the broadcast last night, but my goodness, have you guys ever seen more travel calls in your life during a basketball game? And as Mavs fans, thank goodness they called that last one on Steph Curry.
Well, yeah, right. Wasn't that something? And that was a travel. That was clearly a violation. I just think that the officials get points of emphasis at various times of a year, especially to begin the season. And one of the points, again, this year is the traveling. I think because if you don't get a handle on it, these players are so gifted that they're going to push the limits and come up with things, whether it's the Euro step or the Harden fake and the lean and all these different things that are going on. Here in the last couple games, I've noticed, I thought we were getting away from leaning into or having, kind of that moment where the guy falls into you and like seducing him to collapse into your shot. as you come down. But now they're kind of allowing some of that, and they're calling the defender more than they did, I think, at times last year. So it goes in waves, and it kind of goes in different phases, and we may be in that phase right now where they know that these players, as geniuses as they are, figuring out new ways to move and be deceptive and come up with fakes that no one has seen, and they do it. They're smart. They've got to begin at the very roots of it, and that means the proper number of dribbles and steps and plants and pivots and everything else, and that traveling violation has got to be enforced, and they're not backing away. They're going to stay on it. We saw a lot last night, and I think we're going to continue to.
What's been the NBA storyline that's intrigued you the most? There's been so many with the Lakers, with what they're doing. A lot of people counting out the Suns in the West. They've been dominant. Boston being outstanding. So many great storylines just to start this season.
I guess New Orleans has got probably as good an offensive team as we've seen, and they're in the division. And I think that Morant has added to his game in Memphis. And we thought that the big experiment in Minnesota would be one that would be transformative, like it was when Sampson and the great players of the past, the Twin Towers, got together, and even when there was a Robinson and Duncan unison in San Antonio. And so the Minnesota thing has been very slow to get off the ground, and now Karl Anthony Towns is out about a month and a half with an injury, so we don't know where that's going to go. I shouldn't be surprised, but this Laker thing, I just can't get out of my head how they thought that with the lack of shooting that thing was going to work with those two Hall of Famers and their history of injuries and the age on both of them. I just didn't know where they thought that was going to go, and they're still trying to work through it clearly. And we're just 20 games into the season, so we've got a long way to go. We're a quarter of the way in, but the early numbers there obviously are not very good. Portland's better than I thought they'd be. I was stunned that Utah came out of the blocks as fast as they did. Now they've kind of leveled off a little bit. And then Doncic to me looks better. He looks not only in his skill set. I think that the games this past summer helped him again, as they always do with the young player. But this time he came in better shape. In fact, I mentioned it last night on the air. His body looks different last night than it did November 30th of last year or November 29th of last year. He looks better. And every year these guys are in the league, they find new ways for eating, nutrition, sleeping, working, all this stuff. And he's 23. So it's an accumulation of all these experiences and people that, and maturity and everything else that kind of comes into the fold. And with him, he looks as confident. The one thing I think he is backing off on a little bit, although a couple times he was irritated, getting on these officials. That is not serving a purpose. And they're ticked off. They don't want to see it. They get tired of it. I think sometimes that inadvertently they take it out on the Mavericks, and that he has got to stop this yelping at these yapping at these officials. They do not want to hear it, even though he's as good a player as this game has right now, one of the top 3 or 4 players in the game. They don't want to hear it. They don't want to see it, but he does look like he is trending the other way, and that is a good sign. I think Jason has worked with him on that a lot too.
Kevin, one of the great things about having you on is that you can also talk NFL with the best of them. And I know that you've done some games with some of these NFC East opponents for the Cowboys. How would you handicap what you've seen from the Commanders, the Eagles, the Giants, and the Cowboys as well? How would you handicap the NFC East right now?
Washington is better than they appear, and they've been playing great. Giants don't seem to me to have the depth to be as good as the record says they are. I think Philadelphia, they're going through some injuries right now, and they've got to work through some of that, but all teams do. So that's just part of the world of the NFL. Hurts is better than I ever thought he'd be. I got to be honest. I did not see this coming. I didn't think he had as much variety to his game as he has shown. His arm is better. His reads are better. He's smart not to get hit. He's got command of the locker room. He can make judgments quickly and change in the blink of an eye at the line of scrimmage or even during a play. I think they've got the right voices in their head with Sirianni and that staff. So I like Philadelphia, and I'm always bullish on the Cowboys. I like them for many reasons. They still may be the team that's going to host an NFC championship. I know that Philadelphia came out of the blocks so strong, but what they did to the Vikings, Mike looks like he's more confident. His body language, I think, is better. Of course, having Dak there makes a big difference. I think the team proved something to themselves when they had to change quarterbacks and Dak was gone for a while, and now that he's back, he's getting his rhythm with the team that we once saw, and I like him. I like them a lot, and I don't think we've seen their best yet. I think their best is yet to come. But I'm bullish on the Cowboys. The division is like the AFC East, isn't it? I mean, like all these teams are strong. Washington, though, to me, is kind of the X factor here. I think they're better than we ever thought they would be this season, and they're getting Young back. And he was supposed to come back last week. Supposedly, he's coming back this week. That can only help that defense with those two big studs in the middle, man. Those guys are monsters on that defensive line. But I like Washington. I saw them beat Philadelphia the other night on Monday night, and they can run the ball. They believe in the quarterback. He makes things happen. I think they've made a great decision not to go to Wentz, and I think Washington might be that team that you just got to go. That we're going to see is the X factor in that division, and I would not be surprised if all four get in. I really would. Green Bay faltering, I could see four teams in the division going in.
How much do you think the addition of an Odell Beckham Jr. would help our Dallas Cowboys?
You know, I got to be honest. I mean, of course, in my mind, I'm thinking of Odell pre-injuries. You get those ACLs, man, those things, they take it out of you. And I'm not sure what happened this past weekend in Miami, but the optics were not good. And I don't know that that's deterred Jerry. I guess I heard him on some show yesterday or something. He said they're moving, full steam ahead, and they've got that prerogative. And I don't think he would hurt him. I think he would bring another dimension, and every time he'd line up out there, you'd have to account for him. But that ACL stuff is serious business, and he did help the Rams last year. I thought he was a nice component, but they also had the best receiver in football, in Cup, and so the attention that was on Beckham was not as great as he probably once saw. So it would be a new rule. He was probably, I guess he was number 2 last year at the Rams, and he got the touchdown in the Super Bowl, and was a factor. And I think Stafford was really comfortable with him as another veteran in that core. Sure, if it's not too expensive, doesn't disrupt your locker room, keeps the rhythm you've got going. Mike's a good read on that stuff. Mike has a good handle on those things. I think I'd trust Mike's gut and what he thinks Beckham can do. And Mike will look at him as you would anybody that's coming in on Tuesdays to work out. He'll look at him incredibly, tough, because right now, you're sweeping the walkway and you're lighting the candles and you're getting ready for the postseason. And you don't want anybody coming in there and blowing out that candle and screwing up that walkway. And Beckham's a big personality and a big name. And that would be probably my only concern. If you're thinking you're getting Beckham with the Rams or Beckham with the Giants, I don't know that it's going to happen. He had a bad tenure in Cleveland where he was injured. He was injured with the knee in L.A. I just don't know physically what you're getting in about a year after it's happened, and that less than a year than it's happened with the knees. So there's a lot there to look at, certainly.
That's a great, wise perspective. Kevin, thank you so much for your time. We love chatting sports with you. You're welcome on these airwaves anytime, buddy.
Thank you. I love visiting your city last night. It was terrific. And that Doncic, I would pay and pay and pay and pay to watch him play. That guy, he is a generational talent. The league has never seen a player like him. With his size, his ability, his grace. He makes the hardest plays, look so easy because it's the confidence in his rhythm, and he's got this elan about him. It's indescribable.
Yeah,
this kid, he is one of a kind, and I'm glad he's in a market like Dallas where they can appreciate him.
It's kind of like if you took Carmelo and LeBron and combined them and then took away the speed and the leaping ability.
Well, he's got skills that those other guys don't have. I got to be honest. I think he's a better he's a better shooter than Carmelo, and Carmelo is one of the top shooters in the history of the game. Yeah. But if he stays on this course, his shooting is better than Carmelo, and he's got stuff that some of his passes last night. He's 23, and LeBron was known for his passing when he came in. So when he did that, but this kid, he's the whole package. He's the whole package. I've never seen a player like him. I said it when I saw Jordan, and LeBron is a one of a kind, and Kobe had a lot of those skills, but this kid, I've never seen a kid like this before.
And now he's playing defense.
And now he's attempting to give an effort, and that may be the one thing that will resonate with his teammates more than anything. Because if he's attempting to play, if he's putting effort on defense, that sends a signal that no words a coach can say or no offensive game can lead can give that other group of players on that team. They know he's so gifted with his offense. But if his defense and that effort, and it may never be great, but the effort is there, he's locked in, he's communicative. That sends as big a message as he could possibly send to the rest of the team. That is a huge step in the right direction. For what I saw last year at the same time to this year, and I did his Western Conference Finals and I did his playoffs against Phoenix. I've never seen a player like him before, and I'm probably not using strong enough words to describe him.
These are great words.
He's phenomenal. Yeah. Phenomenal.
Awesome job. I'm glad we kept you around for a few more minutes to expand on Luka there. We'll look forward to next time we can chat with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Happy holidays. Take care.
Salute to you, the great Kevin Harlan here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, Jerry Jones was on some show yesterday, and he was talking about that. The texters loved that. The texters love that potential dump button situation, and, of course, the sports wisdom and perspective flowing from the golden pipes of Kevin Harlan. We love it. What do you want to do next, Giafalo?
We have a meth monk situation we got to address. That's next.
Okay, let's talk about my friends at
Shortages in demand are driving up prices. Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new road, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. Yeah, Brian Estridge, voice of TCU, coming up at 4 o'clock. It's time now for Eric Chiafalo and some fun stories.
Okay, so this was a pretty crazy one. I was not expecting this today whenever I was starting to do a little preparation for today's program. The bad boys of Buddhism is what this is what they have been deemed here. And it is, of course, the entire monk population at a Thai temple that had to be sent to rehab after all of them tested positive for meth. It was a bit jarring, almost as jarring as Jeff Saturday not calling a timeout in the final 90 seconds of the disaster on Monday Night Football.
Must have been the cleanest temple in all of Thailand.
Yeah, I imagine this place was spotless. And this is coming from the New York Post. Shout out to them. And so let's head right to Bangkok and get the deets on this thing. Multiple Buddhist monks in Thailand shipped off to a rehab after they all tested positive for meth. The holy men, including the temple's abbot or head monk, failed the drug tests in their province's district on Monday. Quote, the temple is now empty of monks and nearby villagers are concerned they cannot do any merit making. So there's a trickle effect here because I guess the villagers that surround this temple have religious obligations to go bring like free food and stuff to the monks. And now
they've been turning it down.
Right.
That was the first sign.
That was the first sign. So apparently this particular province of Thailand, which I'm assuming to be Bangkok, is starting to really crack down on drug use.
Yeah.
And so police forced the monks to undergo urine tests after they raided the temple as part of their crackdown on drugs. And so the monks who haven't been named at this point have since been sent to the health clinic to undergo drug rehabilitation. They were also booted from the monkhood in the wake of their positive tests, leaving their tiny temple without any religious leaders. So, and here's one of the things that was a bit eye-popping that was probably something that started to get them, like maybe them denying the free food was something that was like, okay, let's be on alert with these guys. Well, there was also a story a week ago that came kind of out of the blue, but now it's all starting to make sense. Just last week, a drug-addled Buddhist monk was arrested for carjacking and leading police on a frantic chase through northern Thailand, resulting in this incredible quote, which reads this: "He stole my gold Nissan Navara. I left it in the parking lot with the keys in. I was shocked, so I chased after him with another monk in a car for about 20 kilometers, but the monk was going too fast, like a race car."
Dude, they went full meth heads.
They went full.
They're stealing cars.
Yeah, and
well,
I
they got to cook in something.
There's no. I mean, a Nissan Navara is the choice. I mean,
well,
wouldn't you
not
go
a
for
lot
something
of
a little bit
can't
more?
have room,
you
but
can't help
beggars
yourself.
can't
That's a
be
tweaker car,
choosers, man. They're
classic tweaker car.
That's a good call, boys.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and
I'm just surprised the whole temple went in. Like usually, like a couple people from the social circle get into meth and they get ostracized. Like, oh my God, the meth heads are here.